Hey everyone, tonight we're turning back the clock. Well, not literally, because we're diving into how ancient civilizations told time before clocks ever existed. People devised various ingenious methods to measure the passage of time, from observing shadows moving across sundials to listening to the sound of water dripping in peaceful bowls, long before the advent of ticking clocks and alarm clocks. In a world without wristwatches or phone screens, time moved with the stars, the seasons, and the slow rhythm of nature. So before we begin, let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you, as it's always incredible to see the moments we share from so many different corners of the world. Now, lower the lights, maybe turn on a fan or enjoy our rain sounds in the background. Now let's begin, shall we? You know that feeling when you wake up without an alarm, naturally stirring just as the first light creeps through your bedroom window? That's actually your body remembering something incredibly ancient. Your ancestors didn't need smartphones buzzing at 6:30 a.m. because they had something far more reliable, the sun itself, and a deep understanding of how the world moves around them. Picture yourself living 5,000 years ago. Imagine a world without clocks ticking on walls, digital displays glowing in the dark, or scheduling apps reminding you about meetings. Instead, you would awaken to the sound of the rooster's crow, a reminder that people actually kept roosters as their own personal alarm clocks. The internal timing system of these birds is so precise that they would crow at nearly the same time every morning, within a few minutes variation. But here's where it gets interesting. You wouldn't think, oh, it's 6:15 a.m. You'd think, the sun is one hand's width above the horizon, or the shadows are 3 times longer than my height. Ancient people measured time by observing the world around them, and they became incredibly skilled at reading these natural signals. In ancient Egypt, priests would watch for the moment when certain stars appeared on the horizon just before dawn. They called these deacon stars, and they divided the night into segments based on which stars were visible. It wasn't just about knowing when to wake up, it was about understanding the rhythm of the universe itself. Your ancestors, approximately 200 generations back, had to be time experts out of necessity. Farmers needed to know when to plant and harvest. Sailors needed to navigate by the stars. Religious ceremonies had to happen at specific moments. Missing the right time could mean the difference between a successful harvest and starvation, or between safely reaching port and becoming lost at sea. The funny thing is, they were probably better at telling time than you are right now. Without a watch, could you tell if it's closer to 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. just by looking around? Ancient people could estimate time within minutes, just by glancing at shadows or noticing which birds were singing. They didn't just track hours, they understood seasons with incredible precision. They knew that when the Pleiades star cluster appeared at a certain angle, it was time to start preparing for winter. When specific flowers bloomed, it meant the rains would come in exactly 3 weeks. Such information wasn't superstition, it was accumulated knowledge passed down through generations of careful observation. Imagine living so connected to natural rhythms that you could sense time in your bones. You'd wake up naturally before dawn, work during the productive hours when light was good, rest during the heat of midday, and settle into evening activities as the sun began to set. Your body would be synchronized with the Earth's rotation in a way that modern people can barely imagine. The ancient Chinese divided day and night into 12 periods, each lasting about 2 hours, but instead of numbers they named these periods after animals. The hour of the rat, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., the hour of the ox, 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., and so on. Each animal represented the time when that creature was most active. It's practical and poetic at the same time, very different from our cold, numerical approach to time. What strikes you most about ancient timekeeping isn't just how they did it, but how relaxed they were about precision. If someone said, "Meet me when the sun is halfway to its highest point," everyone understood this might vary by 10 or 15 minutes depending on the season, the weather, or simply how carefully you were paying attention. Time was fluid, natural, and forgiving. The system wasn't primitive. It was sophisticated in ways we've forgotten. They built entire civilizations using nothing but careful observation of natural patterns, and somehow they managed to coordinate complex societies, plan elaborate constructions, and maintain religious calendars that were accurate across centuries. As you drift towards sleep tonight, you're participating in the same daily rhythm that has guided humans for thousands of years. Your body knows it's time to rest. just as it has always known. Let's talk about the most obvious timekeeper your ancestors used, the sun. But they didn't just notice that it rose and set. They became experts at reading the sun's position, understanding its moods, and predicting its behaviour with startling accuracy. You've probably noticed that the sun doesn't rise in exactly the same spot every day. During the summer, it rises further north and travels high across the sky. In winter, it rises further south and stays lower. Ancient people not only noticed this, they used it as a sophisticated calendar system. The ancient Egyptians built their entire civilization around the sun's annual journey. They knew that when the sun rose at its northernmost point, the Nile River would flood in exactly 60 days. This wasn't magic. It was careful observation refined over centuries. They could predict the flooding so accurately that they planned their entire agricultural year around it. But here's what's really clever. They didn't just watch where the sun rose, they watched shadows. You know how your shadow is short at noon and long in the morning and evening? Ancient people turned this practice into a precise timekeeping system. They'd place a stick in the ground and mark where its shadow fell throughout the day. After doing this for just a few days, they could tell time by glancing at the shadow's length and direction. The Babylonians enthusiastically adopted this concept. They created the first sundials around 3500 BCE, but these weren't the fancy sundials you might see in gardens today. They were simple stones with lines marked around them. The shadow of a central stick would fall across different lines as the day progressed. It was like having a clock that worked perfectly as long as the sun was shining. What's amusing is that different cultures developed completely different ways of dividing daylight. The Egyptians divided the day into 12 parts, but these weren't equal hours. Summer hours were longer than winter hours, because there was more daylight to divide. Imagine if your workday was naturally longer in summer and shorter in winter. Actually, that sounds rather nice. Ancient people in northern climates had to be even more creative. During their long winter nights, the sun barely appeared above the horizon. They learned to read the quality of light with incredible subtlety. They could tell the difference between first light, when the sky begins to lighten, sunrise, when the sun's edge appears, and sun clear, when the full sun is visible. Each of these moments happened at predictable intervals, giving them a natural morning schedule. The ancient Greeks made a fascinating discovery about shadows and time. They learned that your noon shadow could tell you the date. During the summer solstice, your noon shadow is shortest. During the winter solstice, it's longest. Every day in between, your shadows are slightly different length. They essentially turned their bodies into calendar systems. Here's something that might surprise you. Ancient people were obsessed with finding true north. They understood that true north was crucial for precise timekeeping, not because they possessed compasses. They'd spend hours observing the stars, noting where the sun rose and set, and finding that perfect north-south line. Once they had it, they could create timekeeping systems that worked year-round. The ancient Indians developed something called Gatika time, where each day was divided into 60 parts. But instead of using mechanical devices, they used water. They'd float a small bowl with a hole in the bottom in a larger container of water. The small bowl would sink after exactly one Gatika, about 24 minutes. It was simple, accurate, and worked regardless of weather. Sun-based timekeeping wasn't just practical, it was deeply spiritual for many cultures. The ancient Persians believed that observing the sun's daily journey was a form of prayer. They'd perform specific rituals at sunrise, noon, and sunset, turning timekeeping into a religious practice. Time wasn't just about scheduling, it was about connecting with the divine rhythm of the universe. You have to admire their patience and attention to detail. They'd spend years carefully observing how shadows moved, how light changed, and how the sun's path shifted through the seasons. They created amazingly accurate systems using nothing but careful observation and simple tools. No batteries required, no digital displays, no software updates, just the eternal dance between earth and sun. Once the sun set, your ancestors didn't just give up on timekeeping. They looked up at the night sky and saw the most magnificent clock face ever created. The stars became their nighttime timepiece, and they developed ways of reading stellar time that would impress modern astronomers. You probably know the North Star, but did you know that ancient people used it as the centre of a giant cosmic clock? They noticed that all the other stars seemed to rotate around this one fixed point. By watching how far the Big Dipper had rotated around the North Star, they could tell exactly what time it was during the night. It was like having hour markers painted across the entire sky. The ancient Egyptians were particularly skilled at stellar timekeeping. They identified 36 special stars that they called decans. These stars would rise just before dawn in a predictable sequence throughout the year. By knowing which decan star was rising, they could tell not just the time of night, but also what day of the year it was. Imagine being able to look up and instantly know both the time and the date. But here's where it gets really interesting. Different cultures saw completely different patterns in the same stars. The ancient Chinese didn't see a Big Dipper. They saw a northern dipper that was part of a larger pattern called the Black Tortoise of the North. The ancient Arabs observed mourners following a coffin. The ancient Greeks divided the night sky into 48 constellations, each with its own story and timing significance. The ancient Greeks took star watching to almost obsessive levels. They divided the night sky into 48 constellations, each with its story and timing significance. They knew that when Orion was directly overhead, it was the middle of winter. When Scorpius dominated the sky, summer was at its peak. They essentially turned mythology into a calendar system. Here's something that might amaze you. Ancient people could predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy, sometimes centuries in advance. They didn't understand the scientific reasons behind eclipses, but they recognized the patterns. They knew that if there was a lunar eclipse on a certain date, the next one would occur exactly 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours later. The ancient Babylonians discovered this period, known as a Saros cycle, around 2000 BCE. The ancient Polynesians developed perhaps the most sophisticated stellar navigation system ever created. They could sail across thousands of miles of open ocean using nothing but the stars, ocean swells, and wind patterns. They knew hundreds of star names, and could tell their exact position on the Pacific Ocean by identifying which stars were directly overhead. These weren't just sailors, they were living star charts. What's fascinating is how they dealt with cloudy nights. Ancient people in cloudy climates developed backup systems for stellar timekeeping. They'd listen to the sounds of nocturnal animals, which tend to be active at specific times of night. They'd observe the behaviour of their domestic animals, which often have predictable nighttime routines. They'd even notice subtle changes in air temperature and humidity that occur at regular intervals throughout the night. The ancient Mayans built entire cities aligned with stellar events. They knew that Venus appears as both a morning star and an evening star in a predictable 584-day cycle. They used this cycle to plan wars, ceremonies, and agricultural activities. Their calendar was so accurate that it's only off by about 2 minutes per year, more precise than the calendar we use today. Ancient people also noticed that the stars change position throughout the year. The constellation visible at midnight in January would be completely different from the one visible at midnight in July. They used this stellar seasonal change as a long-term calendar. Farmers would know to plant crops when certain stars appeared at dusk and harvest, when those same stars appeared at dawn. The ancient Chinese developed a system where they divided the sky into 28 mansions, each representing a different day of their lunar month. As the moon moved through these stellar mansions, it provided a natural calendar that combined timekeeping with astronomical observation. They could tell you the date and the moon's phase next week. Perhaps most remarkably, ancient people understood that the stars themselves were slowly moving. They realised that the North Star wouldn't always be the North Star, and that the constellation patterns were gradually shifting. This knowledge, called precession, shows just how carefully they were observing the night sky over generations. When clouds covered the sun and stars, your ancestors didn't just shrug and give up on timekeeping. They got creative. They discovered that time could be measured by watching water drip, sand fall, or even by observing how long it took certain things to burn. These inventions were the world's first truly portable clocks. The water clock, or clepsydra, was probably the most ingenious timekeeping device of the ancient world. Picture a large container with a small hole in the bottom. Water would drip out at a steady rate, and you could tell time by seeing how much water remained. The ancient Egyptians used these as early as 3400 BCE, and they were surprisingly accurate. The trick was getting the hole exactly the right size. Too big, and the water rushed out; too small, and it barely dripped. But here's what's clever. They realised that water flows faster when there's more pressure, which means a full container would empty faster than a nearly empty one. So they designed containers with special shapes that compensated for this. Some were shaped like flower pots, wider at the top than the bottom. Others had complex internal mechanisms that kept the water pressure constant. These weren't just functional, they were works of art decorated with intricate carvings and religious symbols. The ancient Babylonians advanced water clocks significantly. They created elaborate systems with multiple containers, floating indicators, and even alarm mechanisms. Some could track not just hours, but also days and weeks. They'd set up a series of containers that would empty into each other in sequence, creating a kind of liquid calendar system. Sand clocks, or hourglasses, came later, but were incredibly practical. Unlike water, sand flows at a completely consistent rate, regardless of temperature or humidity. Ancient people discovered that by using very fine sand and carefully calibrated openings, they could create remarkably accurate timing devices. The sand had to be perfectly dry and uniform. They'd sometimes spend hours sifting sand through increasingly fine meshes to get the right consistency. Different cultures developed unique approaches to sand timekeeping. The ancient Chinese used not just sand, but also powdered marble, crushed eggshells, and even finely ground tea leaves. Each material had different flow characteristics, allowing them to create timers for different purposes. A tea timer might run for exactly the time needed to properly steep leaves, while a marble timer might track longer periods. Here's something that might amuse you. The ancient Romans used candle clocks for nighttime timekeeping. They'd mark regular intervals on candles, and as the wax burned down, they could tell how much time had passed. But they quickly discovered that candles burn at different rates depending on air currents, temperature, and the quality of the wax. So they created elaborate candle holders that protected the flame from drafts and kept the burning rate consistent. The ancient Chinese refined candle timekeeping into a sophisticated art. They created special incense sticks that burned at precisely controlled rates. Some were designed to burn for exactly 2 hours, others for 12 hours. They'd embed small bells or chimes in the incense sticks, so when the incense burned down to a certain point, the bell would drop and create an alarm. Imagine waking up to the gentle chime of a bell that had been timed by the slow burning of fragrant incense. Ancient people also used their bodies as timing devices. They knew that a healthy person's pulse beats at a fairly consistent rate, so they could estimate short periods of time by counting heartbeats. They discovered that it takes about the same amount of time to recite certain prayers or poems, so religious texts became timing tools. A priest might know that a particular chant lasted exactly long enough for a water clock to empty one level. The ancient Indians developed something called ghati measurements using floating bowls. They'd place a metal bowl with a tiny hole in the bottom into a larger container of water. The bowl would slowly fill and sink, taking exactly 24 minutes, 1 ghati. By using multiple bowls of different sizes, they could create complex timing systems that tracked everything from minutes to months. What's remarkable is how accurate these ancient timing devices were. Modern tests of reconstructed ancient water clocks show that they were often accurate to within a few minutes over a 12-hour period. That's impressive precision for devices made with simple tools and materials. They achieved this accuracy through careful experimentation, precise craftsmanship, and generations of refinement. Ancient people also understood that different situations required different timing tools. Water clocks were perfect for daytime use but could freeze in winter. Although they functioned in all weather conditions, sand clocks were delicate and susceptible to humidity fluctuations. Candle clocks, while effective at night, proved ineffective in windy conditions, so they developed multiple systems and used whichever worked best for their immediate needs. Your ancestors understood something that modern people often forget. Time isn't just about hours and minutes, it encompasses the concepts of seasons, cycles, and the perpetual rotation of the year. They developed sophisticated ways of tracking long-term time that connected daily life with the grand patterns of nature. The ancient Celts did not perceive time as a linear progression from the past to the future. They saw it as a spiral, where similar events happened repeatedly, but never exactly the same way twice. They divided their year into 8 major festivals, each marking an important shift in the natural world. Samhain marked the beginning of winter, Imbolc celebrated the first stirrings of spring, Beltane welcomed the fertility of early summer, and so on. These weren't just parties, they were precise markers in a complex calendar system. Ancient people became experts at reading the subtle signs that told them where they were in the seasonal cycle. They knew that when oak leaves were the size of mouse ears, it was time to plant corn. When the first crickets started chirping, summer was exactly 6 weeks away. When certain birds began their migration, winter would arrive in precisely 43 days. Such knowledge wasn't folklore. It was accumulated scientific observation passed down through generations. The ancient Egyptians built their entire civilization around the annual flooding of the Nile River. They knew that when the star Sirius appeared just before dawn, the flood would begin in exactly 70 days. They could predict the flood's timing, height, duration, and receding time. This knowledge was so valuable that the priests who maintained the calendar were among the most powerful people in Egyptian society. Here's something fascinating. Ancient people understood that the length of daylight changes throughout the year, but they used this change as a precise timing mechanism. They knew that on the summer solstice, the day would be exactly 14 hours and 52 minutes long at their latitude. On the winter solstice, it would be 9 hours and 8 minutes. Every day in between, the length of daylight changed by a predictable amount. They could tell you the exact date just by measuring how long the sun was visible. The ancient Chinese developed the most complex calendar system in human history. They combined solar observations, lunar phases, and star positions into a calendar that tracked not just days and years, but also 60-year cycles, and even longer periods. They believed that time moved in nested cycles, days within months, months within years, years within decades, decades within centuries, and so on. The calendar was so sophisticated that it's still used today for determining traditional Chinese holidays. Ancient people also understood that different activities should happen at different times of year. The ancient Greeks knew that certain crops should be planted when specific stars appeared, that wine should be made when the moon was in a particular phase, and that important decisions should be made during certain seasons. They didn't just track time, they used it to optimize their daily lives. The ancient Mayans created a calendar system that was more accurate than anything Europeans had at the time. They calculated that a year was 365.2420 days long, remarkably close to the modern measurement of 365.2422 days. They could predict eclipses hundreds of years in advance, and knew exactly when Venus would appear as a morning star or evening star. Their calendar was so precise that it's off by only about one day every 5,000 years. What's remarkable is how they coordinated these complex timing systems across entire civilizations. The ancient Romans had officials called pontifices, whose job was to maintain the calendar and announce important dates. They'd travel throughout the empire, ensuring that everyone was celebrating festivals on the same days and planting crops at the optimal times. This required incredible organization and communication across vast distances. Ancient people also used recurring natural events as long-term timing markers. They knew that certain comets appeared every 76 years, that particular meteor showers happened annually on specific dates, and that unusual weather patterns followed predictable cycles. The ancient Babylonians kept detailed records of these events, creating databases that helped them predict future occurrences. The ancient Indians developed the concept of yugas, vast cycles of time that lasted thousands of years. They believed that time moved in great epochs, each with its characteristics and duration. While such an approach might seem impractical, it actually helped them understand long-term climate patterns, population cycles, and agricultural trends. They were thinking about time on scales that modern people rarely consider. Perhaps most importantly, ancient people understood that time wasn't just about scheduling, it was about meaning. They knew that certain times were auspicious for beginning new projects, that other times were better for reflection and rest, and that the timing of events could influence their outcomes. They lived in harmony with temporal rhythms that connected their daily lives with the cosmos itself. Long before anyone understood circadian rhythms or hormone cycles, your ancestors knew something profound. Your body is a living clock. They developed sophisticated ways of reading internal biological signals to track time, and they understood that humans are naturally synchronized with the rhythms of the earth. Ancient people noticed that they naturally felt hungry at certain times of day, grew sleepy at predictable intervals, and experienced peak energy at specific hours. They didn't just accept these patterns, they used them as timing devices. The ancient Romans divided their day around meal times. Prima hora was the first hour after sunrise, sexta hora was midday when they ate their main meal, and vesper was evening when they had a light supper. Their entire schedule revolved around when their bodies naturally wanted to eat. The ancient Chinese took this idea even further. They believed that different organs in the body had peak energy at different times of day. The liver was most active from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., the lungs from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., the large intestine from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., 7 a.m., and so on. They used this organ clock not just for medical treatment but also for daily scheduling. They'd plan different activities for times when the relevant organs were at peak function. Here's something that might surprise you. Ancient people were incredibly skilled at estimating times through physical activities. They knew that it took exactly the same amount of time to walk from their home to the well each morning, to milk a cow, or to prepare a simple meal. They turned routine activities into timing devices. A weaver might know that it took exactly 2 hours to complete a certain pattern, or a blacksmith might time his work by how long it took to forge a particular tool. Ancient people also understood that children's bodies change at predictable rates, and they used this information as a long-term timing system. They knew that a child's first tooth would appear at about 6 months, that they'd start walking around their first birthday, and that they'd reach certain developmental milestones at specific ages. Parents could estimate a child's age even without formal birth records by observing these natural developmental markers. The ancient Egyptians noticed that pregnant women experienced predictable changes at specific intervals. They could determine how far along a pregnancy was by observing certain physical signs, and they knew that labour would begin when the woman's body showed particular signals. Midwives became skilled at reading these biological clocks to predict exactly when births would occur. Ancient people were also fascinated by the connection between human rhythms and lunar cycles. They observed that women's menstrual cycles often synchronized with the moon's phases, and they used this connection for both timekeeping and health monitoring. They noticed that many people slept differently during full moons, that certain illnesses followed lunar patterns, and that emotional states seemed to fluctuate with the moon's position. Here's what's really interesting. Ancient people understood that the aging process itself was a kind of slow clock. They could estimate someone's age by observing subtle changes in skin texture, hair colour, posture, and movement patterns. Experienced elders could look at a person and tell you not just their approximate age, but also what season they were born in, what kind of work they did, and even what foods they typically ate. The ancient Indians developed detailed knowledge about how the body's energy levels changed throughout the day. They identified specific times when people were naturally more alert, more creative, or more physically capable. They scheduled important activities during these peak periods and reserved rest times for when the body naturally wanted to slow down. This wasn't just practical, it was a sophisticated understanding of human biology. Ancient people also used sleep patterns as timing devices. They knew that healthy people naturally went through predictable sleep cycles, and they could estimate how long someone had been asleep by observing their breathing patterns, body position, and eye movements. They didn't understand REM sleep scientifically, but they knew when someone was dreaming and when they were in deep sleep. The ancient Greeks noticed that people's body temperatures changed throughout the day in predictable patterns. They could tell what time it was by feeling someone's forehead or observing whether they seemed naturally warm or cool. They understood that these temperature changes were connected to energy levels, hunger, and sleep patterns. Ancient people were also skilled at reading the subtle signs that indicated someone's overall health and vitality. They knew that certain physical changes meant someone was getting sick, that other changes indicated recovery, and that some patterns showed long-term health trends. They essentially used the human body as a diagnostic instrument that could reveal information about both time and health. What's remarkable is how accurately ancient people could estimate time using only their bodies and natural observations. Modern studies show that people who live without clocks often develop incredibly precise internal timing. They can wake up at specific times, know when to eat, and coordinate complex activities using only their internal biological rhythms. As you settle into sleep tonight, you're participating in the same daily rhythm that guided humans for thousands of years, before electric lights and digital clocks changed everything. Your ancestors weren't just getting by without modern timekeeping, they were living in harmony with natural rhythms that connected them to the earth, the sky, and their own bodies in ways that modern people can barely imagine. The ancient timekeepers understood something profound. Time isn't just about measurement, it's about meaning, rhythm, and connection. They didn't just track hours and minutes, they lived within the great cycles of day and night, seasons and years, and birth and death. Their timekeeping systems weren't just practical tools, they were ways of understanding their place in the universe. Think about how different their relationship with time must have been. They couldn't rush through their days checking phones every few minutes. They couldn't stay up all night working under artificial lights. They couldn't schedule back-to-back meetings or eat lunch at their desks. Instead, they lived according to natural rhythms that their bodies understood instinctively. The ancient Egyptians had a beautiful concept called ma'at, which meant living in harmony with the natural order of things. This included living in harmony with natural time, waking with the sun, eating when hungry, working when energy was high, and resting when the body needed rest. They believed that fighting against natural rhythms was not just impractical, but actually harmful to physical and spiritual health. Ancient people also understood that different types of time required different approaches. They had practical time for daily activities, seasonal time for agricultural planning, ceremonial time for religious observances, and sacred time for connecting with the divine. They didn't expect one system to handle all these different needs. They developed multiple overlapping ways of understanding and measuring time. Here's something that might make you smile. Ancient people were probably less stressed about time than we are today. They couldn't be precisely punctual in the modern sense, so they developed social customs that accommodated natural variations in timing. If you arranged to meet someone when the sun is halfway to its highest point, everyone understood that this might vary by 10 or 15 minutes depending on the season and weather. Flexibility was built into their social systems. The ancient Chinese had a saying, "The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now." They understood that time wasn't just about scheduling. It was about understanding the right moment for different activities. They developed sophisticated knowledge about timing that went far beyond simple measurement to include wisdom about when to act, when to wait, and when to rest. Ancient timekeepers also understood something that modern people often forget. Time is cyclical, not linear. Days repeat, seasons return, and patterns recur. They didn't think of time as a straight line moving from past to future, but as a spiral where similar events happened repeatedly, but never exactly the same way twice. This gave them a sense of continuity and connection that helped them navigate uncertainty. What's most remarkable is how much ancient people could accomplish using only natural timekeeping methods. They built magnificent structures aligned with celestial events, coordinated complex civilizations across vast distances, and maintained accurate calendars for centuries. They did all this without any mechanical devices, using only careful observation, accumulated knowledge, and deep understanding of natural patterns. The ancient timekeepers left us more than just historical curiosities. They left us a different way of thinking about time, one that's more natural, more connected, and perhaps more human. They remind us that time isn't just about productivity and efficiency. It's about rhythm, meaning, and living in harmony with the world around us. As you close your eyes tonight, you're following a pattern that connects you to every human who has ever lived. Your body knows it's time to sleep, just as it has always known. Your internal clock, refined over thousands of years of evolution, is still keeping perfect time. In a world of digital displays and constant connectivity, you still carry within you the ancient wisdom of natural timekeeping. The next time you wake up naturally, just as the first light appears, remember that you're experiencing something timeless. You're participating in the same daily miracle that guided your ancestors for millennia. You're proof that even in our modern world, the ancient rhythms still pulse within us, connecting us to the eternal dance of earth and sky, day and night, rest and waking. Sleep well, knowing that your body's own ancient clock will wake you exactly when you need to wake, just as it always has. Margaret Holloway had always prided herself on being the sort of person who read instruction manuals. Particularly for toasters, her insurance company continued to mention the incident from 19 years ago in hushed, traumatized tones. So when she inherited her great-aunt Millicent's peculiar collection of antiques, including what appeared to be a medieval astrolabe made of suspiciously modern materials, she naturally assumed there would be documentation. There wasn't. What there was, tucked behind the device like a guilty afterthought, was a post-it note reading, "Don't touch the blue bits when Mercury's in retrograde. M." Margaret, who possessed both a master's degree in library science and a healthy scepticism toward astrological nonsense, promptly touched the blue bits. It was Tuesday morning. She had already dealt with 3 passive-aggressive emails from her supervisor, and Mercury could frankly retrograde itself into the sun for all she cared. The astrolabe hummed. This was Margaret's first indication that perhaps Great-Aunt Millicent had been more eccentric than previously documented. The second indication was the way her kitchen began folding itself inside out like origami designed by a mathematician having an existential crisis. "Oh, bollocks," Margaret had said, which were destined to be the last words spoken in her ranch-style home in suburban Ohio for approximately 700 years. The world transformed into a pretzel, infused with cosmic salt, and offered itself to the universe, accompanied by temporal displacement. Margaret found herself lying face down in what smelled suspiciously like a combination of horses, unwashed humans, and regret. When she lifted her head, she discovered she was wearing a brown woolen dress that itched in places she didn't know could itch, and her sensible flats had been replaced by leather things that appeared to have been crafted by someone who had only heard footwear described second-hand. Around her, a medieval village conducted its morning business with the sort of casual chaos that suggested this was perfectly normal Tuesday behaviour. A man chased a pig while shouting what Margaret assumed were medieval profanities. A woman emptied a chamber pot from a second-story window with the practised aim of someone who had clearly done this before. Children played in the dirt with sticks, apparently finding the activity the height of entertainment. Margaret sat up slowly, her librarian instincts immediately cataloguing the historical inconsistencies. The architecture was wrong for any specific period she could identify. The clothing was a mixture of styles spanning roughly 3 centuries. Was the man over there wearing what appeared to be a digital watch? "Is this your first time?" asked a voice behind her. Margaret turned to find a woman in her 50s, wearing robes that managed to look both authentically medieval and suspiciously well-tailored. Her smile was knowing, and her teeth were far too straight for someone living in the pre-dental era. "May I ask for your pardon?" Margaret asked. Margaret asked, then immediately regretted it. In her experience, begging anyone's pardon in an unfamiliar situation typically led to complications. "Time travel," the woman clarified, as if the solution were obvious. "You've got that look. You've recently realised that physics is more of a suggestion than a law. I'm Sister Agatha, formerly Dr. Agnes Whitmore, of the Cambridge Medieval History Department. And you're clearly not from around here, temporally speaking." Margaret stared. "This is impossible." "Oh, honey," Sister Agatha laughed, a sound that carried distinct notes of hysteria carefully controlled through years of practice. "Impossible was last Tuesday. This is just inconvenient. Come on, let's get you oriented before the anachronism police show up." "The what now?" But Sister Agatha was already walking away, her robes swishing with the authority of someone who had learned to navigate both medieval politics and university bureaucracy. Margaret scrambled to follow, her new shoes making sounds like frustrated cats on the cobblestones. As they walked through the village, Margaret noticed more inconsistencies. A blacksmith hammered what looked suspiciously like a smartphone case. A merchant sold authentic medieval remedies from bottles that clearly bore modern safety seals. And everywhere people moved with the particular sort of resigned efficiency that Margaret recognised from her office environment. "Right," Sister Agatha said, stopping outside what appeared to be a tavern with a sign reading, "The Temporal Refugee." "Here's the situation. Welcome to Kronos Commons, the accidental dumping ground for temporal tourists, displaced individuals, and the generally temporally confused. We've got Romans, Victorians, a perplexed gentleman from 1623 who keeps asking about the location of the nearest Starbucks, and last week we acquired a flapper from the 20s who has already revolutionised our cocktail menu." Margaret felt a familiar sensation that she usually associated with faculty meetings, the gradual realisation that she was trapped in something that made no sense but would somehow become her responsibility. "How do I get home?" she asked. Sister Agatha's smile took on the sort of kindness typically reserved for delivering catastrophic news. "Well, that's the question, isn't it? Some people figure it out, others don't. But the good news is, we've developed quite a nice little community here. We've got running water, thanks to a Roman engineer, decent food courtesy of a Victorian chef, and surprisingly progressive social policies implemented by a group of suffragettes who arrived last spring." Margaret looked around at the village with new eyes. It wasn't medieval at all, she realised. It was something entirely new, a place where time had hiccuped, collected its mistakes, and decided to make the best of things. "How long have you been here?" she asked. 5 years is a subjective time. It could be 5 minutes or 5 decades in the real world. Time's a bit wobbly here. Sister Agatha shrugged. "But I've got to say, the research opportunities are unparalleled. Where else can you get primary source material from actual primary sources?" Margaret felt herself beginning to panic, which was unfortunate because panic had never been particularly useful in her experience. "But I have a job, I have a mortgage, I have a cat." "Had," Sister Agatha corrected gently. Past tense is crucial when you're dealing with temporal displacement, but look on the bright side. No more mortgage payments. The temporal refugee turned out to be precisely what it sounded like. A tavern for people who had accidentally fallen through the cracks in time and were making the best of it with varying degrees of success. The proprietor was a cheerful woman named Gladys, who claimed to be from 1943 and had arrived during the Blitz expecting to find an air raid shelter. Instead, she'd found herself the accidental mayor of history's most confused municipality. "New arrival," Gladys announced as Sister Agatha led Margaret through the door. "Welcome to the club that no one desired to join, yet everyone inextricably finds themselves a part of. The first drink is free, the second is on credit, and the third is your responsibility because you should know our economy by then." The tavern's interior was a fascinating collision of architectural periods. Tudor beams supported what appeared to be Art Deco light fixtures, while Roman mosaics decorated floors laid with Victorian tiles. The overall effect was like walking into time and having an identity crisis. At a corner table, a man in what looked like 18th century clothing was engaged in animated conversation with a woman wearing a 1960s mod dress, and a Roman centurion who had apparently decided to keep his armour but update his attitude. Their discussion appeared to centre around the best methods for organising a democratic government when your citizenry spanned roughly 2,000 years of political evolution. "That's our steering committee," Sister Agatha explained. "We found that representative democracy works surprisingly well when everyone's equally confused about the present situation. Thomas, who hails from the year 1776, arrived shortly after signing a document he describes as terribly important, which is why he has strong opinions about governance. Veronica, who is from 1967, holds strong opinions on a wide range of topics. Marcus has strong opinions about military organisation, primarily suggesting that all disputes should be settled through combat." Margaret accepted a drink from Gladys that tasted like it had been invented by someone who remembered alcohol fondly, but had to work with medieval ingredients. Although it wasn't entirely unpleasant, the drink felt like a metaphor for her entire situation. "So how does this work?" Margaret asked. "The day-to-day, I mean. You can't all just sit around drinking and forming committees." "Oh, heavens no," Gladys laughed. "We've got quite the economy going. It turns out when you put together people from different times, you get a lot of useful knowledge exchange. Marcus taught us Roman construction techniques, which the Victorian engineer improved with modern material science, which Thomas enhanced with democratic labour practices, which Veronica revolutionised with modern efficiency methods." She gestured toward the window where Margaret could see people working on what appeared to be a construction project involving both medieval stonework and suspiciously modern-looking plumbing. "We're building a proper town hall," Sister Agatha explained, "complete with meeting rooms, a library, and what Veronica insists on calling a social services department. Apparently temporal displacement comes with its own unique set of bureaucratic needs." "But surely someone's trying to get home?" Margaret asked. The tavern went quiet in a way that suggested she'd touched on a sensitive subject. Gladys polished a glass with unnecessary intensity, while Sister Agatha developed a sudden interest in the pattern of the tablecloth. "Well," Thomas said from the corner table, his colonial American accent carrying clearly across the room, "that's rather the central question, isn't it? Some folks spend all their time trying to figure out the way back. Others come to the conclusion that staying in the present isn't necessarily a bad thing. And some..." He trailed off. "Some?" Margaret prompted. "Some discover that home isn't quite what they remembered," Veronica finished, her London accent crisp despite the anachronistic setting. "Turns out when you've been gone for subjective years, certain assumptions about what you want to return to start looking rather questionable." Marcus, the Roman centurion, nodded gravely. "I was fleeing Gaul when I arrived here. The situation, which involved a superior officer's wife and a misunderstanding about Roman marriage customs, was rather embarrassing. Point is, going back would involve considerably more crucifixion than I'm comfortable with." Margaret felt the weight of her life settling around her like an ill-fitting coat. Her job at the library, while stable, had become increasingly automated and decreasingly fulfilling. Her marriage had ended 2 years ago when her husband discovered that his midlife crisis required a motorcycle and a 25-year-old named Crystal. Her mortgage was for a house that had always felt too large for one person and too small for the life she'd imagined she'd have. "How do you know if you want to go back?" she asked quietly. "That," said Sister Agatha, "is the question everyone asks, and nobody can answer for anyone else. But I will say this. In 5 years here, I've published more original research than I did in 20 years at Cambridge. It turns out that primary source material is much easier to obtain when your sources are sitting at the next table." Gladys set down her glass and leaned against the bar. "I've been thinking about that night in London when I ended up here. The sirens were going off, bombs were falling, and I was more terrified than I'd ever been in my life. But I was also more alive than I'd felt in years. 3 years had passed since my husband's death. My children had grown and left, and I was merely existing. You need me here. I'm building something." "But don't you miss it?" Margaret asked. "Your real life?" "This is my real life," Gladys said simply. "The other one was just what happened before I started living." The tavern door abruptly opened, suggesting either extreme urgency or poor door maintenance. A young man stumbled in wearing clothes that looked like a confused merger between medieval peasant wear and what Margaret was beginning to recognise as the standard-issue temporal refugee uniform. "Emergency committee meeting," he announced breathlessly. "We've got anachronism police incoming, and they're asking about unauthorised timeline modifications." The tavern erupted into organised chaos. Thomas immediately began drafting what he called emergency protocols for democratic crisis management. Veronica started organising people into what she termed efficiency groups. Marcus began discussing defensive strategies that involved words like phalanx and tactical retreat. "Anachronism police?" Margaret asked Sister Agatha about the commotion. "Time travel's governing body," Sister Agatha explained grimly. "Consider them to be the universe's hall monitors, but with the authority to erase entire timelines if they think things have gotten too messy. They don't like places like this. Too many variables, too much potential for paradox. What do? Best case scenario, they relocate us to approved temporal zones. Worst case scenario, they decide we're too much of a risk and..." Sister Agatha made a gesture that could be interpreted as either poof or obliteration. Margaret felt that familiar librarian instinct kicking in, the one that appeared whenever someone threatened to reorganise her carefully maintained systems without consulting her first. It was the same feeling she got when patrons tried to return books to the wrong shelves, or when her supervisor suggested improving efficiency through methods that would clearly make everything worse. "Right," she said, surprising herself with her decisiveness. "What actions are necessary?" The emergency committee meeting took place in what Gladys optimistically called the community centre, which was actually the tavern with the tables pushed together and everyone trying to look official, although half of them were drinking ale at 10 in the morning. Margaret found herself appointed as Secretary of Records primarily because she was the only one present who knew what carbon paper was and could also operate the hand-cranked printing press that a Victorian gentleman named Nigel had constructed from memory and spare parts. "Right then," Thomas said, calling the meeting to order, with the sort of gravitas that suggested he'd had practice at this sort of thing. "Jeremiah, report." Jeremiah, the young man who'd brought the news, stood up and consulted what appeared to be notes written on bark. 3 anachronism police officers arrived this morning via what looked like a temporal vortex disguised as a travelling merchant's wagon. They are staying at the inn and asking questions about unauthorised timeline modifications and dangerous temporal accumulations. "Dangerous temporal accumulations," Sister Agatha repeated thoughtfully. "That's what they call places like us. We have an excessive number of individuals from various eras residing in one place. We're apparently creating what they term chronological instability." "Bollocks," said Veronica firmly. "We're creating a chronological community. There's a difference." Marcus nodded approvingly. "In Rome we had a saying, when the bureaucrats arrive, hide the wine and sharpen the swords." "We're not hiding wine or sharpening swords," Thompson said quickly. "We're civilised people having a civilised discussion about how to handle a bureaucratic situation through proper democratic channels." "Have you met bureaucrats?" Gladys asked dryly. "In my experience, proper democratic channels work about as well for people in London during the Blitz as they do now. That is not at all, and you mostly have to muddle through and hope for the best. Margaret found herself taking detailed notes, partly out of professional habit and partly because writing things down helped her think. As she wrote, patterns began to emerge. The Anachronism Police seemed concerned about their community's effect on the timeline, but from what she could gather, they hadn't actually done anything to affect it. They were just living their lives in a place that technically shouldn't exist. What exactly is the timeline we're supposedly affecting? She asked. The room went quiet. Margaret was beginning to recognise this particular type of silence. It was the same one that occurred in library staff meetings when someone asked obvious questions that revealed fundamental problems with the entire system. "Well," Sister Agatha said slowly, "that's rather complicated. See, technically, none of us should be here. We should all be in our original times, living our original lives, making our original contributions to history. But we're not affecting our original times," Margaret pointed out. "We're not there. If anything, our absence should have more impact than our presence here." "Ah," said Nigel, the Victorian engineer, speaking up for the first time. "That's where it gets intriguing. My research, which I've dedicated a significant amount of time to, indicates that our disappearances have received compensation." "Compensated how?" Thomas asked. "Replacements," Nigel said simply. "The timeline has generated substitute versions of us to fill the gaps we left behind. My wife believes I died in a factory accident. Sister Agatha's university believes she took early retirement. Margaret's library believes she moved to Florida to care for an elderly relative." Margaret felt a chill that had nothing to do with the medieval heating system. "So there's another version of me living my life?" "A timeline-generated approximation," Sister Agatha confirmed. "Close enough to maintain continuity, but not actually you. Think of it as temporal autocorrect." "That's deeply unsettling," Margaret said. "Welcome to time travel," Gladys said cheerfully. "Nothing about it makes sense, and the more you think about it, the more you realise that sense was always overrated anyway." The meeting continued for another hour, with various committee members proposing solutions that ranged from diplomatic negotiation, Thomas, to strategic misdirection, Veronica, to trial by combat, Marcus predictably. Margaret found herself thinking about the other version of herself living in her house, doing her job, and presumably feeding her cat. Was that version of her fulfilled? Was she living the life Margaret had been too afraid to lead? "I propose," she said, interrupting a discussion about the proper protocol for addressing temporal law enforcement, "that we find out what the Anachronism Police actually want before we decide how to respond to them." "Revolutionary thinking," Veronica said approvingly. "Gather intelligence before forming strategy. I like her." "It's called reconnaissance," Marcus added. "Basic military procedure." "It's called common sense," Gladys said. "But I suppose that's revolutionary enough in most situations." Thomas nodded thoughtfully. "Margaret raises an excellent point. We've been assuming they want to shut us down or relocate us, but perhaps their concerns are more specific. Jeremiah, what exactly were they asking about?" Jeremiah consulted his bark notes again. They wanted to know about unauthorized historical documentation, anachronistic technological development, and unsanctioned temporal education programs. Margaret felt her librarian instincts tingling. Those are very specific concerns, not general timeline protection, specific activities. "Sister Agatha's been writing papers about medieval life based on direct observation," Nigel said slowly. "I've been developing hybrid technologies using knowledge from multiple times, and we've all been sharing knowledge across historical boundaries." "We've been learning from each other," Margaret said, "and apparently that's what they're worried about." The room fell silent again, but this time it was the thoughtful silence of people realising they were in more trouble than they'd initially understood, but also possibly more right than they'd dared to hope. "So," Thomas said finally, "we're not just temporal refugees, we're temporal revolutionaries." "Accidental temporal revolutionaries," or Sister Agatha corrected. "The best kind," Veronica said with satisfaction. "Nobody expects the accidental revolutionaries." Margaret looked around the room at her fellow temporal misfits and felt something she hadn't experienced in years. The sense that she was precisely where she was supposed to be, doing exactly what she was supposed to do. She appeared to be tasked with challenging the fundamental principles of temporal law enforcement by radically establishing a functional community. "Right then," she said, surprising herself again with her decisiveness. Let's go talk to these anachronism police and find out exactly what kind of revolution we're accidentally leading. Based on her experience with various forms of bureaucratic authority, Margaret expected the anachronism police to be polite, efficient, and firmly convinced that their approach was the only logical one. They had taken up residence in the village's only inn, which was run by a cheerful woman from the 14th century who had adapted to her unusual clientele by developing what she called a flexible approach to customer service. The three officers were sitting in the inn's common room when Margaret's diplomatic delegation arrived. Thomas had insisted on formal protocols, Veronica had insisted on strategic positioning, and Marcus had insisted on bringing weapons, ceremonial purposes only, he'd assured them, while checking the edge on his gladius. Margaret had insisted on bringing tea service because, in her experience, any difficult conversation went better with proper refreshments. The lead officer was a woman who introduced herself as Inspector Kronos, which Margaret suspected was either an assumed name or evidence that the Anachronism Police had a department devoted entirely to ironic nomenclature. She was wearing what appeared to be a uniform designed by someone who had been told to create timeless professional attire and had interpreted the term as a boring grey suit that could plausibly exist in any century. "Thank you for meeting with us," Inspector Kronos said as Margaret arranged the tea service on the inn's largest table. "We appreciate your cooperation in this matter." "Our pleasure," Thomas replied smoothly, "though I confess we're uncertain about the nature of the matter that requires our cooperation." Inspector Kronos consulted a tablet that definitely hadn't existed in any time period Margaret could identify. "You're aware that this settlement exists in violation of several temporal accords?" "We weren't aware there were temporal accords," Sister Agatha said mildly. "Perhaps you could enlighten us?" Margaret poured tea while listening to Inspector Kronos explain the complex legal framework that apparently governed time travel. According to the temporal accords, unauthorized time travel was prohibited, temporal settlements were forbidden, and cross-temporal knowledge sharing was considered a Class 3 chronological offence punishable by timeline rehabilitation. "Timeline rehabilitation sounds ominous," Veronica observed. "It's a humane process," Inspector Kronos assured her. "We simply relocate individuals to appropriate temporal zones where they can live productive lives without disrupting historical continuity." "Separate us, you mean," Margaret said, offering the sugar cubes. "Send us back to our original times, whether we want to go or not." "The personal preferences of temporally displaced persons are secondary to the stability of the timeline," Inspector Kronos replied, accepting her tea with the sort of politeness that suggested she'd been trained in diplomatic protocols but found them tedious. Margaret felt that familiar librarian anger rising, the specific fury that came from dealing with people who prioritised systems over people and called it necessary efficiency. And who decided that timeline stability was more important than personal autonomy? Inspector Kronos looked genuinely puzzled by the question. "The temporal authority, of course. Timeline stability maintains the proper order of historical events." "Whose proper order?" Thomas asked, his colonial revolutionary instincts clearly activated. "Who gave this temporal authority the right to determine how people should live their lives?" "The authority derives from temporal law, which exists to prevent paradoxes and maintain historical accuracy," Inspector Kronos explained patiently, as if speaking to children who couldn't understand basic concepts. "Historical accuracy according to whom?" Sister Agatha asked. "I've spent 5 years here conducting primary research that's revealed significant errors in accepted historical narratives. Are you more interested in preserving factual accuracy or in upholding your own interpretation of accuracy?" Margaret watched Inspector Kronos' face carefully. Years of dealing with library patrons had taught her to recognise the exact moment when someone realised their position might not be as unassailable as they'd assumed. Inspector Kronos was having that moment right now. "Your research is part of the problem," one of the other officers said, speaking for the first time. "You're creating unauthorised historical documentation that could alter scholarly understanding of past events." "You mean it could improve scholarly understanding," Margaret said sweetly, refilling his teacup. "Isn't that what research is supposed to do?" "Not when it disrupts established historical consensus," the officer replied. "Established historical consensus has been wrong before," Veronica pointed out. "I should know. I lived through the 60s, and the established historical consensus about that decade is almost entirely bollocks." Margaret could see that this conversation was heading toward the sort of philosophical impasse that typically resulted in either violence or very long meetings. In her experience, violence was messier, but often more efficient than meetings. However, both typically ended with someone feeling aggrieved and nothing actually resolved. "Inspector Kronos," she said, interrupting what appeared to be the beginning of a lecture about the importance of historical stability. "May I ask you a personal question?" Inspector Kronos looked wary. "I suppose. When did you last have a vacation?" The question clearly wasn't what Inspector Kronos had expected. That's not relevant to this investigation." "Humour me," Margaret said, employing the same tone she used with particularly stubborn library patrons. "When did you last take time off from work?" "Temporal authority agents don't take vacations," Inspector Kronos said stiffly. "We have important work to do." "Everyone needs time off," Margaret said gently. "Otherwise work becomes the only thing that gives life meaning, and that's not healthy for anyone. Trust me, I speak from experience." She gestured around the inn's common room, where the afternoon light was streaming through windows that had been designed by someone from the 18th century, built by someone from ancient Rome, and decorated by someone from the 1960s. The result was chaotic, but somehow harmonious, like a visual representation of their entire community. "This place works," she said. "We have people from a dozen different times living together, sharing knowledge, building something new. We're not disrupting the timeline. We're creating something the timeline never had before. Something beautiful." "Unauthorized beauty is still unauthorized," Inspector Kronos said, but her voice lacked conviction. "According to the temporal accords, yes," Margaret agreed. "But have you considered that the temporal accords might be wrong?" The silence that followed was different from the previous uncomfortable silences. This silence was the result of someone who had blindly followed the rules for years, suddenly forced to question their logic. "The accords exist for good reason," Inspector Kronos said finally. "I'm sure they do," Thomas said diplomatically, "but good reasons can become bad reasons if circumstances change. In my experience, the best laws are the ones that can adapt to new situations." "What if," Sister Agatha suggested carefully, "instead of shutting us down, you studied us? We could be a pilot program for controlled cross-temporal community development. Think of the research opportunities." Margaret could see Inspector Kronos wavering. Years of bureaucratic training were warring with what appeared to be genuine curiosity, and possibly the first intriguing conversation she'd had in decades. "That would require authorization from the temporal authority," Inspector Kronos said slowly. "Then let's get authorization," Margaret said briskly. "I assume there's some sort of application process?" Inspector Kronos stared at her. "You want to apply for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community?" "Why not?" Margaret shrugged. "We're already here, we're already functioning, and apparently we're already breaking the rules. Might as well break them officially." Applying for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community turned out to involve approximately 17 different forms, each of which had to be filled out in triplicate using writing implements appropriate to the time period of the person filling them out. Margaret found herself wielding a quill pen for the first time in her life, while cursing whoever had decided that bureaucracy should be deliberately difficult. "This is ridiculous," Veronica muttered, struggling with what appeared to be a form designed to assess cross-temporal cultural integration protocols. "They want to know our policy for resolving conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices." "We don't have conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices," Thomas pointed out, working his way through a form about democratic governance in multi-period communities with the sort of methodical precision that suggested he'd had experience with colonial paperwork. "Exactly," Sister Agatha said. "Marcus handles military justice, Nigel handles infrastructure disputes, you handle governance issues, and Gladys handles everything else because she's the only one who's actually good at managing people." Margaret looked up from Form 47B, Justification for Temporal Cohabitation, and realised something important. They hadn't just accidentally created a community, they'd accidentally created a functioning government. And not just any government, but one that actually worked because everyone involved was too confused and too practical to waste time on politics. "We need to document this," she said suddenly. "Document what?" Inspector Kronos asked. She had remained at the inn to oversee the application process, but Margaret suspected that her primary reason for staying was her interest in their community, which she found far more engaging than her usual assignments. "This is how we govern ourselves," Margaret explained, reaching for a fresh sheet of paper. If we're applying to be an experimental community, we need to show that our experiment actually produces results. Over the next several hours, Margaret found herself doing what she did best, organising information. With input from the others, she documented their decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation systems, and their integration protocols. What emerged was a picture of a community that had organically developed solutions to problems that political scientists spent decades debating. "This is extraordinary," Inspector Kronos said, reading over Margaret's documentation. "You've created a functional multi-temporal democracy with built-in cultural sensitivity protocols and adaptive governance structures." "We've muddled through," Gladys corrected, bringing them all another round of tea. "We've made the best of it, just like anyone else who finds themselves in an unexpected situation." "But that's precisely the point," Inspector Kronos said, excitement creeping into her voice for the first time since Margaret had met her. "Most temporal displacement results in psychological trauma, cultural isolation, and eventual breakdown. You've created something that not only works, but actually enhances the lives of everyone involved." Margaret looked around the inn's common room, where their impromptu government session had attracted an audience of curious community members. Marcus was explaining Roman military organisation to a group that included a Viking warrior, 2 medieval merchants, and what appeared to be a flapper who had arrived just that morning. Nigel was sketching engineering diagrams on a napkin, while a Renaissance artist offered suggestions about aesthetic improvements. Thomas and Veronica were deep in discussion about the practical applications of democratic theory, with a gentleman who claimed to be from the court of Louis XIV. "It works because we need it to work," Margaret said. "We can't go home, so we have to make this place home, and that means figuring out how to live together even when we come from entirely different worlds." "The temporal authority should see this," Inspector Kronos said. "They've been trying to solve the problem of the temporal displacement for centuries, and you've accidentally discovered the solution." "What's the problem with temporal displacement?" Sister Agatha asked. "Displaced persons typically suffer from severe temporal culture shock," Inspector Kronos explained. "They can't adapt to their new time, but they can't return to their original time either. Most end up in specialised care facilities or isolated temporal reservations." Margaret felt a chill. Temporal reservations? "Quarantine zones where displaced persons can live out their lives without affecting the timeline," Inspector Kronos said, apparently not noticing the horror on everyone's faces. "It's considered the most humane solution." "Humane?" Thomas repeated flatly. "You isolate people from society and call it humane. It's better than the alternative," Inspector Kronos said defensively. "Uncontrolled temporal displacement can cause paradoxes, timeline disruptions, and even reality cascades." "Has that actually happened?" Margaret asked. "Or is it theoretical?" Inspector Kronos paused. "Well, theoretical. But the risk is theoretical," Margaret finished. "Meanwhile, the reality is that you're condemning people to isolation based on theoretical risks." She stood up, feeling the same sense of righteous indignation that had sustained her through years of fighting budget cuts and bureaucratic interference at the library. "Inspector Kronos, I think it's time the temporal authority met with some people who have actually made temporal displacement work." "You want to petition the temporal authority directly?" Inspector Kronos asked, looking alarmed. "I want to invite them to visit," Margaret corrected. "Let them see what we've built here. Let them meet our community. Let them understand that temporal displacement doesn't have to be a problem to be managed. It can be an opportunity to be embraced." The room went quiet again, but this time it was the excited silence of people who had just realised they were about to do something either very brave or very stupid, and weren't entirely sure which. "That," said Veronica slowly, "is either brilliant or completely insane." "In my experience," Gladys said cheerfully, "the best ideas are usually both." Inspector Kronos looked around the room at the faces of people who had accidentally revolutionised temporal community planning, and were now proposing to take their revolution directly to the highest levels of temporal authority. Margaret could see her trying to calculate the potential consequences, weigh the risks against the benefits, and figure out whether supporting this plan would advance or destroy her career. "I'll need to send a preliminary report first," she said finally. "Prepare them for the possibility of an unconventional solution to the displacement problem." "Unconventional solutions are the best kind," Marcus said approvingly. "In Rome we had a saying, when conventional tactics fail, Try something so unexpected that your enemies defeat themselves through confusion. Did Romans actually say that? Thomas asked. No, Marcus admitted cheerfully, but they should have. It's excellent advice. Margaret looked at Inspector Kronos, who was staring at their community with the expression of someone who had come to enforce the rules and instead discovered that they might need changing. Inspector, she said gently, when did you last do something that made you excited about your work? Inspector Kronos was quiet for a long moment. I can't remember, she said finally. Then maybe it's time to try something new, Margaret suggested. Maybe it's time to help us show the temporal authority that some problems are actually opportunities in disguise. The temporal authority's response to Inspector Kronos' preliminary report arrived 3 days later in the form of what appeared to be a medieval messenger who rode a horse that moved slightly too smoothly and cast no shadow. The message itself was written on parchment that looked authentic but felt like high-quality printer paper, and the ink had the peculiar property of remaining wet until someone read it, at which point it dried instantly. Margaret had become fascinated by these temporal inconsistencies. Everything about the temporal authority seemed designed to look period-appropriate while functioning with modern efficiency, as if they couldn't decide whether they wanted to blend in with history or transcend it entirely. They're sending a delegation, Inspector Kronos announced, reading the message aloud to the assembled community. Senior Inspector Paradox, Inspector Causality, and Director Temporal will arrive tomorrow to assess the viability of Kronos Commons as an experimental temporal community. Director Temporal? Sister Agatha asked. That's either a critical person or someone with a deeply unfortunate name. Both, probably, Veronica said. In my experience, the most important bureaucrats always have the most ridiculous titles. Margaret felt the familiar flutter of anxiety that preceded any important inspection, whether it was library auditors, health department officials, or, apparently, temporal law enforcement. But underneath the anxiety was something else. Excitement. For the first time in years, she was part of something that mattered, something worth fighting for. Right then, she said, standing up with the sort of decisiveness that surprised everyone, including herself. We have one day to prepare for the most important visitors this community has ever received. I suggest we show them exactly what we've accomplished here. The next 24 hours passed in a blur of organised chaos that would have made any event planner weep with either admiration or despair. Gladys organised a feast that showcased culinary techniques from 12 different times. Nigel provided the entire village with a comprehensive overview of infrastructure improvements, highlighting the innovations that emerged from the fusion of Roman engineering, Victorian precision, and modern material science. Thomas prepared a presentation on their governance structure that managed to be both academically rigorous and practically applicable. Margaret found herself coordinating the entire effort, which felt remarkably similar to organising the library's annual fundraising gala, except with more times involved and significantly higher stakes. She discovered that her years of managing library events had prepared her surprisingly well for managing temporal diplomacy. The delegation arrived precisely at noon, stepping out of what appeared to be a travelling merchant's wagon that definitely hadn't been there moments before. Director Temporal turned out to be a woman who looked like she could have been anywhere between 30 and 300 years old, wearing robes that managed to suggest both medieval authority and modern professionalism. Senior Inspector Paradox was a tall man with the sort of precisely groomed appearance that suggested he took temporal regulations very seriously indeed. Inspector Causality was younger, with the eager expression of someone who had recently been promoted and was determined to prove worthy of the position. Welcome to Kronos Commons, Margaret said, stepping forward with the sort of confidence usually reserved for dealing with particularly difficult library board members. We're honoured by your visit. Director Temporal looked around the village square, where the community had assembled to greet their visitors. Her expression was carefully neutral, but Margaret caught her pausing to study the architectural innovations, the way people from different times were naturally interacting, and the general atmosphere of purposeful activity. Inspector Kronos has submitted a preliminary report suggesting that this community represents a viable alternative to traditional temporal displacement protocols, Director Temporal said. We're here to assess the accuracy of that assessment. We'd be delighted to show you around, Thomas said, stepping forward with colonial diplomatic charm. Perhaps we could begin with our governance centre. What followed was the most unusual tour Margaret had ever participated in. They showed the delegation their democratic decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation system, and their integration protocols. At each stop, community members demonstrated not just how their systems worked, but why they worked. The key insight, Sister Agatha explained as they stood in what had become their informal research centre, is that temporal displacement doesn't have to mean cultural isolation. When you put people from different times together, they don't just adapt to each other, they enhance each other. She gestured to a wall covered with research notes, engineering diagrams, artistic collaborations, and what appeared to be a detailed analysis of democratic theory written in 4 different languages by authors from 4 different centuries. We're not just preserving historical knowledge, she continued. We're creating new knowledge by combining historical perspectives in ways that have never been possible before. Inspector Causality was taking in emailed notes, while Senior Inspector Paradox maintained an expression of professional scepticism. Director Temporal, however, was studying the research wall with the sort of intense focus that suggested she was seeing something she hadn't expected. "This is unprecedented," she said finally. "Cross-temporal knowledge synthesis on this scale. The implications are extraordinary." "The implications are what we live with every day," Gladys said cheerfully, appearing with a tray of refreshments that somehow managed to appeal to taste preferences from across the centuries. Turns out when you stop worrying about the implications and start focusing on the practicalities, most problems solve themselves. The tour continued through the afternoon, with the delegation observing everything from Marcus's conflict resolution sessions, which involved more shouting than Margaret was comfortable with but seemed to work, to Nigel's engineering workshops, which had produced innovations that probably shouldn't have been possible with available materials. However, Margaret was aware that the evening feast would determine the success or failure of their argument. As the community gathered around tables that had been built by combining Roman construction techniques with Victorian craftsmanship and modern ergonomic principles, she watched the delegation observe something that couldn't be documented or measured: the simple fact that their community was genuinely happy. "I have a question," Director Temporal said as the meal wound down. "What happens when someone wants to leave?" The question lingered in the air, akin to an uncomfortable truth that everyone had been evading. Margaret felt her stomach clench because this was the one aspect of their community they hadn't fully addressed. "Well," Thomas said slowly, "that's rather complicated. We haven't actually figured out how to leave, even if someone wanted to." "But would you?" Inspector Causality asked. "Want to leave, I mean? If you could." Margaret looked around the table at faces that had become more familiar to her than her family. These people had become her colleagues, her friends, her chosen community in a way that her old life had never provided. "I think," she said carefully, "that's the wrong question. The right question is, would we want to go back to the lives we were living before we came here?" "And the answer to that question?" Director Temporal asked. Margaret smiled. "Ask me tomorrow." The temporal authority's decision came in the form of an official proclamation that somehow managed to be both bureaucratically precise and genuinely revolutionary. Kronos Commons was granted experimental status as the first authorised cross-temporal community development project, with funding, legal recognition, and most importantly, official permission to continue existing. "Congratulations," Director Temporal said, presenting Margaret with a document that looked like a medieval charter, but contained clauses about innovative temporal integration methodologies and sustainable anachronistic community planning. "You've accidentally solved a problem we've been working on for centuries." "We've accidentally solved several problems," Veronica corrected. "Temporal displacement, cross-cultural integration, sustainable community development, and Margaret's midlife crisis." Margaret laughed because it was true. Somewhere between organising emergency committee meetings and negotiating with temporal bureaucrats, she had discovered that her midlife crisis hadn't been about her age or her circumstances. It had been about the fact that she hadn't been living a life that felt like her own. "So what happens now?" she asked. "Now," Director Temporal said, "you become a model for other temporal displacement situations. We'll be sending observers, researchers, and probably a few more accidental time travellers your way. You're going to be busy." "We're already busy," Gladys pointed out. "But we're good at busy. Busy is what happens when you're doing something that matters." As the temporal authority delegation prepared to leave, Inspector Kronos approached Margaret privately. "I've submitted a request for reassignment," she said. "I'd like to stay here as a permanent liaison between the community and the authority." "Why do you want to be reassigned?" Margaret asked. though she suspected she knew the answer. Because for the first time in decades I'm engaged in work that feels significant, Inspector Kronos stated plainly. And because someone needs to document what you're accomplishing here. Future temporal communities are going to need guidance, and you've already figured out most of the answers. Margaret nodded. We'll need help with the paperwork anyway. Temporal bureaucracy is even more complicated than regular bureaucracy. That evening, as the community gathered for what had become their traditional end-of-day meeting, Margaret reflected on the strange journey that had brought her here. 6 months ago she had been living a life that felt too small, too predictable, and too much like settling for less than she deserved. Now she was helping to pioneer a new form of human community that existed outside normal time and space. Any regrets? Sister Agatha asked, settling into the chair beside her. Margaret considered the question seriously. Did she miss her old life? Did she miss her house, her job, her routine? Or did she miss the person she had been when those things had felt like enough? I miss my cat, she said finally. Cats are adaptable. If he could see me now, he'd probably approve. He always thought I was capable of more than I believed. Cats are excellent judges of character, Thomas agreed. They see potential that humans often miss. Speaking of potential, Veronica said, what do we want to be when we grow up? Now that we're officially experimental, we get to decide what we're experimenting with. The question sparked the sort of enthusiastic discussion that Margaret had learned to associate with her new community. Ideas flew around the room like butterflies, establishing a university for cross-temporal studies, developing sustainable technologies that combine knowledge from multiple time periods, creating artistic collaborations that had never been possible before, and writing the definitive guides to temporal community planning. We could change how people think about time itself, Nigel suggested. Demonstrate that past, present and future aren't separate things. They're different perspectives on the same human experience. We could revolutionise historical research, Sister Agatha added. Imagine what we could learn if historians could actually talk to the people they study. We could perfect democracy, or, Thomas said with the enthusiasm of someone who had spent centuries thinking about political theory. Test different approaches with people who have lived under different systems. We could just keep being ourselves and see what happens, Gladys said pragmatically. In my experience, the best revolutions are the ones that happen naturally, because people are living the lives they want to live. Margaret listened to the conversation swirl around her and felt something she had never experienced before, complete certainty that she was precisely where she belonged, doing exactly what she was meant to do, with exactly the people she was meant to do it with. I have a proposal, she said, and the room quieted to listen. What if we stop defining ourselves and just become who we want to be? We're not just a temporal community or an experimental project or an accidental revolution. We're people who found each other across time and space and decided to build something beautiful together. That, said Marcus approvingly, is the sort of proposal that wins wars. Are we at war? Inspector Causality asked, looking alarmed. We're at war with the idea that people have to accept the lives they're given instead of creating the lives they want, Margaret said. We're at war with the notion that different is dangerous instead of wonderful. The belief that the future must mirror the past, simply because it's the norm, is what we're fighting against. Revolutionary wars are the best kind, Veronica said with satisfaction, especially when you win them by accident. As the meeting wound down and people began drifting back to their homes that had been built by combining architectural knowledge from across the centuries, decorated with art created through cross-temporal collaboration, and filled with the sort of contentment that came from living in a community where everyone belonged, Margaret stepped outside to look up at stars that had witnessed all of human history. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new visitors, and new opportunities to prove that their accidental experiment in temporal community building could work on a larger scale. There would be more paperwork, more bureaucracy, and more negotiations with authorities who still weren't entirely convinced that rules were meant to be broken. But tonight, Margaret was simply a woman who had accidentally time-travelled into the best life she'd never imagined living, surrounded by friends she had never expected to make, working on projects that mattered in ways she was still discovering. She thought about the other version of herself, living in her old house, working at her old job, probably wondering why life felt so unsatisfying. Margaret had been awaiting approval to pursue her desired life. This Margaret had learned that sometimes the best thing you can do is stop waiting for permission and start creating the life you deserve. The stars looked exactly the same as they had in her time, which somehow made everything else feel possible. Time was more flexible than anyone had imagined, community was more important than anyone had realised, and revolution could happen accidentally when people simply decided to treat each other with kindness and respect across the barriers that were supposed to divide them. Margaret smiled and went inside to help Gladys plan tomorrow's menu, because even accidental revolutionaries had to eat, and someone needed to coordinate the logistics of changing the world one shared meal at a time. After all, she was still a librarian at heart, and librarians understood that the most important revolutions were the ones that happened quietly, one person at a time, through the simple act of helping people find exactly what they were looking for, even when they hadn't known they were looking for it. Picture, if you will, the year 1564 in Stratford-upon-Avon, where the River Avon meanders like a drunken playwright searching for his next line. Here, in a timber-framed house that creaks like old bones, young William Shakespeare draws his first breath into a world that will spend the next 4 centuries arguing about whether he actually existed. The irony, dear listeners, is that existing was precisely his problem. Born to John Shakespeare, a glover whose hands shaped leather, but whose dreams shaped disappointment, William inherited more than just his father's trade aspirations. He inherited the crushing weight of middle-class respectability in an age when stepping outside your designated social box was like performing Hamlet without a script. John, you see, wasn't content with merely crafting gloves. He harboured municipal ambitions, becoming an alderman and eventually bailiff of Stratford. Success, however, proved as slippery as wet leather, and by the time young Will reached adolescence, the family's fortunes had tumbled faster than a poorly rehearsed death scene. The Shakespeare household echoed with the peculiar tension of fallen gentility, that special kind of misery reserved for families who remember better times while counting their remaining coins. John's financial troubles weren't merely about money, they were about identity. In Elizabethan England, your worth was measured not just by your purse, but by your position, and John's declining fortunes meant the family name carried the particular stigma of ambitious failure. Young William, blessed with what we now recognise as genius but what his contemporaries might have called dangerous imagination, found himself trapped between his father's expectations and his own impossible dreams. Grammar school provided him with Latin, rhetoric, and a dangerous taste for stories that transported him far beyond Stratford's suffocating boundaries. However, the dual nature of education only served to stifle his provincial life, akin to attempting to encapsulate the vastness of the ocean within a tiny teacup. The boy who had become England's greatest writer spent his formative years watching his father's dreams crumble, while his own grew increasingly impossible. In a society where most people died within 20 miles of where they were born, William's imagination roamed freely through the ancient Rome, mythical Athens, and magical islands that existed nowhere but in his restless mind. This disconnect between inner vastness and outer limitation would haunt him throughout his life, the eternal struggle of the artist born into the wrong circumstances. But perhaps most cruelly, young Shakespeare possessed something that made his situation unbearable: talent. His talent was not the comfortable mediocrity that would have enabled him to follow his father's trade with contentment, but a blazing, undeniable gift that made ordinary life feel like wearing clothes several sizes too small. He could see the poetry in everyday speech, hear the music in casual conversation, and feel the dramatic potential in the mundane interactions of provincial life. This sensitivity, this capacity to elevate the ordinary to the extraordinary, served as both his greatest gift and his most enduring curse. The Stratford of Shakespeare's youth was a place where dreams were luxuries few could afford. Market days brought temporary excitement, travelling players occasionally provided glimpses of the wider world, but mostly life moved with the inexorable rhythm of seasonal agriculture and traditional expectations. For most residents, this predictability provided comfort. For young William, it felt like a gradual suffocation. He was born into a coop of contented chickens, and everyone wondered why he couldn't simply be satisfied with the available seeds. At 18, our future bard found himself ensnared in life's most common trap: biology. Anne Hathaway, 8 years his senior and already showing signs of their impending child, represented both salvation and imprisonment for young Shakespeare. The marriage, hastily arranged in November 1582, solved one immediate problem while creating a dozen others, like using a beautiful bandage to cover a gaping wound. Anne, daughter of a prosperous shottery farmer, brought to the union everything William lacked: maturity, practical knowledge, and the grounding influence of someone who understood that life required more than pretty words and soaring imagination. She also brought pregnancy, which in Elizabethan England meant marriage wasn't a choice but a moral imperative wrapped in social necessity. The wedding, conducted with unseemly haste, whispered of scandal in a society where reputation was currency and shame was bankruptcy. Within 2 years, the couple had 3 children, Susanna, followed by twins Hamnet and Judith. Suddenly, the dreamy young man who had spent his youth crafting sonnets in his head found himself responsible for 4 mouths to feed and a household to maintain. Fatherhood, that magnificent destroyer of artistic pretensions, descended upon Shakespeare like a plague of locusts, consuming his time, energy, and the luxury of self-contemplation. The irony was exquisite. The man who would write the most psychologically complex characters in literature found himself trapped in the most conventional of plots. Morning brought not inspiration, but the demands of crying babies. Evening arrived with exhaustion instead of creative energy, and the night hours that should have belonged to his muse were claimed by the basic requirements of survival. Anne, practical and patient, managed the household with competent efficiency, while William struggled to reconcile his soaring ambitions with the grinding reality of domestic responsibility. Money, that eternal antagonist in the drama of artistic aspiration, became an obsessive concern. Teaching, his most obvious career path, offered meagre compensation and a soul-crushing routine. The law, another possibility, required connections and capital he didn't possess. His father's glove-making trade promised steady income and social respectability, but the thought of spending his days shaping leather while his imagination withered felt like creative suicide. The young father found himself caught in the classic bind of the dreamer made practical. Every moment spent earning money was time stolen from his art. Yet without money, his family would starve and his dreams would become irrelevant luxuries. Anne, growing more practical with each passing day, began to view her husband's artistic inclinations with the barely concealed impatience of someone who understood that poetry didn't pay rent or put food on the table. Stratford, once merely confining, now felt like a velvet-lined coffin. The familiar streets that had nurtured his boyhood imagination now seemed to mock his trapped condition. He knew every face, every story, every possibility for advancement, and none of them included becoming the greatest writer in the English language. The provinces, he was learning, were designed for raising families and maintaining traditions, not for nurturing revolutionary genius. Yet amid this domestic imprisonment, something unexpected began to emerge. The very constraints that seemed to strangle his creativity began to teach him about human nature in ways his bachelor freedom never could. Watching his wife manage their household, observing his children develop their distinct personalities, and struggling with the daily negotiations of marriage, provided him with insights into character and a motivation that would later inform his greatest works. Forced to live among, understand, and depend upon real people, he was learning to write about them. Between 1585 and 1592, William Shakespeare vanished from historical record like a magician's assistant stepping behind a curtain, leaving scholars to debate his whereabouts with the fervour of theologians arguing about angels and pinheads. These lost years represent perhaps the most crucial period of his development, when the provincial family man somehow transformed into London's most promising playwright. The transformation, however, came at a cost that would echo through every subsequent triumph. The decision to leave Stratford required courage that bordered on madness. In the 1580s, London was a tumultuous mix of ambition, disease, creativity and violence, a city where people made and lost fortunes on a daily basis, where geniuses and charlatans interacted, and where the difference between success and destitution was measured in single performances. For a married man with 3 children, abandoning the security of provincial life for the uncertainties of the theatre world wasn't a romantic adventure, it was a potential catastrophe. Yet London's theatrical scene beckoned with irresistible allure. The playhouses, the theatre, the curtain torn, and the Rose were revolutionising entertainment, transforming drama from religious instruction into popular art. Here, writers like Christopher Marlowe were crafting plays that made audiences gasp with recognition and terror, while actors achieved fame that rivaled nobility. For Shakespeare, whose imagination had been cramped by the Stratford's limitations, London's theatres represented liberation from everything that had constrained his artistic development. The practical challenges were staggering. London's population had swollen to nearly 200,000, making it one of Europe's largest cities and certainly its most chaotic. Housing was scarce and expensive, food was often contaminated, and disease spread through crowded neighbourhoods with devastating efficiency. The plague, that recurring nightmare of Elizabethan life, could shut down theatres for months, leaving actors and writers without income and audiences without entertainment. Success required not just talent but survival, and survival demanded adaptability that few possessed. Shakespeare's entry into London's theatrical world likely began at the bottom, perhaps as a prompter, possibly as an actor in minor roles, certainly as someone willing to perform whatever tasks kept him near the creative energy he craved. The established playwrights, university-educated men like Marlowe, Greene and Nash, initially regarded this provincial interloper with suspicion and condescension. They possessed classical education, aristocratic connections, and the intellectual arrogance that comes from believing oneself naturally superior to one's competitors. The famous attack by Robert Greene, calling Shakespeare an upstart crow, revealed the complex social dynamics of Elizabethan theatre. Greene, dying in poverty despite his university education and literary reputation, resented Shakespeare's rapid rise through sheer talent and commercial instinct. The insult stung not because it was unfair, but because it contained an uncomfortable truth. Shakespeare was indeed an outsider, someone who had achieved through merit what others claimed by birthright. Yet this very outsider status became Shakespeare's greatest advantage. While his university-educated competitors wrote for their intellectual peers, Shakespeare understood ordinary audiences because he came from ordinary circumstances. He could craft entertainment that satisfied both groundlings and aristocrats because he possessed the rare ability to see human nature from multiple perspectives simultaneously. His provincial background, rather than limiting his vision, had taught him to observe and understand the full spectrum of human behaviour. The separation from his family, however, created wounds that never fully healed. Anne and the children remained in Stratford, supported by whatever money William could send from London's uncertain theatrical economy. Letters travelled slowly, visits were infrequent, and the growing distance between husband and wife extended far beyond mere geography. Anne was raising their children essentially as a single mother, while William was becoming someone she barely recognised. Successful, celebrated, but increasingly foreign to the man she had married. London's theatres in the 1590s operated under constant threat of closure, not from artistic failure but from biological catastrophe. The plague, that medieval horseman who refused to acknowledge the Renaissance, stalked Elizabethan England with particular fondness for crowded spaces where people gathered for entertainment. When death rates climbed, authorities shuttered playhouses faster than a negative review could close a modern production, leaving everyone connected to the theatre industry suddenly unemployed and searching for alternative income. Shakespeare experienced these closures as artistic and financial disasters that tested his commitment to theatrical life. During the prolonged closure of 1593 to 1594, when the plague killed over 10,000 Londoners, he turned to poetry as both a creative outlet and a potential income source. Venus and Adonis, his first published work, became the literary sensation of its time, establishing his reputation among educated readers who might never have attended his plays. Yet success in poetry, while gratifying, couldn't replace the immediate income and collaborative energy that theatre provided. The competitive landscape of Elizabethan drama was ruthlessly Darwinian. Playwrights stole plots, characters, and even entire speeches from each other with casual efficiency, creating an environment where originality was less important than effective adaptation. Shakespeare, who would later be criticised for borrowing most of his plots, was simply following industry practice. The real challenge wasn't finding source material but transforming it into something commercially viable and artistically satisfying. The task required not just literary skill but practical understanding of what audiences wanted and actors could deliver. Christopher Marlowe's death in 1593 removed Shakespeare's most formidable rival while creating a cautionary tale about the dangers of literary ambition. Marlowe, whose plays like Dr. Faustus and Tamburlaine had redefined dramatic possibility, died under mysterious circumstances involving government spies, religious controversy, and tavern violence. His fate illustrated the precarious position of writers who attracted both fame and suspicion, particularly those whose works challenged established authority or explored dangerous ideas. Shakespeare's response to Marlowe's death revealed his practical wisdom. Rather than attempting to match Marlowe's rebellious intensity, he developed a more subtle approach that allowed him to explore controversial themes without attracting fatal attention. His villains became psychologically complex rather than theologically dangerous, and his political commentary remained sufficiently ambiguous to avoid treasonous interpretation. This careful navigation between artistic ambition and personal safety required constant vigilance and occasional artistic compromise. The formation of the Lord Chamberlain's Men in 1594 provided Shakespeare with the stability he had been seeking since arriving in London. As both shareholder and principal playwright for the company, he finally achieved the financial security that had eluded him throughout his youth. Yet this security came with its pressures. The company needed new plays regularly, audiences expected consistent quality, and competitors were always ready to steal successful innovations. Shakespeare found himself ensnared in a creative cycle that required constant output, all the while upholding artistic standards that escalated with each triumph. The Blackfriars Theatre controversy of 1596 demonstrated how quickly theatrical success could become a political liability. The company's attempt to establish an indoor theatre in a fashionable neighbourhood met fierce resistance from residents who considered actors morally contaminating influences. Legal battles and social criticism reminded Shakespeare that, despite his growing fame and fortune, society still regarded his profession with suspicion. He might write plays that entertained royalty, but he remained essentially a glorified vagabond in the eyes of respectable citizens. Personal tragedy struck in 1596 with the death of his son Hamlet, whose name would later echo through his father's greatest tragedy. The loss devastated Shakespeare in ways that his subsequent masterpieces only partially revealed. Hamlet's death represented not just parental grief but the collapse of dynastic hopes. In an age when family continuity depended on male heirs, losing his only son meant that all Shakespeare's success would ultimately prove ephemeral, his name surviving only through his artistic works rather than through living descendants. By 1600, William Shakespeare had achieved what few artists ever experience: recognition of his genius during his own lifetime. Hamlet, which premiered that year, established him not merely as a successful playwright, but as someone who had fundamentally changed what drama could accomplish. Yet success, that false friend of artists everywhere, brought complications that provincial obscurity had never threatened. Fame made him a target for criticism, envy, and the particularly vicious attacks reserved for those who rise above their supposed station. The weight of expectation became overwhelming. Every new play was measured against his previous achievements, and every innovation was scrutinised for signs of decline or betrayal of his established style. Audiences arrived at his premieres with predetermined judgments, and critics sharpened their quills for reviews that would either confirm or challenge his reputation. The spontaneous joy of creation, which had sustained him through his early struggles, became contaminated by awareness of his public role as England's premier dramatist. Financial success, while solving many practical problems, created new anxieties. Shakespeare's investments in property, his share in the Globe Theatre, and his growing wealth required management and protection. He found himself spending time on legal documents, property disputes, and business negotiations that had nothing to do with writing, but everything to do with preserving what his writing had earned. The artist who had once written purely for creative fulfillment now wrote partly to maintain an increasingly complex financial empire. The relationship with his family grew more strained with each passing year. Anne and the surviving children, Susanna and Judith, lived comfortable lives thanks to his success. But comfort couldn't bridge the emotional distance that his prolonged absences had created. He had become a stranger to his household, someone who visited rather than inhabited the domestic life he was supporting. His daughters grew up knowing their father primarily through his reputation and the money he sent, rather than through daily interaction and shared experience. London's social scene offered compensations, but also temptations that complicated his personal life. The theatre world provided intellectual stimulation and artistic collaboration, but it also exposed him to relationships and possibilities that couldn't be easily reconciled with his family obligations. The mysterious dark lady of his sonnets, whether real or fictional, represented the kind of passionate connection that his practical marriage had never provided. These relationships, whether consummated or merely imagined, created guilt and longing that enriched his art while complicating his life. The political climate under James I proved both more and less dangerous than under Elizabeth. The new king's fascination with witchcraft and Scottish history provided Shakespeare with material for Macbeth, while his interest in the theatre led to royal patronage that elevated the company's status. However, James's authoritarian tendencies and sensitivity to criticism required playwrights to navigate a more delicate balance between entertainment and sedition. The gunpowder plot of 1605 created an atmosphere of suspicion that made any political commentary potentially dangerous. Shakespeare's response to these pressures was to retreat into increasingly complex artistic visions that satisfied his creative ambitions while maintaining his commercial viability. King Lear, Othello, and Macbeth represented the height of his tragic vision, plays that explored the darkest aspects of human nature while remaining sufficiently removed from contemporary politics to avoid censorship. Yet creating these masterpieces required emotional and psychological resources that left him increasingly drained. The artistic isolation that accompanied his success was perhaps the most difficult burden to bear. As his reputation grew, colleagues began treating him with a deference that made genuine collaboration difficult. Younger writers imitated his style rather than challenging his ideas, and actors sought his approval rather than offering creative input. The lonely authority of acknowledged mastery was replacing the collaborative spirit that had made theatre exciting. Recognition of his genius, while gratifying, also brought unwanted attention to his personal life and background. Critics questioned his education, scholars debated his sources, and rivals attacked his humble origins. Every aspect of his biography was scrutinised for evidence that might explain or diminish his achievements. The privacy he had once taken for granted became a luxury that his fame had permanently destroyed. Shakespeare, having written approximately 37 plays, gained widespread recognition as the greatest English dramatist of his generation by the year 1610. This recognition, however, came with the peculiar burden that haunts all artists who achieve legendary status during their lifetime: the impossible pressure to surpass their own previous achievements while maintaining the very qualities that made those achievements possible. Each new work was inevitably compared not just to contemporary competitors, but to his own masterpieces, creating a critical standard that grew more demanding with every success. The physical strain of continuous writing started to wear him out. Creating 2 plays annually, while maintaining his acting responsibilities and managing his business interests, required an output that would exhaust writers half his age. Once flowing with natural ease, the composition process became increasingly laborious as he struggled to find fresh approaches to familiar themes. The well of inspiration that had seemed inexhaustible during his 30s began showing signs of depletion as he approached 50. His later plays, The Winter's Tale, Cymbeline, and The Tempest, reflected this creative fatigue while simultaneously representing new artistic directions. These works, often called romances, combined elements of comedy and tragedy in ways that suggested either experimental boldness or diminished certainty about dramatic form. Contemporary audiences, expecting the clear generic boundaries of his earlier work, often responded with confusion rather than appreciation. Critics debated whether these plays represented artistic evolution or decline, a question that would persist for centuries. The relationship with his acting company grew increasingly complicated as younger performers and writers challenged his authority. The Lord Chamberlain's Men, renamed the King's Men under James I, had evolved from a collaborative enterprise into an institution where Shakespeare's preferences carried disproportionate weight. This power, while professionally advantageous, isolated him from the creative friction that had previously stimulated his best work. Collaboration became consultation, discussion became deference, and the democratic chaos of theatrical creation was replaced by the ordered but sterile hierarchy of established success. Personal relationships suffered under the weight of his public persona. Friends approached him differently, aware that casual conversation might later appear in his plays. Enemies multiplied as his success created resentment among those who felt overlooked or undervalued. Even his closest relationships became complicated by awareness of his fame and the potential benefits or dangers of association with him. The spontaneous human connections that had once nourished his understanding of character became increasingly artificial and self-conscious. The question of retirement began haunting his thoughts with growing insistence. Unlike modern artists who can live comfortably on royalties and residuals, Elizabethan playwrights earned money only through continued productivity. Stopping work meant accepting financial decline, yet continuing work was becoming increasingly difficult both physically and creatively. The prospect of returning permanently to Stratford offered rest and family reconciliation, but also threatened the artistic stimulation that had become essential to his identity. His health, never robust, began showing the effects of decades of London living. His constitution had suffered due to the city's polluted air, contaminated water, and periodic plague outbreaks. Contemporary medical knowledge offered little beyond bloodletting and herbal remedies, while the stress of constant productivity exacerbated whatever underlying conditions were developing. He began experiencing symptoms that modern doctors might recognise as heart disease or diabetes, but that Elizabethan physicians could neither diagnose nor treat effectively. The irony of his situation was exquisite. Having achieved everything he had dreamed of as a young man in Stratford, he found that success had created new forms of suffering that obscurity had never threatened. Fame brought scrutiny, wealth brought anxiety, artistic achievement brought creative pressure, and recognition brought isolation. The provincial boy who had fled Stratford to escape limitations discovered that success created different but equally confining constraints. His final complete play, The Tempest, served as both artistic summation and personal farewell to the theatrical world that had defined his adult life. Prospero's renunciation of magic seemed to mirror Shakespeare's own preparation for retirement from the stage, while the play's themes of forgiveness and reconciliation suggested his growing desire to resolve the conflicts that had shaped his career. The famous epilogue, asking the audience for their applause to set the magician free, carried obvious autobiographical resonance for a playwright contemplating his own liberation from the demands of public performance. William Shakespeare's return to Stratford in 1613 should have represented triumph, the provincial boy made good, coming home to enjoy the fruits of unprecedented literary success. Instead, it marked the beginning of his final act, a period marked by declining health, family tensions, and the peculiar melancholy that often accompanies the achievement of one's deepest ambitions. The man who had conquered London's theatrical world found himself struggling with questions that success couldn't answer and fame couldn't resolve. New Place, the grand house he had purchased to symbolise his risen status, felt more like a museum than a home. The rooms echoed with the absence of shared memories, their elegance a constant reminder of the years he'd spent away from those he was supposed to love most. Anne, now in her late 50s, had grown into a formidable household manager who ran their domestic affairs with efficient independence. The marriage that had begun with passion and continued through financial necessity had evolved into a polite arrangement between virtual strangers who happened to share a legal bond and two surviving daughters. His daughters, Susanna and Judith, represented both his greatest joy and his deepest disappointment. Susanna, the elder, had married well and produced the granddaughter who might carry forward something of his legacy. However, his awareness that female descendants couldn't preserve family names or inherit theatrical companies in their society complicated this comfort. Judith, who remained unmarried well into spinsterhood by Elizabethan standards, seemed to regard her famous father with a mixture of pride and resentment that he could never fully understand. His reputation followed him to Stratford, akin to a faithful yet burdensome dog. Visitors arrived regularly, seeking audiences with England's greatest playwright, turning his retirement into a series of performances that exhausted him more than his professional obligations ever had. Local dignitaries who had once ignored the Glover's son now competed for his attention and approval. The transformation from local boy to returning celebrity created a social dynamic that satisfied no one completely, least of all Shakespeare himself. His final collaborations with John Fletcher on Henry VIII and The Two Noble Kinsmen suggested both his ongoing creative vitality and his growing awareness of artistic mortality. Working with a younger playwright forced him to confront changes in theatrical taste and technique that his own work had helped inspire. Fletcher represented the next generation of dramatists who had learned from Shakespeare's innovations while developing their own approaches to character and language. The collaboration was professionally successful but personally difficult, reminding Shakespeare that even his artistic authority was ultimately temporary. The legal complications surrounding his will revealed the complex web of relationships and resentments that success had created. Decisions about property distribution became tests of family loyalty and social obligation. The famous bequest of his second-best bed to Anne has puzzled scholars for centuries, but it perfectly captured the mixture of affection, duty and distance that characterised their long partnership. Whether intended as insult or intimate gesture, the legacy reflected the ambiguous nature of their relationship and the impossibility of reducing complex human connections to simple legal formulas. His health deteriorated rapidly during the winter of 1615 to 1616, though the exact nature of his illness remains mysterious. Contemporary accounts suggest fever and weakness, symptoms that could indicate anything from influenza to heart disease to the various infections that regularly claimed Elizabethan lives. Modern medical speculation has proposed everything from syphilis to brain tumours, but the diagnosis matters less than the irony of England's greatest writer dying, while still at the height of his creative powers. The final weeks brought visitors seeking wisdom, benedictions, or simply the bragging rights of having spoken with the famous playwright. Shakespeare received them with diminishing energy but characteristic grace, offering insights into his craft while carefully avoiding the kind of personal revelations that might compromise his meticulously constructed public image. Even approaching death, he remained conscious of his reputation and concerned about how his legacy would be interpreted by future generations. He died on April the 23rd, 1616, possibly on his 52nd birthday, though Elizabethan record-keeping makes precise dating impossible. The date itself appeared appropriate, for a man whose life had been characterised by dramatic timing and poetic coincidence. His passing prompted immediate elegies from fellow writers who recognised that English literature had lost its greatest practitioner, while also creating space for new voices to emerge from his enormous shadow. The inscription on his tomb in Stratford's Holy Trinity Church, "Good friend, for Jesus' sake, forbear to dig the dust enclosed here," reflected his final concern about privacy and posthumous dignity. The curse against grave robbers, whether composed by Shakespeare himself or by someone who knew his fears, proved remarkably effective. His remains stayed undisturbed while his reputation grew to proportions that would have astonished and possibly horrified the man who had simply wanted to write good plays and support his family. The true tragedy of William Shakespeare's life wasn't that he failed to achieve his dreams, but that achieving them revealed how insufficient even the greatest success could be when measured against human longing for connection, understanding and lasting meaning. He became immortal through his words while remaining painfully mortal in his need for love, recognition, and the simple satisfactions of domestic happiness. His genius elevated him above his contemporaries while isolating him from the very human experiences that had inspired his greatest works. In the end, Shakespeare's life embodied the central paradox of artistic achievement, the qualities that made him a brilliant writer: sensitivity, imagination, emotional depth, and intellectual curiosity also made ordinary life extraordinarily difficult. He achieved success beyond all reasonable expectations, yet the consequences of his success haunted him. His plays have outlived the civilization that produced them, but the man who wrote them, Shakespeare, experienced the same struggles with love, death, ambition, and disappointment that define human experience across all centuries. The boy from Stratford, who dreamed of escaping provincial limitations, succeeded beyond his wildest imagination, only to discover that success created its own forms of imprisonment. His victory over obscurity was complete, but the triumph, as his tragedies consistently demonstrated, often proves indistinguishable from defeat. William Shakespeare achieved his aspirations and discovered, regrettably, that achieving what he desired often marked the beginning rather than the conclusion of life's most challenging issues. Perhaps that's why his works continue to resonate. Not because he found answers to life's essential questions, but because he lived those questions so completely that his art became an eternal meditation on the beautiful impossibility of human satisfaction. He sucked at being William Shakespeare precisely because he turned out to be humanly impossible, and in that impossibility, he created something genuinely immortal. You know how sometimes the most ridiculous moments in history happen when powerful people try to do something perfectly normal? Well, settle in, because you're about to hear about the time Napoleon Bonaparte, conqueror of Europe, emperor of France, the man who redrew the map of the world, got completely overwhelmed by a bunch of fluffy rabbits. Imagine Napoleon in July 1807, when his power was at its peak. He has just signed the Treaty of Tilsit with Russia, which essentially divides Europe between him and Tsar Alexander I as if they are splitting a pizza. The treaty negotiations took place on a raft in the middle of the Niemen River, which sounds uncomfortable, but was apparently the fashionable way to conduct international diplomacy back then. Napoleon is feeling pretty good about himself. He's 37 years old, ruler of an empire that stretches from Spain to Poland, and he's just convinced one of Europe's most powerful rulers to be his friend instead of his enemy. In his mind, the occasion calls for a celebration. This is not just any celebration, but one that is fittingly imperial and manly. So what does the Emperor of France decide to do? He wants to go hunting. Specifically, he wants to go rabbit hunting. Now, this may seem like a perfectly reasonable way for a powerful man to decompress. After all, hunting was the traditional pastime of European nobility. It showed you had leisure time, excellent aim, and weren't afraid to get a little dirt under your fingernails. This is where Napoleon's personality begins to emerge. Napoleon cannot simply go hunting like any other individual. Everything has to be grand, everything has to be perfect, and everything has to make a statement. He doesn't want to wander through the woods hoping to spot a rabbit or two. He desires a hunt that is not only grand but also spectacular, a hunt that will leave a lasting impression. He turns to his chief of staff, Alexandre Berthier, and tells him to organise a rabbit hunt. This is not just any rabbit hunt, but a hunt fit for an emperor. Berthier, who has dealt with Napoleon's grandiose ideas for years, probably sighs internally, but immediately gets to work. After all, if your boss has just conquered most of Europe, you don't argue with him about party planning. The location chosen is the grounds around Malmaison, Napoleon's country estate. It's a beautiful property with rolling hills, scattered woods, and plenty of open space, perfect for a hunting party. The plan is simple. Invite all the important military officers and government officials, release hundreds of rabbits into the countryside, and then have a grand time chasing them down. You can imagine Napoleon's excitement as the plans come together. He's probably pacing around his study, hands clasped behind his back in that famous pose, detailing exactly how he wants everything arranged. The weapons must be cleaned and prepared, the refreshments must be perfect, and there must be many rabbits. This phase is where Berthier starts to earn his reputation as one of history's most competent staff officers. He understands that his emperor doesn't just want a hunting party. He wants a hunting party that will become a legend. Berthier starts the planning process with the same meticulousness he would apply to a military campaign. First, he needs to secure the hunting grounds. The estate must be properly prepared, with beaters positioned to drive the rabbits toward the hunters. Then there's the matter of weapons. Fine hunting rifles for all the guests, properly maintained and sighted. Food and drink should also be provided for the guests, as they will undoubtedly engage in a lengthy day of outdoor activities. They need to arrange transportation to and from the hunting grounds. It's starting to sound less like a casual afternoon and more like a logistical operation. But most importantly, Berthier needs rabbits. Berthier requires an abundance of rabbits. The year is 1807, so it's not like he can just call up a rabbit supplier and place an order. He needs to find someone who can provide hundreds of rabbits on short notice, and they need to be the right kind of rabbits. Healthy, numerous, and suitable for an imperial hunting party. As you drift off tonight, picture Napoleon in his study, completely absorbed in planning what he thinks will be a perfect day of hunting, with no idea that he's about to face one of the most embarrassing moments of his career. So there's Berthier, Napoleon's most trusted organiser, facing what might seem like a simple task: get some rabbits for the Emperor's hunting party. But you know how it is when your boss wants something done perfectly. Suddenly even the simplest job becomes complicated. Berthier starts by doing what any sensible person would do. He asks around. Where does one acquire several hundred rabbits for a hunting party? It's not exactly the kind of question that comes up in normal conversation. Oh, by the way, do you know anyone who has a few hundred rabbits lying around, asking for an emperor? The answer, it turns out, is local farmers and rabbit breeders. In early 19th century France, rabbit farming was actually quite common. Rabbits were a reliable source of meat and fur. They reproduced quickly, and they didn't require much space or expensive feed. Your average French farmer probably had a dozen or so rabbits in hutches behind his house. But Berthier doesn't need a dozen rabbits. He needs hundreds. So he starts sending out his assistants to every farm and rabbit breeder within a day's travel of Malmaison. The message is simple. The emperor needs rabbits, and he needs them by a specific date. Money is no object. Now you can imagine the conversations this must have sparked in French farmhouses. The emperor wants our rabbits. Does the emperor want them all? For hunting? Well, if Bonaparte wants rabbits, Bonaparte gets rabbits. It probably seemed like the most patriotic thing a rabbit farmer could do for France. Word spreads quickly through the farming communities. Imperial agents soon contact every rabbit breeder in the region. The demand is so high that people start bringing rabbits from farther and farther away. Carts full of rabbit cages start rolling toward Malmaison from all directions. But here's where things get intriguing, and where Berthier makes what historians now recognise as a crucial error. He's so focused on getting enough rabbits that he doesn't pay close attention to what kind he's getting. You see, there are basically two types of rabbits you might encounter in this situation. There are wild rabbits, the kind that live in the woods and fields, that are naturally wary of humans and will run away the moment they are released. These are the rabbits that would make for proper hunting, skittish, swift, and inclined to scatter in all directions the moment they sense danger. Then there are domestic rabbits, the kind that farmers raise for meat and fur. These rabbits have been bred for generations to be docile, well-fed and comfortable around humans. They're used to being handled and used to being fed by people, and they associate humans with food and safety rather than danger. Berthier, in his rush to fulfill Napoleon's order, ends up with a mix of both types. But here's the problem. The domestic rabbits vastly outnumber the wild ones. Most local farmers and breeders are supplying domestic rabbits because they have a larger quantity of them. And domestic rabbits, it turns out, behave very differently from wild rabbits when released into the countryside. As the day of the hunt approaches, hundreds of rabbits in wooden cages are being transported to Malmaison. The logistics alone are impressive. You've got dozens of carts, each loaded with rabbit cages converging on Napoleon's estate. The rabbits are fed and watered, kept in the shade, and generally treated better than many soldiers in Napoleon's army. The staff at Malmaison is probably a bit bewildered by the whole operation. The stable boys are suddenly dealing with hundreds of rabbits instead of horses. The groundskeepers are being asked to help prepare release points for the rabbits. The kitchen staff is also involved, as they must provide food for all the rabbits until the hunt day. Meanwhile, Napoleon is getting more and more excited about his upcoming hunting party. Napoleon is likely examining his hunting rifle, strategizing with his officers, and envisioning the tales that will unfold from this magnificent hunt. In his mind, it's going to be a perfect day. Good weather, good company, and plenty of rabbits to provide exciting sport. Berthier, meanwhile, is dealing with the practical details. Could you please advise on the optimal location for releasing the rabbits? How many should be released at once? Should they be released all at the same time or in waves to keep the hunting interesting throughout the day? These are the kinds of questions that don't come up in military planning, but they're crucial for a successful hunting party. The decision is made to release all the rabbits at once from several different points around the hunting grounds. The move should provide plenty of targets and ensure that the rabbits scatter in all directions, giving everyone a good chance at some hunting. It seems like a perfectly reasonable plan. As you go to bed, imagine the rabbits in their cages, unaware that they are about to make history in the most unexpected way. The morning of the great rabbit hunt dawns clear and bright, the kind of summer day that makes you want to be outside doing something active. Napoleon wakes up in an excellent mood, probably humming to himself as he gets dressed in his hunting outfit. He's chosen his clothes carefully, elegant but practical, befitting an emperor who's about to demonstrate his prowess in the field. You can picture him standing in front of his mirror, adjusting his coat, making sure everything is perfect. This isn't just a hunting trip, it's a performance. Napoleon wants to present himself as a masterful huntsman to all the important people in his government and military who will be present. The guests start arriving at Malmaison in the late morning. These aren't just casual friends invited for a day of sport. These are the power brokers of the French Empire. Military officers who've helped Napoleon conquer Europe, government officials who run his administration, and diplomats who negotiate his treaties. Everyone's dressed in their finest hunting attire, carrying beautiful rifles, looking forward to a day of imperial entertainment. The atmosphere is festive and relaxed. After years of constant warfare, everyone's ready for a break. The Treaty of Tilsit has brought a temporary peace to Europe, and for the first time in years, Napoleon's inner circle can gather without discussing military campaigns or political crises. It's just going to be a pleasant day of hunting, tasty food, and masculine camaraderie. Berthier, meanwhile, is running around making sure everything is perfect. He's coordinating with the beaters who will drive the rabbits toward the hunters, checking that the refreshment stations are properly stocked, and making sure all the rifles are in excellent working order. He's also supervising the final preparations for the rabbit release. Throughout the hunting grounds, the rabbits themselves are placed in key locations. Hundreds of cages are scattered through the woods and fields, each one containing several rabbits ready to be released on signal. The plan is beautifully simple. When Napoleon gives the word, all the cages will be opened simultaneously, releasing a small army of rabbits into the countryside. The hunters will then fan out and begin their sport. What nobody realises is that the majority of these rabbits have spent their entire lives in captivity. They've been hand-fed by farmers, handled by humans, and generally treated as livestock rather than wild animals. They don't have the instincts that would make them good hunting targets. They don't know they're supposed to be afraid of humans. The hunting party gathers in the main field, and Napoleon gives a little speech about the day's activities. He's in his element, commanding attention, setting the tone for what he expects to be a memorable day. The rifles are loaded, the beaters are in position, and everyone's ready for the grand release. Berthier gives the signal, and all across the hunting grounds cage doors swing open. Hundreds of rabbits hop out into the sunshine, probably blinking in the sudden brightness, and looking around to get their bearings. For a brief moment, everything appears to be proceeding as planned. The hunters spread out across the field, rifles ready, expecting the rabbits to scatter in all directions and provide them with moving targets. Napoleon himself takes a position in the centre of the field, probably feeling very satisfied with how well everything is organised. But then something unexpected happens. Instead of running away from the humans, the rabbits start moving toward them. Not just a few rabbits, but dozens of them, then hundreds. They're hopping across the field with what appears to be determination, heading straight for the hunting party. At first, the scene probably seems amusing rather than alarming. Maybe Napoleon chuckles and makes a joke about brave rabbits. Maybe some of the officers laugh about rabbits that don't know they're supposed to be afraid of hunters. It's quirky and unexpected, but not necessarily problematic. But the rabbits keep coming, and more rabbits keep emerging from the woods. And instead of providing moving targets running away from the hunters, they're converging on the humans like they're expecting something, which, of course, they are. They're expecting to be fed, just like they've been fed every day of their lives. The hunting party starts to realise that something is going very wrong with their carefully planned day of sport. These aren't wild rabbits behaving like wild rabbits. These are domestic rabbits behaving like domestic rabbits, and domestic rabbits have very different ideas about what humans are for. As you drift off to sleep, imagine Napoleon standing in that field, rifle in hay, observing hundreds of rabbits hopping toward him with an unmistakable confidence, and beginning to realise that his perfect hunting party is about to transform into something entirely different. Do you recall the moment when you become aware of a dire situation, yet uncertain about how to address it? That's exactly where Napoleon finds himself as hundreds of rabbits continue hopping toward the hunting party with what can only be described as enthusiasm. At first, the situation is more puzzling than alarming. These are supposed to be prey animals, after all. They're supposed to run away when they see humans with rifles. Instead, they're approaching like they're expecting a handout. Some of the officers are still chuckling nervously, making jokes about fearless French rabbits showing their patriotic spirit. But the rabbits keep coming, and they're not just approaching, they're surrounding the hunting party. It's like watching a slow-motion avalanche of fur and floppy ears. The rabbits hop closer and closer, and some of them start doing what domestic rabbits do when they want attention from humans. They start climbing. Imagine Napoleon, the Emperor of France and conqueror of Europe, standing in a field as rabbits begin hopping onto his boots, then onto his legs, then up with his coat. These aren't tiny rabbits either. These are well-fed farm rabbits, some of them weighing several pounds each, and they're treating Napoleon like he's their favourite farmer coming to feed them. The other hunters are experiencing the same problem. Rabbits are climbing all over them, getting tangled in their hunting gear, and generally behaving like overly friendly pets rather than wild game. Some of the officers are trying to gently push the rabbits away, but there are too many of them, and they keep coming. Napoleon's initial amusement is rapidly turning to irritation. This is not how an imperial hunting party is supposed to go. He's supposed to be demonstrating his marksmanship, enjoying civilized sport with his colleagues, and creating stories that will enhance his reputation. Instead, he's being overwhelmed by affectionate rabbits. The situation gets worse when the rabbits start exhibiting more aggressive behaviour. They are not aggressive in the sense of attacking, but aggressive in the sense of relentlessly pursuing their desires. And what they want, having been trained by a lifetime of human interaction, is food and attention from these humans who have appeared in their territory. Some of the larger rabbits begin to exhibit bolder behaviour. They're not just climbing on the hunters, they're exploring pockets, chewing on clothing, and generally treating the hunting party like a mobile petting zoo. Napoleon finds himself with rabbits in his coat pockets, rabbits tugging at his buttons, and rabbits that seem determined to climb all the way up to his shoulders. The rifles, intended for hunting, turn into completely useless tools. You can't shoot at rabbits that are climbing all over you without risking injury to yourself or your fellow hunters. And even if you could get a clear shot, these rabbits are so tame and friendly that shooting them would feel less like hunting and more like massacre. Berthier, watching this disaster unfold, probably realises exactly what went wrong. Instead of encountering wild rabbits, Berthier has encountered domestic rabbits, who view humans as sources of food and comfort, rather than as potential predators. But realising the problem and fixing it are two different things, especially when you're dealing with hundreds of determined rabbits. The hunters try various strategies to deal with their situation. Some attempt to walk away from the rabbits, but the rabbits simply follow them, treating the scenario as a fun game. Others try to shoo the rabbits away, but the rabbits interpret this as playful interaction and become even more enthusiastic. Napoleon, meanwhile, is getting genuinely frustrated. He's trying to maintain his imperial dignity while literally covered in rabbits. Every time he manages to remove one rabbit from his person, two more take its place. His carefully planned hunting outfit is getting covered in rabbit fur and possibly other things that rabbits leave behind. The other members of the hunting party are having their struggles. These men, important government officials and military officers, are accustomed to receiving respect and deference. Instead, they're being treated like walking rabbit toys by an army of overly friendly farm animals. The beaters, who are supposed to drive the rabbits toward the hunters, are standing around looking confused. Their job was to make sure the rabbits ran in the right direction, but these rabbits don't need to be driven anywhere. The rabbits are precisely where they should be, swarming all over the humans they believe are there to feed them. As the situation continues to deteriorate, Napoleon starts giving orders. He's a military commander after all, and his instinct when faced with a crisis is to take charge and start issuing commands. What exactly do you instruct when you're being surrounded by amiable rabbits? Retreat from the rabbits doesn't sound very imperial. Tonight, as you settle in, picture Napoleon standing in that field, his imperial composure beginning to crack as he realises that he's about to suffer one of the most ridiculous defeats of his career, at the hands of creatures that weigh less than his boots. Every disaster culminates in a realisation that maintaining dignity is no longer a luxury. For Napoleon, that moment arrives when a particularly large rabbit manages to climb all the way up his coat and perch on his shoulder like some kind of furry, floppy-eared parrot. The Emperor of France, the man who has stared down the armies of Austria, Prussia and Russia, finds himself in the utterly ridiculous position of being unable to dislodge a single rabbit from his person without losing his balance and potentially falling over. Naturally, dozens of other rabbits surround his feet, hopping back and forth, rendering any abrupt movement hazardous. You can imagine the thoughts going through Napoleon's head at this moment. This is supposed to be a relaxing day of sport, a chance to unwind with his closest associates and enjoy some traditional aristocratic entertainment. Instead, an army of overly affectionate farm animals is treating him like a jungle gym. The other hunters are faring no better. The creatures that eat lettuce are defeating these seasoned military officers who have charged into battle without flinching. Some of them are trying to maintain their composure, but it's hard to look dignified when you're covered in rabbit fur and there's a rabbit trying to nest in your hat. The situation reaches its peak when someone, history doesn't record who, makes the fatal mistake of trying to run away from the rabbits. Perhaps it's one of the younger officers, someone who thinks he can simply outrun the problem, but running turns out to be exactly the wrong strategy, because it triggers every rabbit's instinct to chase after something that's moving. Suddenly, instead of just climbing on the stationary humans, the rabbits start hopping after the running humans. And rabbits, it turns out, are surprisingly fast when they want to be. They can hop at speeds of up to 25 miles per hour, which is considerably faster than most humans can run while carrying hunting rifles and wearing formal hunting attire. Napoleon, seeing one of his officers being chased across the field by a horde of bouncing rabbits, probably realises that the situation has moved beyond embarrassing and into the realm of the completely absurd. This is the kind of scene that would be funny if it were happening to someone else, but is absolutely mortifying when it's happening to you. The decision is reached, though it is not entirely clear who made it, that the hunting party should retreat. It's not a tactical repositioning or a strategic withdrawal, but a genuine retreat from an army of rabbits. Napoleon, who has never retreated from a human enemy, is about to retreat from a bunch of farm animals. But retreating from rabbits turns out to be more complicated than retreating from, say, Austrian cavalry. The rabbits don't understand military protocol. They don't recognise surrender flags or ceasefire signals. They just see their favourite humans trying to leave, and they're determined to follow. The hunting party starts moving toward their carriages, but the rabbits move with them. It's like trying to evacuate a building while being followed by hundreds of overly enthusiastic pets. Every step toward the carriages is accompanied by a bouncing escort of rabbits, who seem to think their presence is the most entertaining thing that's ever happened to them. Napoleon, trying to maintain some semblance of imperial dignity, walks as calmly as he can toward his carriage. But it's hard to look imperial when you're brushing rabbits off your coat every few steps, and there's rabbit fur floating around you like some kind of barnyard snowstorm. The carriages, when they finally reach them, present their problems. The rabbits completely terrify the horses. Horses and rabbits don't normally interact, and the horses aren't sure what to make of these small bouncing creatures that keep hopping around their hooves. Some of the horses are dancing nervously, others are trying to back away, and the coachmen are struggling to keep them under control. Getting into the carriages becomes an operation in itself. The moment someone opens a carriage door, rabbits start trying to hop inside. They're not being malicious. They just want to continue their interaction with these fascinating humans. But having a carriage full of rabbits is not exactly what Napoleon had in mind for his dignified departure. The scene becomes increasingly chaotic as the hunting party tries to separate themselves from their rabbit admirers. Some of the officers are literally having to pick rabbits off themselves and set them down before climbing into carriages. Others are trying to create barriers to keep the rabbits from following them. Napoleon finally makes it to his carriage, probably with less grace than he's used to displaying in public. The coachman, who's never dealt with a rabbit siege before, is doing his best to keep the rabbits from climbing onto the carriage itself. Some of the more athletic rabbits are actually managing to hop onto the running boards and peer into the windows. As you drift off tonight, imagine Napoleon sitting in his carriage, looking out at a field full of rabbits, who are probably wondering why their new human friends are leaving, and trying to figure out how he's going to explain the matter to anyone. The carriage ride back to Malmaison is probably one of the most awkward journeys in Napoleon's life. Here he is, the Emperor of France, fresh from one of the most embarrassing defeats in military history, and he has to sit there with rabbit fur still clinging to his coat while pretending that what just happened was somehow normal. You can imagine the silence in that carriage. How do you address the situation after being unexpectedly overrun by a group of domestic rabbits? How might one present that in a way that appears impressive rather than absurd? Napoleon, who typically possesses a wealth of words, likely spends the entire journey attempting to contextualize this disaster. The other carriages are dealing with their own awkward situations. These are high-ranking military officers and government officials who have just experienced something that defies all their training and experience. They've been in battles, they've negotiated treaties, and they've dealt with political crises, but none of that prepared them for being climbed on by overly friendly farm animals. Some officers may be joking to lighten the mood, but what do you joke about when rabbits have just defeated your emperor? Others are maintaining a dignified silence, pretending that nothing unusual has happened. A few are probably already trying to figure out how to tell this story to their wives without sounding completely insane. Meanwhile, back at the hunting grounds, Berthier is left to deal with the aftermath. Berthier must decide how to handle the hundreds of rabbits roaming the estate. He can't just leave them there. They're not wild rabbits, so they don't know how to survive on their own. But he also can't exactly round them all up and return them to their original owners, because that would require admitting what happened. The estate staff is probably having the strangest day of their careers. The groundskeepers, who were expecting to help with a normal hunting party, are now dealing with a rabbit population explosion. The stable hands are trying to calm down horses who are still spooked by the morning's events. Everyone is attempting to restore some semblance of normalcy to the once peaceful country estate. Word of the rabbit incident starts spreading almost immediately, despite everyone's best efforts to keep it quiet. Servants talk to other servants, coachmen share stories with other coachmen, and pretty soon the tale is making its way through the social circles of Paris. But the stories that spread aren't exactly accurate. They're embellished, exaggerated, and twisted into something even more ridiculous than what actually happened. Meanwhile, Napoleon grapples with a crisis of public relations. Napoleon has established his reputation by being invincible, mastering every situation and never letting anyone catch him off guard. The idea that he could be defeated by a bunch of rabbits is exactly the kind of story that his political enemies would love to spread around Europe. The official version of events that emerges is carefully sanitized. The hunting party was successful and enjoyable, the emperor demonstrated his excellent marksmanship, and everyone had a thoroughly imperial time. Any mention of rabbits behaving unusually is carefully omitted from the official records, but you can't completely suppress a story this good. Whispers and private letters circulate the rabbit incident as a historical anecdote. Military officers tell the story to their friends, government officials share it with their families, and gradually it becomes part of the unofficial history of Napoleon's reign. The irony lies in the fact that this absurd rabbit defeat occurs during the pinnacle of Napoleon's power. He's just negotiated the Treaty of Tilsit, he controls most of Europe, and he's at the peak of his political and military influence. However, he finds himself completely powerless against a group of domestic rabbits who merely seek food and affection. Years later, when Napoleon is in exile on St. Helena, he probably has plenty of time to reflect on the rabbit incident. The story becomes increasingly humorous over time and distance, yet it also serves as a poignant illustration of how even the most powerful individuals can succumb to unforeseen circumstances. Berthier, meanwhile, learns a valuable lesson about the importance of understanding your resources. He has successfully managed military logistics for some of the most complex campaigns in European history, but his failure to distinguish between wild and domestic rabbits has led to his defeat. It's probably not a mistake he'll ever make again. The rabbits themselves, having had their brief moment of historical significance, are eventually rounded up and returned to more conventional lives. Some probably end up back on farms, others might be relocated to areas where they can live more naturally. But for one morning in 1807, they were the most important creatures in France. As you settle in for the night, think about how this story reveals something essential about human nature. No matter how powerful or important we become, we're all just one encounter with unexpected rabbits away from looking completely ridiculous. The beautiful thing about Napoleon's rabbit incident is how it perfectly captures the absurdity that lurks beneath all human pretension. Here we have the most powerful man in Europe, someone who has literally reshaped the political landscape of an entire continent, and he's brought down by creatures most people consider suitable for children's petting zoos. The story's continued survival, despite everyone's best efforts to suppress it, adds to its delight. Napoleon's government certainly didn't want this story getting out, and most of the participants probably preferred not to talk about their morning being overwhelmed by farm animals, but the story was simply too good to stay buried. Over the years, the rabbit incident has taken on a life of its own. Each telling, like all good historical anecdotes, embellishes and exaggerates the story. In certain renditions, thousands of rabbits completely overwhelm Napoleon. In other versions, the rabbit attack actually injures Napoleon. Some stories claim the rabbits were deliberately released as part of a practical joke, while others suggest they were trained to attack rabbits deployed by his enemies. The truth, as you now know, is both more mundane and more amusing than the legends. It wasn't thousands of rabbits, and they weren't trying to attack anyone. It was simply a case of domestic rabbits behaving like domestic rabbits, treating humans as sources of food and comfort rather than as predators to be avoided. But the story endures because it reveals something important about power and human nature. Napoleon dedicated the majority of his career to demonstrating his ability to surmount any challenge through his unwavering determination, strategic planning, and exceptional organizational skills. He defeated armies, conquered nations, and rewrote the laws of entire societies. However, he was unable to overcome a group of hungry rabbits. There's something deeply satisfying about this story, especially for those of us who sometimes feel overwhelmed by the ordinary challenges of daily life. If rabbits can defeat Napoleon Bonaparte, perhaps our own minor setbacks don't carry such embarrassment. Maybe getting flustered by a technology problem, or being outwitted by a household pet, or failing to assemble a piece of furniture properly puts us in pretty good company. The rabbit incident also highlights the importance of understanding your resources and your environment. Berthier was an excellent organizer, but he failed to ask the right questions about the rabbits he was acquiring. He focused on quantity rather than quality, and he didn't consider how the rabbits' background might affect their behaviour. It's a lesson that applies to everything from military campaigns to dinner parties. The details matter, and assumptions can be dangerous. Modern historians have used the rabbit story as an example of how even the most carefully planned events can go wrong in unexpected ways. It's become a case study in the limits of control and the importance of contingency planning. Military academies sometimes use it as a humorous example of how intelligence gathering should include seemingly trivial details. This story has also become a favourite among those who study the psychology of power. Napoleon's reaction to the rabbit incident, his apparent inability to laugh at himself, his focus on damage control rather than enjoying the absurdity, reveals something about how absolute power can make people lose their sense of humour about themselves. But the rabbit incident's most lasting lesson is that life is unpredictable and absurd, no matter who you are or how powerful you are. Napoleon could plan brilliant military campaigns and reorganise entire legal systems, but he couldn't plan for the possibility that hundreds of domestic rabbits would mistake him for their favourite farmer. The rabbits, of course, were completely innocent in all this. They were just being rabbits, following their instincts and their training. They saw humans and expected food and attention, just as they'd been conditioned to expect throughout their lives. From their perspective, the humans were the ones behaving strangely by running away instead of providing the expected carrots and lettuce. In the end, the rabbit incident becomes a perfect metaphor for the gap between our plans and reality, between our self-image and how the world actually works. Napoleon saw himself as the master of Europe, but the rabbits saw him as a potential source of breakfast. Both perspectives were valid, but only one of them was prepared for what actually happened that morning. As you drift off to sleep tonight, remember that no matter how important our plans seem to us, somewhere there are rabbits who have their ideas about how things should work, and sometimes, just sometimes, the rabbits win. Napoleon Bonaparte's story opens not in the halls of Parisian power, but on a rugged Mediterranean island. He was born Napoleone di Bonaparte in 1769 in Ajaccio, Corsica, only months after France seized the island from Genoa. As a boy he spoke the Italian Corsican dialect and harboured fierce pride in his Corsican heritage. Sent to mainland France for schooling at age 9, he arrived a thin, intense child who felt himself very much an outsider. Classmates mocked his accent and provincial manners. In quiet moments under the ancient oaks of Brienne Academy, young Bonaparte dreamed of home, the smell of the maquis shrubs on Corsican hillsides and tales of heroism by Corsican patriot Pasquale Paoli. These memories fueled a lifelong resentment and a drive to prove himself in a world that perceived him as a foreigner. Yet France also opened new horizons for him. At the Royal Military School in Paris, Napoleon, as he still signed his name, immersed himself in Enlightenment ideas and military texts. He was a voracious reader of Rousseau and Voltaire, cultivating radical notions about merit and reason. Commissioned as a young artillery officer, he honed a mathematical precision in ballistics and a steely calm under pressure. Still, in the late 1780s, the ambitious lieutenant found himself idling on half-pay in provincial garrisons, chafing at the lack of opportunity. Letters to his family betray a restless mind. He wrote an unfinished story and essays on Corsican history, longing to carve out a place for himself. By 1789, the French Revolution's fiery rhetoric gripped him. The revolution's eruption promised career opportunities for talented individuals, and Bonaparte, now known as Bonaparte in French, was determined to capitalise on this opportunity. He returned to Corsica during the early revolution, hoping to spread the new ideals. However, island politics turned against him. The revered Paoli deemed Napoleon a traitor for siding with the French Republic. In 1793, after a bitter falling out and an attempt to depose Paoli's Corsican government, the Bonaparte family fled their homeland under threat. The 24-year-old artillery captain arrived back in France as a refugee, but also as a staunch Republican officer hungry for action. He soon got his chance. At the end of 1793, royalists in the southern port of Toulon revolted and welcomed British forces. The besieging revolutionary army faltered until Bonaparte, through a mix of Corsican connections and sheer assertiveness, was assigned to direct the artillery. Amidst the thunder of cannons and acrid smoke, Napoleon shone. He emplaced batteries with lethal effectiveness, blasting the harbour and forcing the British to flee. In the final assault, a bayonet wound scarred his thigh, but victory was complete. The achievement was stunning. A little-known Corsican had masterminded the recapture of Toulon. Word of his brilliance travelled to Paris, and at age 24 Bonaparte was promoted to brigadier general. The scent of gunpowder at Toulon signalled his ascent to prominence, but revolutionary fortunes shifted quickly. Just months later, Robespierre and the radical Jacobins fell from power. Napoleon, considered a Robespierre ally by association, was arrested. He was briefly jailed in a dank cell at Fort Carré. The omniscient fates that had elevated him now threatened to cut short his ascent. He emerged unscathed but unemployed, pacing the Paris streets in a threadbare coat, surviving on meagre rations. During this low ebb in 1795, he even toyed with leaving France to serve the Ottoman Sultan, an ironic prospect for one who would one day humble the great powers of Europe. Opportunity, however, knocked again that October. Royalist mobs stormed toward the ruling convention, aiming to topple the fragile republic. General Paul Barras, desperate to save the revolution, tapped the only artillery expert he knew who could be ruthless enough, Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon did not hesitate. Stationing cannon in the streets of Paris, he met the royalist charge with blasts of grape shot at point-blank range. The cobblestones of the Rue Saint-Honoré shook with each thunderous volley, shredding the insurgent columns and sending the survivors into panicked flight. A whiff of grape shot, one witness called it caustically, describing how shredded banners and bodies littered the smoky avenues. Bonaparte's decisive action saved the revolutionary government. In a single brutal afternoon, he became the Republic's saviour, and also earned a reputation for cold-blooded efficiency that some would not forget. Paris grew quiet at dusk, the air heavy with the tang of spent gunpowder, and a new awareness. A young general had shown he would not hesitate to fire on his fellow Frenchmen to secure order. Far from hiding this bloody episode, Napoleon later had it celebrated each year, defending himself with the remark that a soldier is only a machine to obey orders. The reward for this loyal service was extraordinary. Within weeks, the Directory, the new executive body, gave 26-year-old Bonaparte command of the Army of Italy, a post that seasoned generals had coveted. Around the same time, he met Josephine de Beauharnais, a glamorous Creole widow 6 years his senior who was connected to Barras. The attraction was immediate and consuming. In March 1796, just days before departing to take up his new command, Napoleon married Josephine in a private civil ceremony. He adored her with an earnest, impassioned love that blazed through the letters he would soon send daily from the Italian front. Josephine provided the social polish and connections he lacked. He gave her devotion and the promise of destiny. As he rode out of Paris in the spring rain, Napoleon Bonaparte was a curious figure, a Corsican outsider turned Republican general, recently a penniless outcast, now head of an army. His ambitions were boundless. France had given him an army and a beautiful wife. He intended to repay both with glory. The die was cast. The little corporal's rapid ascent was about to commence. The slender young general who arrived to lead the Army of Italy in 1796 found a dispirited, ragtag force clad in rags and hungry for both food and victory. Napoleon's predecessors had achieved little in the grinding war against Austria, but the new commander electrified his men from the outset. Gathering the troops, who looked sceptically at his slight stature and youthful face, he pointed toward the enemy's rich lands beyond the Alps. "Soldiers," he cried, "you are ill-fed and almost naked. I will lead you into the most fertile plains in the world. Rich provinces and great cities will lie in your power. In them you will find honour, glory, and riches." The soldiers erupted in cheers. Scepticism gave way to fervour as he promised to transform their threadbare desperation into triumph. During the early days of the campaign in the damp foothills of Piedmont, men who were on the verge of deserting instead found themselves prepared to follow this fiery little general to the farthest reaches of the earth. Napoleon promptly fulfilled his promise. He moved with startling speed and aggression, catching Austrian and Piedmontese armies off balance with bold tactics. In a whirlwind of battles through the mountain passes, he demonstrated a predator's instinct, striking where least expected and driving his exhausted troops forward with sheer force of will. At Montenotte, Dago, Millesimo and Mondovi, French cannon and bayonets routed forces that months before would have sent them reeling. The Austrian generals, many twice Bonaparte's age, were confounded by his unpredictable manoeuvres. "They haven't seen anything yet," Napoleon boasted confidently after one victory. "In our time, no one has the slightest conception of what is great. It is up to me to give them an example." His bravado was backed by action. He negotiated Piedmont's withdrawal from the war within weeks, then turned the army of Italy against the Austrians occupying Lombardy. In May 1796, Napoleon cemented his legend at the bridge over the Adda River, near the town of Lodi. The Austrian rearguard had taken up a strong position across the river, their cannon covering the narrow wooden span. Rather than wait for a safer crossing, Bonaparte decided on a frontal assault that defied all conventional sense. Amidst the deafening roar of enemy guns, he personally helped aim French cannons and rallied a column of grenadiers for a head-on charge. Tricolour flag in hand, he plunged onto the bridge at the head of his men. Grape shot whistled past his ears, planks splintered under the blast of artillery. For an instant, the attack faltered under withering fire, but Napoleon stood firm in the smoke, his sword drawn and his uniform powdered with gun smoke. His presence ignited the troops. With a final yell, "En avant!" the troops surged forward, overrunning the Austrian guns. On the far bank, the stunned enemy broke and fled. Lodi was a small battle, but in its drama lay the seed of a myth. The soldiers, amazed by their general's fearless exposure to fire and his willingness to do a corporal's work loading guns, affectionately dubbed him Le Petit Caporal, the Little Corporal. That night, as the exhausted French camped under a moonlit sky, Napoleon could not sleep. The adrenaline of victory and survival coursed through him. In later years, he would recall that at Lodi, from that moment on, I foresaw what I might be. Already I felt the earth flee from beneath me, as if I were being carried into the sky. It was at Lodi that Napoleon Bonaparte began to believe unequivocally in his destiny. Through the summer and autumn of 1796, Napoleon led his army on a relentless offensive that read like something out of Caesar's commentaries. Napoleon swiftly crossed the Po River, flanked enemy positions using mountain tracks, and repeatedly encircled the Austrians. In battle after battle, Castiglione, Arcole, Rivoli, the French overcame superior numbers through Bonaparte's imaginative tactics and the esprit de corps he instilled. His troops marched hungry and barefoot over the Alps, referring to him as Father Violet due to his unexpected arrival, much like the first violet of spring. They came to believe he could do it, could take any fortress and defeat any foe, and often he did. After a grueling siege, Napoleon captured Mantua in early 1797, breaking Austrian resistance in Italy. By that spring he had advanced to the very edge of Austrian territory. The once mighty Habsburg Empire, shocked by the string of defeats inflicted by this upstart, sued for peace rather than see Vienna threatened. Bonaparte dictated terms like a seasoned statesman. In the Treaty of Campo Formio, October 1797, he reshaped the map of northern Italy, creating new republics under French influence, and ceded Venetia to Austria as compensation. Remarkably, he negotiated this peace directly, outshining the politicians back in Paris. Here was a general taking the initiative to formulate foreign policy, a sign of the growing power he was accumulating. Meanwhile, in the territories he conquered, Napoleon revealed other facets. He presented himself as a liberator, abolishing feudal privileges and spreading revolutionary principles in Italy. But he also levied heavy contributions and sent convoys of looted art back to France. Wagon loads of paintings and sculptures, spoils from Milan, Verona and Venice, trundled over the Alps, bound for the Louvre, evidence that Napoleon understood the propaganda value of culture. Parisians were thrilled at the arrival of masterpieces and the news of victory. The directors in Paris found themselves eclipsed by the glory of their young general. As his fame grew, so did the complexities of his character. Napoleon the Romantic, for instance, was on full display in Italy. Separated from Josephine, he wrote her letters almost nightly, pouring out his heart in unguarded prose. "I have loved you for a long time," he wrote after one battle, "and I feel that I love you more each day. I thought I loved you a few days ago, but since I saw you, I feel that I love you 1,000 times more," words that reveal a passionate, even obsessive attachment. On the battlefield he was icy and calculated, but alone in his tent by candlelight he could be almost feverish with longing. Unbeknownst to him, Josephine's replies were infrequent and often perfunctory. The worldly Creole was enjoying Paris society and a discreet affair on the side. This imbalance of affection, the conqueror of Italy begging for love, was a poignant contradiction. The soldiers saw their general as a demigod, yet in matters of the heart he could be as vulnerable as any man. Napoleon was the most renowned figure in France by the time he returned to Paris at the end of 1797. Newspapers hailed him as Le Héros d'Italie, the Italian hero, extolling his triumph over overwhelming challenges. Walking through the Tuileries gardens, civilians gaped and officers snapped to attention. The energy he exuded had altered the course of a continent in a matter of months. Yet the Directory grew wary. Here was a general whose popularity rivaled their legitimacy. In Napoleon's piercing grey eyes and curt self-confidence, some Directory members glimpsed a potential threat. For the time being, they showered him with honours, inviting him to dine with directors and seeking his advice on grand strategy. However, these politicians secretly felt a sense of relief when Bonaparte accepted a new assignment that took him far from Paris. The restless general, just 28, was already looking beyond Italy. In his omnivorous mind, the next grand adventure was forming. He spoke of an expedition to Egypt, a bold strike aimed indirectly at England. It was audacious and full of risk, perfectly suited to Napoleon Bonaparte, who by now believed destiny had extraordinary plans for him. Napoleon embarked on his campaign in the East as both conqueror and visionary, determined to etch his name alongside Alexander the Great. In May 1798, he set sail from France with a fleet of soldiers, scholars and dreams, leaving the comforts of Europe for the fabled sands of Egypt. The voyage itself felt like a journey into legend. On deck under the stars, Napoleon would point out constellations to his savants and muse about the glory of antiquity. By day, he devoured books on the Orient. He was not merely leading an army, he was crafting an image of himself as an enlightened liberator and a new Caesar of the East. The soldiers, packed tightly in the sweltering holds, were regaled with their general's proclamations that they were bound for immortal glory. Many were seasick and anxious, yet they believed in him. It was said that as their ships passed by the Great Pyramids visible on the horizon, Napoleon dramatically addressed his troops. Soldiers, from the summit of these pyramids 40 centuries look down upon you. The line, echoing across the desert wind, sent shivers down the ranks. It was bombastic, historically dubious, and utterly effective in stirring men's souls. Bonaparte was scripting his mythology even as it unfolded. After a swift conquest of the port of Alexandria, Napoleon marched his army inland to confront the ruling Mamluk warlords. On July 21, 1798, near the village of Embabe, Napoleon deployed his troops in massive squares with the hazy outline of pyramids in the distance. The Battle of the Pyramids, as it came to be known, was as much theatre as combat. Mamluk cavalry in colourful silk and armour charged repeatedly, renowned for their ferocity, but they shattered against the disciplined French squares bristling with bayonets. Amid the volleys and cannon smoke, French drummers beat a steady rhythm that mingled with the distant cries of camels and the clang of scimitars. Napoleon, seated atop a grey Arabian charger, surveyed the battlefield through his spyglass, outwardly calm. When the dust settled by late afternoon, thousands of Mamluk riders lay dead or dying in the Nile marshes. The French losses were relatively light. Word spread among the locals that the young general had supernatural powers. How else could one explain such a lopsided victory? Napoleon encouraged these whispers. He established himself in Cairo and convened a diwan, council, of local notables, pledging respect for Islam and the people. In proclamations, he professed admiration for the Prophet Muhammad and claimed the French were friends of Muslims, even inventing a tale of a mystical conversation with imams in a pyramid. Such declarations were cynical but shrewd, aimed at pacifying a land he knew little about. Bonaparte the chameleon was adapting once more. In Cairo he appeared draped in an oriental robe at times, playing the part of the liberator of the East. However, reality intruded on his grandiose plans. In August 1798, mere weeks after the triumph at the pyramids, disaster struck at sea. The British Admiral Horatio Nelson caught the French fleet anchored in Aboukir Bay and annihilated it in a fiery night-long battle. In one night, Napoleon's communication with France was severed. His army was stranded in Egypt. Unfazed outwardly, he doubled down on forging a new narrative. If return to Europe was cut off, he would turn his conquest into a transformative mission. He established the Institut d'Égypte in Cairo, where scholars studied everything from ancient hieroglyphs, the Rosetta Stone would soon be unearthed by his team, to modern irrigation. French officers strolled the streets with notebooks instead of only muskets. The occupation took on a curious dual nature: brutal military rule on one hand, suppressing revolts with mass executions when needed, and enlightened exploration on the other. Napoleon ordered local printers to produce a French-Arabic newspaper, Courrier de l'Egypte, praising French victories and reforms. He commissioned artists to sketch ruins and scientists to catalogue Egypt's flora and fauna. Under the glow of lanterns in Cairo's palaces, conversations about philosophy and governance unfolded in both French and Arabic. This blend of force and charm offensive was Bonaparte's approach to empire building. Gloire through both sword and pen. Yet Egypt would test Napoleon as never before. In early 1799, hungry for further laurels and concerned by an impending Ottoman counterattack, he marched north into Ottoman Syria, today's Israel-Palestine, an overland journey through Sinai's deserts into a crucible of hardship. The campaign swiftly turned into a terrifying ordeal. The sun above was merciless. Water was scarce. Plague stalked the ranks. Still, Napoleon pushed on, capturing coastal towns like El Arish and Gaza, and then storming Jaffa in March 1799. At Jaffa, a horrifying incident tarnished his reputation. After the city fell, thousands of Ottoman soldiers who had surrendered, including a garrison previously paroled by the French, were executed under Napoleon's orders, most by shooting or bayonet. It was an act of ruthless expedience. He could neither feed nor guard so many prisoners while enemy forces gathered nearby. The beach outside Jaffa became a field of death. Later accounts describe columns of prisoners being led out under guard, forced to kneel in the dunes, and the crackle of musket fire mingling with screams. Napoleon never publicly acknowledged this massacre. Within days he had moved on. But some of his officers were sickened by it. The general who spoke of enlightenment had shown he would also cross any moral line for military necessity. Days later, in the same city, another scene emerged, immortalised in paint and propaganda as a counterpoint to the bloodshed. A vicious outbreak of bubonic plague ravaged the French camp after Jaffa. Soldiers lay moaning in a makeshift hospital, housed in an old caravansary. Fear of contagion spread even faster than the disease. Many troops dared not go near the stricken. Napoleon understood that fear could destroy his army faster than plague itself. So on a warm morning in mid-March he visited the plague hospital in Jaffa. According to accounts, he strode through the low archways of the mosque-turned-infirmary with a calm expression as rays of light pierced the dusty air. Rows of the sick and dying lined the walls, their faces etched with feverish agony. Napoleon showed no hesitation. He moved from cot to cot, speaking softly, even touching one soldier's inflamed bubo with his bare hand in a gesture of compassion and courage. The men watched in astonishment as their general, the same man who had ordered prisoners shot days before, now comforted the afflicted with near saintly composure. One soldier reportedly tried weakly to rise and salute. Napoleon gently bade him rest. This visit became legendary. Later, back in France, the event would be commemorated by artist Antoine-Jean Gros in a massive painting depicting Bonaparte as a fearless healer reaching out to the plague-stricken, bathed in a quasi-religious glow. The painting glossed over the grimmer context, yet its power endures. It was propaganda as much as compassion, Napoleon crafting the myth of himself as both ruthless conqueror and benevolent hero. That spring, however, military realities were harsh. Napoleon's advance into the heart of Syria encountered the formidable walls of Acre. British warships aided the Ottoman defenders, and despite repeated assaults, the fortress of Acre did not fall. Bonaparte's army grew weaker by the day. Plague, heat, and stiff resistance sapped their strength. After 2 months of frustration, Napoleon finally lifted the siege in May 1799. He led his gaunt, worn men on a gruelling retreat back to Egypt, harassed by mounted Ottoman forces and bedevilled by the merciless climate. The omniscient narrator of history might note that the event was the first serious setback in Napoleon's career. Outside the walls of Acre, the limits of his fortune became evident. In one poignant incident during the retreat, a French soldier, too sick to walk, begged not to be left behind. Napoleon paused, and in a rare display of quiet mercy, ordered that a horse be left for the man, a small redemption for Jaffa's horror. By late 1799, back in Cairo, Napoleon received word of political turmoil in France and the threat of invasion by European coalitions. Sensing that his moment on the larger world stage had arrived, he made a fateful decision. He would abandon the Egyptian enterprise and return to Paris post-haste. He left General Kleber in charge of the army, with secret instructions to negotiate a withdrawal, and slipped out of Egypt with a few close aides in August 1799. By luck and stealth, he navigated through the British blockades and arrived in France in October, where he was greeted as a hero. Astonishingly, the disasters, the fleet's destruction and the failure at Acre were largely suppressed or ignored in the news. Instead, France heard only of the triumphs, the Battle of the Pyramids, the scientific discoveries, and the bold Eastern adventure. In the public eye, Napoleon returned from Egypt draped in oriental mystery and glory, as he intended. He brought home scholars' reports, exotic animals and art, further fueling the legend he was weaving around himself. The Egyptian expedition ultimately was a mixed success at best in practical terms, but in terms of Napoleon's self-made mythology, it was a triumph. He had shown France not only a general of battlefield genius, but also a leader who aspired to greatness on a civilizational scale. He cast himself as a new Alexander, a lawgiver and patron of knowledge as well as a warrior. The contradictions were stark. The same man who executed prisoners and poisoned plague victims also posed as an emancipator and enlightened ruler. Napoleon seemed aware that to achieve immortality, a leader had to shape his narrative. In Egypt he learned the power of image and propaganda. From the grandiose proclamations and commissioned paintings to the curated flow of news back to Europe, he ensured that he, Napoleon Bonaparte, would not be considered merely another French general. He would become a figure worthy of epics, a man who conquered ancient lands and engaged in conversation with the pyramids. As he returned to France, he prepared for his next daring action, seizing political power. The saviour of France had returned from the deserts, burnished by sun and fame, ready to dictate the next chapter of the revolution. The France Napoleon returned to in 1799 was ripe for change, and he knew it. The Directory government was deeply unpopular, marred by corruption, economic troubles and military setbacks in Europe during his absence. Paris buzzed with rumours of coups and conspiracies. Emmanuel Sieyès, one of the directors, famously muttered that France needed a head, a sword to complete the revolution's work. Fresh from his Egyptian mystique and Italian laurels, Napoleon appeared to many as the ideal candidate for this role. Ever the political opportunist, he quietly aligned with plotters including Sieyès, Talleyrand and his savvy younger brother, Lucien Bonaparte. Behind closed doors in Parisian salons thick with cigar smoke, the plotters schemed to topple the Directory throughout October 1799. Napoleon was cautious at first, assessing every detail like a battlefield plan. But as the crowds cheered him in the streets and even the fickle newspapers hailed him, he realised that now was the crucial moment. "Weaker men get caught in the current of events," he confided to a friend, "but I will direct events myself." The omniscient narrator might observe that fortune was once again favouring him. Napoleon put his plan in motion on the morning of 18 Brumaire, year 8, November 9th, 1799, by the Republican calendar. Under the pretext of a supposed Jacobin coup threat, he persuaded the councils, France's legislature, to move their session out of volatile Paris to the suburban chateau of Saint-Cloud, where his loyal troops could surround them. The air was tense and thick with the intrigue as Bonaparte donned his general's uniform, mounted a horse and trotted through the Paris streets flanked by grenadiers. He had told Josephine to be ready for any outcome, success or his death or imprisonment. "If I fail, I shall be outlawed tomorrow," he said flatly. By afternoon, under grey November skies, soldiers occupied key positions around Saint-Cloud. Inside, bewildered deputies gathered in gilded chambers, suspecting something was amiss. Napoleon paced in an antechamber, uncharacteristically nervous. He was a man used to commanding armies, not quelling politicians, and for perhaps the first time doubt gnawed at him. Nonetheless, he steeled himself and strode into the hall of the Council of Ancients head high. He addressed the ancients with controlled passion, decrying the incapable Directory and the perils facing France. His hands trembled slightly as he gestured. This was no battlefield, and the hostile stares of elected deputies were a new kind of danger. Some applauded, but others murmured in dissent. Napoleon next moved to the Council of 500, the lower house where things would soon descend into chaos. The moment he entered the orangery, where 500 legislators were meeting, a hostile roar rose up. Down with the tyrant, outlaw him Jacobin deputies screamed upon seeing soldiers at his back. Napoleon momentarily stumbled over his words, declaring that his only goal was to preserve the Republic. His presence inflamed the assembly. A knot of deputies rushed at him, one even lunging as if to stab him with a paper knife. Amid shouts of hors la loi, outlaw him, Napoleon turned pale and reportedly began to shake. For a heartbeat, it seemed his carefully laid coup might collapse in embarrassment. Grenadiers hustled him out as the hall erupted in pandemonium. Outside, in the palace courtyard, Napoleon caught his breath, sweat beading on his forehead in the cool autumn air. He was used to battlefield glory, but this was raw political theatre, and it was almost lost. The day was saved by a combination of military force and his brother's quick wits. Lucien Bonaparte decisively took the stage as president of the Council of 500. He slipped away and addressed the soldiers waiting outside. With a dramatic flourish, Lucien drew his sword and pointed it at Napoleon's chest, shouting that his brother had been attacked by assassins inside and that he would strike Napoleon down himself if ever the general betrayed the people. The Grenadiers, perplexed but swayed by Lucien's bravado, rallied. They burst into the hall with fixed bayonets, clearing it of recalcitrant deputies in minutes. Legislators scrambled out windows or bolted for the doors as soldiers occupied the chamber. By evening, Saint-Cloud was silent save for the measured tramp of boots on marble floors. A rump of hand-picked deputies, brought back under bayonet guard, voted to abolish the Directory and appointed a 3-man consulate to govern France. The coup, though far messier than planned, had succeeded. Napoleon was named first consul, the dominant position in the new government. As he rode back to Paris that night under escort, he was exhausted but exultant. "The revolution is over," he declared to an aide with quiet triumph. "I am the revolution now." In reality, it was a new beginning. The 30-year-old general had seized control of the nation. Over the next months, Napoleon solidified his power with breathtaking speed and shrewdness. While Sieyès and Ducos, the other 2 consuls, were shunted aside into irrelevance, Bonaparte set up residence in the Tuileries Palace, the former royal residence, signalling that a new kind of ruler had arrived. He worked ferociously, sometimes 18 hours a day, overseeing everything from military operations to administrative reforms. The third-person omniscient view allows a glimpse into his private routine. Rising before dawn, he would dictate letters to multiple secretaries in succession, his mind leaping from topic to topic, then meet ministers, then generals, sorting each issue with decisive clarity. He seemed to scarcely need sleep, running on ambition and endless cups of strong coffee. France, weary of a decade of revolutionary chaos, responded enthusiastically to firm leadership, even as Napoleon tightened censorship on the press and set up an efficient secret police under Joseph Fouché. Many welcomed the stability these measures brought. A new slogan appeared: authority, not liberty. The very people who had once shouted for freedom now craved order, and Bonaparte delivered it. Abroad, he continued to prove his genius on the battlefield, further cementing his position at home. In 1800, when Austria threatened to overturn the gains of the revolution, Napoleon led a dramatic crossing of the Alps, guiding the army of the reserve through the high passes with cannon dragged by mules and men, in scenes that would later be immortalised in art, albeit with a white charger he likely never rode. He surprised the Austrians in northern Italy by securing a victory at Marengo in June 1800, a fierce battle where a midday crisis almost led to the French's defeat, but a timely cavalry charge reversed the outcome. Marengo became mythic in France. Napoleon spun it as a grand triumph of his personal leadership. Indeed, when his exhausted troops cheered Vive Bonaparte on the blood-soaked fields of Marengo, it reinforced his near-messianic status. Austria sued for peace, and Britain too signed the Treaty of Amiens in 1802, a rare moment of general European peace that the first consul used to consolidate his regime. During these years, Napoleon revealed himself not just as a brilliant general, but as a statesman of extraordinary talent and contradictions. He set about rebuilding France. The consulate saw sweeping reforms. A new legal code, the Code Civil, Napoleonic Code, was drafted to enshrine equality before the law, property rights, and secular authority. Napoleon took a direct hand in its formulation, personally chairing many sessions of the Council of State, quill in hand, debating points of contract law or inheritance. The code, completed in 1804, eliminated feudal remnants and became one of Napoleon's proudest achievements, a lasting framework of justice. At the same time, he brokered a reconciliation with the Catholic Church through the Concordat of 1801, healing the rift caused by revolutionary dechristianization. To the horror of ideologues, this pragmatic deal recognised Catholicism as the religion of most Frenchmen, though not the state religion, and restored some church influence, but under Napoleon's terms. The once anti-clerical general understood that to pacify France, he must placate her believers. Thus, in Notre Dame Cathedral, where revolutionaries had once exalted reason, Mass was celebrated again by order of the first consul. No detail of governance escaped him. He created the Bank of France to stabilise the currency, overhauled education with new lycées and scholarships, and reformed taxation so revenues flowed reliably. Roads and bridges were built or repaired across the country. In the twilit halls of the Tuileries, courtiers once again danced at balls, but this time honouring a soldier in place of a king. France was regaining prosperity and confidence under Napoleon's firm hand. All the while, Bonaparte's personal power grew ever more concentrated. In 1802, a national plebiscite of Mimere, carefully managed by his officials, made him first consul for life. The result was announced with fanfare, an implausible majority of voters in favour, which flattered him immensely. He would famously dismiss objections by pointing to such plebiscites, claiming he had the people's mandate. An emperor in waiting in all but name, he began to envision a dynasty. In the quiet of his private study, he pondered the fates of Caesar and Charlemagne, concluding that the revolution needed the permanence of monarchy in a new form. His siblings were given honours and arranged advantageous marriages. Napoleon was positioning the Bonapartes as France's new royal family, much to the ridicule of some old revolutionaries who muttered that we did not destroy one aristocracy to create another. But many others went along eagerly, trading ideological purity for the trappings of a renewed court. By 1804, foiled plots against his life, such as the infernal machine bomb on a Paris street in 1800, and royalist intrigues provided the pretext to take the final step. In the spring of 1804, evidence of a Bourbon prince's involvement in a conspiracy led Napoleon to order the Duke of Enghien seized from neutral territory and executed, an action that sent a chill through Europe's aristocracy but eliminated a potential figurehead for monarchists. Soon after, the Senate petitioned Napoleon to assume the title of emperor to stabilise the government. It was stage-managed, yet it answered a real yearning among the French for continuity and glory. Napoleon accepted. Another plebiscite was held, again approving by an overwhelming margin that Bonaparte become Emperor of the French. On December 2nd, 1804, Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris hosted a coronation the likes of which Europe had not seen in decades. The medieval edifice, once defaced and neglected in the revolutionary turmoil, was lavishly restored and draped in crimson and gold for the occasion. Dignitaries from across Europe, some grudging, others curious, attended. Pope Pius VII himself was brought from Rome to bless the ceremony, a stunning coup that lent a mantle of ancient legitimacy. The atmosphere inside Notre Dame mixed grandeur with spectacle. Incense wafted through the air. Hundreds of candles illuminated the nave, and the 35-year-old Napoleon, clad in robes of velvet and ermine, processed down the aisle to the strains of glorious music. But true to his character, he subtly upended tradition at the climactic moment. As the Pope prepared to anoint and crown him, Napoleon stepped forward, took the crown, a new golden diadem modelled on Charlemagne's, into his hands, and placed it upon his head. The audience gasped softly. It was unheard of for a monarch to crown himself. Then Napoleon crowned Josephine as Empress, gently setting a small crown on her bowed head, even as tears of emotion filled her eyes. Their marriage had been rocky over the issue of an heir, but today they presented a united front in majesty. The Pope raised a hand in blessing, effectively ratifying what had already occurred. Observers noted the symbolism. Napoleon signalled that he owed his throne to no one but himself and the French people, by the grace of God and the Constitution of the Republic, as the formula ran. Some detractors whispered it was the ultimate act of Bonaparte's arrogance. Others saw in it the genius of a man who made and recognised his own destiny. Either way, Napoleon had risen from Corsican obscurity to imperial zenith in just 15 years. As the cannons boomed a 21-gun salute across Paris, and the newly crowned emperor stepped out on the cathedral steps, in the same uniform he wore at Marengo beneath the imperial mantle, the crowds acclaimed him wildly. Many had tears in their eyes, believing they beheld the saviour of France crowned in glory. Thus, the French Republic gave way to the French Empire, with Napoleon I on the throne. In him, people saw a rare combination of revolutionary change and traditional authority. He kept the slogan liberty, equality, fraternity on his lips, even as he founded a new nobility, granted marshals princely titles, and sat on a throne. The third-person omniscient perspective discerns in Napoleon a consciousness of this paradox. He sincerely viewed himself as the guarantor of the revolution's core gains, even while accumulating power more absolute than any Bourbon before him. On the night after the coronation in the Tuileries Palace, the emperor sat long awake. The imperial crown rested on a table nearby. Did he feel triumph, or the weight of what he had assumed? Perhaps both. He had achieved grandeur, but the drive that fueled him did not abate. He murmured to one confidant that evening, "I have crowned Josephine, but it is only a wreath on a journey. I refuse to slack off on the throne. We have only begun." Indeed, new horizons of power stretched out before him, kings to topple, nations to found, and an empire that, at its height, would redraw the map of Europe and leave an indelible mark on history. Napoleon's empire burst onto the world stage with all the pomp of a revived Roman Empire and the energy of a modern nation-state. By 1805, the newly crowned Emperor of the French stood at the apex of his power and charisma. He had transformed France internally, and now he set out to reshape Europe in France's image and under France's domination. Courts across the continent, from Vienna to Berlin, watched the self-made monarch with a mix of awe, fear and loathing. They dubbed him the Corsican ogre in private, yet could not deny his brilliance in war and governance. Napoleon's contradictions were becoming the world's problem. A child of revolution who donned a crown, a promoter of egalitarian law, who married into the Ancien Régime in 1809, he divorced Josephine, who had failed to produce an heir, and married Marie-Louise, an Austrian Hohenzollern archduchess, thus allying himself to the Habsburgs. At the empire's zenith, roughly 1807 to 1809, it seemed nothing could stand against him. His empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Russian border, from the North Sea to Naples. His brother Joseph sat on the throne in Naples. Joseph also ruled in Spain after 1808. His brother Louis governed in Holland. His brother Jérôme reigned in Westphalia. And in Italy he himself wore the Iron Crown of Lombardy. A veritable family system of Bonapartes replaced old dynasties. Napoleon's marshals, once commoners and soldiers of fortune, now ruled as dukes over conquered provinces. The map of Europe was redrawn with French client republics and kingdoms. Napoleon dismantled the ancient Holy Roman Empire in the German heartland in 1806, erasing a millennium of history in the process. In its place, he created the Confederation of the Rhine under his protection. From Portugal to Prussia, nearly the whole of continental Europe either lay under his direct control or danced to his tune. These years saw Napoleon's military genius at its undisputed peak. The War of the Third Coalition in 1805 brought France head-to-head with Austria, Russia and Britain. Napoleon's response was characteristically audacious. He abandoned his frequently discussed plan to invade Britain, as the Royal Navy still held sway over the seas, and instead he swiftly marched his Grand Armée eastward. In a masterstroke of manoeuvre, he encircled an Austrian army at Ulm in October 1805 without a major fight, forcing its surrender. Then, as an Austrian and Russian combined force attempted to regroup, Napoleon lured them into a trap on the fields of Austerlitz in Moravia. On December 2nd, 1805, exactly 1 year after his coronation, he delivered what he himself regarded as his tactical masterpiece, the Battle of Austerlitz, also called the Battle of the Three Emperors. At dawn, a gentle fog blanketed the plain, concealing parts of the French positions. Napoleon intentionally exposed his right flank to the Allies' attack, and when they succumbed to his deception, he launched an attack on their centre. As the mid-morning sun, the famed sun of Austerlitz, burned through the mist, the French seized the high Pratzen heights, splitting the enemy army in two. Napoleon galloped past cheering columns as they rolled up the Allied lines. By early afternoon, the coalition army was in full retreat, and thousands of enemy soldiers drowned in the ice of frozen lakes that the French artillery shattered. The victory was complete. Watching the remnants of the Russian army limp away, Napoleon remarked to his marshals with pride, "Gentlemen, remember this day. It may well be the greatest of my life." Indeed, Austerlitz served as the crowning achievement of his imperial reign. Austria capitulated, signing the Treaty of Pressburg and ceding territory. The Holy Roman Emperor abdicated his ancient title shortly after, effectively ending the Holy Roman Empire. In gratitude, Napoleon's soldiers nicknamed him Le Soleil d'Austerlitz, the Sun of Austerlitz, a symbol of the glory he had brought them. With Austria cowed, Napoleon turned on Prussia in 1806 when that kingdom, belatedly and unwisely, challenged French dominance. The Emperor's response was swift and devastating. In October 1806, he crushed the proud Prussian army in a twin battle on the same day, Jena and Auerstedt. Outside Jena, Napoleon's forces routed a Prussian army, while on a nearby field Marshal Davout, with a smaller French corps, defeated the main Prussian army at Auerstedt. Frederick the Great's myth of Prussian military prowess crumbled in a single morning. The French marched into Berlin, and Napoleon visited the tomb of Frederick, contemplatively remarking, "If he were alive, we wouldn't be here today." In a display of both magnanimity and shrewdness, he took the sword of Frederick the Great he ordered that the fallen Prussian officers be respectfully buried, despite the trophy. Napoleon's empire burst onto the world stage with all the pomp of a revived Roman Empire and the energy of a modern nation-state. By 1805, the newly crowned Emperor of the French stood at the apex of his power and charisma. He had transformed France internally, and now he set out to reshape Europe in France's image and under France's domination. Courts across the continent, from Vienna to Berlin, watched the self-made monarch with a mix of awe, fear and loathing. They dubbed him the Corsican Ogre in private, yet could not deny his brilliance in war and governance. Napoleon's contradictions were becoming the world's problem. A child of revolution who donned a crown, a promoter of egalitarian law who married into the Ancien Régime in 1809, he divorced Josephine, who had failed to produce an heir, and married Marie-Louise, an Austrian archduchess, thus allying himself to the Habsburgs. At the empire's zenith, roughly 1807 to 1809, it seemed nothing could stand against him. His empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Russian border, from the North Sea to Naples. His brother Joseph sat on the throne in Naples. Joseph also ruled in Spain after 1808. His brother Louis governed in Holland, his brother Jérôme reigned in Westphalia, and in Italy he himself wore the Iron Crown of Lombardy. A veritable family system of Bonapartes replaced old dynasties. Napoleon's marshals, once commoners and soldiers of fortune, now ruled as dukes over conquered provinces. The map of Europe was redrawn with French client republics and kingdoms. Napoleon dismantled the ancient Holy Roman Empire in the German heartland in 1806, erasing a millennium of history in the process. In its place he created the Confederation of the Rhine under his protection. From Portugal to Prussia, nearly the whole of continental Europe either lay under his direct control or danced to his tune. These years saw Napoleon's military genius at its undisputed peak. The War of the Third Coalition in 1805 brought France head-to-head with Austria, Russia and Britain. Napoleon's response was characteristically audacious. He abandoned his frequently discussed plan to invade Britain, as the Royal Navy still held sway over the seas, and instead he swiftly marched his Grand Armée eastward. In a masterstroke of manoeuvre, he encircled an Austrian army at Ulm in October 1805, without a major fight, forcing its surrender. Then, as an Austrian and Russian combined force attempted to regroup, Napoleon lured them into a trap on the fields of Austerlitz in Moravia. On December 2nd, 1805, exactly 1 year after his coronation, he delivered what he himself regarded as his tactical masterpiece, the Battle of Austerlitz, also called the Battle of the Three Emperors. At dawn, a gentle fog blanketed the plain, concealing parts of the French positions. Napoleon intentionally exposed his right flank to the Allies' attack, and when they succumbed to his deception, he launched an attack on their centre. As the mid-morning sun, the famed sun of Austerlitz, burned through the mist, the French seized the high Pratzen heights, splitting the enemy army in two. Napoleon galloped past cheering columns as they rolled up the Allied lines. By early afternoon, the coalition army was in full retreat, and thousands of enemy soldiers drowned in the ice of frozen lakes that the French artillery shattered. The victory was complete. Watching the remnants of the Russian army limp away, Napoleon remarked to his marshals with pride, "Gentlemen, remember this day. It may well be the greatest of my life." Indeed, Austerlitz served as the crowning achievement of his imperial reign. Austria capitulated, signing the Treaty of Pressburg and ceding territory. The Holy Roman Emperor abdicated his ancient title shortly after, effectively ending the Holy Roman Empire. In gratitude, Napoleon's soldiers nicknamed him Le Soleil d'Austerlitz, the Sun of Austerlitz, a symbol of the glory he had brought them. With Austria cowed, Napoleon turned on Prussia in 1806 when that kingdom, belatedly and unwisely, challenged French dominance. The Emperor's response was swift and devastating. In October 1806, he crushed the proud Prussian army in a twin battle on the same day, Jena and Auerstedt. Outside Jena, Napoleon's forces routed a Prussian army, while on a nearby field, Marshal Davout with a smaller French corps defeated the main Prussian army at Auerstedt. Frederick the Great's myth of Prussian military prowess crumbled in a single morning. The French marched into Berlin, and Napoleon visited the tomb of Frederick, contemplatively remarking, "If he were alive, we wouldn't be here today." In a display of both magnanimity and shrewdness, he took the sword of Frederick the Great as he ordered that the fallen Prussian officers be respectfully buried despite the trophy. The Peninsular War, as the conflict in Spain came to be known, became a vicious, years-long guerrilla struggle that Napoleon later referred to as the Spanish Ulcer, draining his resources. It was the first major crack in his empire. The mighty French arm, designed for set-piece battles, found itself bleeding in an asymmetric war of ambushes and reprisals in the Spanish hills. Napoleon himself travelled to Spain in late 1808 to blitz the resisting Spanish armies and did win conventional battles with typical brilliance, but he could not pacify the proud and hostile populace indefinitely. The British seized the chance and landed forces under Arthur Wellesley, the future Duke of Wellington, to support the Spaniards and Portuguese. For the first time, Napoleon's aura of invincibility was under threat by an insurrection and a foreign expedition on his flank. Still, at the Empire's height, these troubles seemed minor compared to the grand canvas of Napoleon's dominance. In 1809, Austria, encouraged by French difficulties in Spain, dared to challenge Napoleon once more. The Emperor responded with swift fury. Though the Austrians surprised him and handed him his first personal defeat in a pitched battle at Aspern-Essling just outside Vienna, where in May 1809 Archduke Charles inflicted heavy losses as Napoleon's attempt to cross the Danube was repelled, the French regrouped. In July, Napoleon spearheaded a significant attack during the Battle of Wagram, a 2-day intense battle on the plains close to Vienna. It was a grim, attritional battle, lacking the elegant manoeuvres of Austerlitz, but Napoleon's larger reserve of men and artillery prevailed. Austria sued for peace again after Wagram. As part of the settlement, and to solidify the new Franco-Austrian amity, Napoleon took the dramatic step of divorcing Josephine, his beloved but now 46-year-old empress, who'd given him no children, and marrying Archduchess Marie-Louise of Austria. The act was a profound personal sacrifice for him. Both he and Josephine wept bitterly at their formal parting, despite past infidelities on both sides. Yet Napoleon, ever pragmatic about power, knew the Bonaparte legacy needed an heir of his own blood, and an Austrian princess would bring legitimacy in the eyes of Europe. In 1811, Marie-Louise bore him a son, whom Napoleon grandly titled the King of Rome. At 42, the emperor had a healthy male heir. That year marked the pinnacle of Napoleonic confidence. He spoke of founding a dynasty that would last 100 years. One evening, holding the infant prince in his arms beneath the glow of chandelier light, he is said to have murmured, "You will be my living trophy. You will inherit all I have made." Amidst these triumphs, Napoleon's influence went beyond warfare and politics, leaving an imprint on society and even distant continents. He spread the Napoleonic code to the lands he conquered, laying foundations for legal systems from Italy to the Rhineland, systems that emphasized clear laws and the end of feudal practices. He abolished serfdom in Poland and introduced religious toleration and secular education in many backward corners of Europe. In the German states and elsewhere, his rule inadvertently sparked feelings of nationalism. Subject peoples, even as they resented French domination, also absorbed the ideas of the French Revolution that Napoleon carried with his armies. A young German or Italian, in 1810, might at once hate Napoleon's oppressive taxes and conscription, yet be inspired by the new concepts of liberty and nationhood that came in his wake. The consequences of his reign also rippled across the Atlantic. In 1803, needing funds for war, and sensing that holding territory in America was untenable after losing Haiti to a slave rebellion, Napoleon sold the vast Louisiana Territory to the United States, an act that doubled the size of the young American Republic and reshaped global geopolitics. He quipped that this sale would forever thwart British ambitions in the New World and ensure an American power that could rival England. In a way, he was crafting the future beyond his own empire. Similarly, his toppling of the Spanish regime jolted Spain's colonies in Latin America. Leaders like Simón Bolívar would soon take advantage of the chaos to fight for independence, indirectly influenced by Napoleonic upheaval. However, at the beginning of the 1810s, Napoleon's world appeared to be completely focused on him. He had achieved something unprecedented, a French empire that dominated Europe in a manner not seen since Roman times. Flanked by his marshals at grand victory parades, the Emperor Shakespeare would stand on a reviewing platform in his iconic bicorn hat and simple green uniform of the Imperial Guard, while thousands of troops passed in martial splendour. Bands played La Marseillaise and other patriotic hymns that once belonged to the Revolution, but were now co-opted to celebrate an emperor. To observers in London or Vienna, it might have looked as if Europe was lost in a trance of Napoleonic glory. And indeed, many of the common folk in France and her satellite states revered Napoleon sincerely, crediting him with delivering efficient government, national pride, and victory after victory. Yet within Napoleon's tight circle there were those who sensed the dangers of hubris creeping in. Talleyrand, his wily foreign minister, till Napoleon dismissed him, once remarked acidly that Napoleon's downfall would be his inability to stop himself. "Il n'a pas de limites," he warned a colleague. "The man knows no limits." Fouché, the police minister, kept secret dossiers mapping discontent and conspiracies, aware that not all hearts were with the emperor. Even some marshals grumbled about the endless wars and their human cost. Mothers across France quietly cursed the emperor, who took their sons year after year for his grande armée. The empire was powerful but brittle in places, reliant entirely on one man's brilliance and charisma. In 1812, at the height of his control, Napoleon assembled the largest army Europe had ever seen, over 500,000 men drawn from every corner of his domains, and led them eastward in a campaign that he believed would secure his dominance once and for all. The target, his former ally, the Russian Tsar, who had drifted out of the continental system and defied French influence. Confident in his destiny and accustomed to rapid victories, Napoleon wagered everything on one more lightning war. The Grande Armée, a cosmopolitan host of Frenchmen, Italians, Germans, Poles, and others, marched off with singing and high morale under summer skies. It was the apogee of Napoleon's hubris, an emperor at the peak of his power, thinking the conquest of the vast Russian plains would be but another triumph to notch on his belt. He told a diplomat, "We shall be in Moscow in 2 months." As the column snaked east, drummers tapping out the cadence on dusty roads, and eagles glinting in the sun, none could imagine that the zenith of the empire was also the beginning of a catastrophic decline. For now, though, Napoleon's star blazed as bright as the midday sun. In the minds of many, he was the master of Europe, perhaps even invincible. The thought that this supreme height might precede a fall had not yet troubled the dreams of the Emperor of the French. However, at the beginning of the 1810s, Napoleon's world appeared to be completely focused on him. He had achieved something unprecedented, a French empire that dominated Europe in a manner not seen since Roman times. Flanked by his marshals at grand victory parades, the Emperor Shakespeare would stand on a reviewing platform in his iconic bicorn hat and simple green uniform of the Imperial Guard, while thousands of troops passed in martial splendour. Bands played La Marseillaise and other patriotic hymns that once belonged to the Revolution, but were now co-opted to celebrate an emperor. To observers in London or Vienna, it might have looked as if Europe was lost in a trance of Napoleonic glory. And indeed, many of the common folk in France and her satellite states revered Napoleon sincerely, crediting him with delivering efficient government, national pride, and victory after victory. Yet within Napoleon's tight circle there were those who sensed the dangers of hubris creeping in. Talleyrand, his wily foreign minister, till Napoleon dismissed him, once remarked acidly that Napoleon's downfall would be his inability to stop himself. "Il n'a pas de limites," he warned a colleague. "The man knows no limits." Fouché, the police minister, kept secret dossiers mapping discontent and conspiracies, aware that not all hearts were with the emperor. Even some marshals grumbled about the endless wars and their human cost. Mothers across France quietly cursed the emperor, who took their sons year after year for his grande armée. The empire was powerful but brittle in places, reliant entirely on one man's brilliance and charisma. In 1812, at the height of his control, Napoleon assembled the largest army Europe had ever seen, over 500,000 men drawn from every corner of his domains, and led them eastward in a campaign that he believed would secure his dominance once and for all. The target, his former ally, the Russian Tsar, who had drifted out of the continental system and defied French influence. Confident in his destiny and accustomed to rapid victories, Napoleon wagered everything on one more lightning war. The Grande Armée, a cosmopolitan host of Frenchmen, Italians, Germans, Poles, and others, marched off with singing and high morale under summer skies. It was the apogee of Napoleon's hubris, an emperor at the peak of his power, thinking the conquest of the vast Russian plains would be but another triumph to notch on his belt. He told a diplomat, "We shall be in Moscow in 2 months." As the column snaked east, drummers tapping out the cadence on dusty roads, and eagles glinting in the sun, none could imagine that the zenith of the empire was also the beginning of a catastrophic decline. For now, though, Napoleon's star blazed as bright as the midday sun. In the minds of many, he was the master of Europe, perhaps even invincible. The thought that this supreme height might precede a fall had not yet troubled the dreams of the Emperor of the French. The act left thousands on the far bank who shouted as the remaining escape path burned. Early December saw the Grande Armée, possibly 20,000 ragged, frost-bitten survivors from 600,000, stagger into Poland and Prussia. Napoleon sighed with satisfaction when he entered friendly territory, after narrowly escaping arrest multiple times during the retreat. The cost was nearly unfathomable. The Russian winter, attacks and starvation reduced the overwhelming force entering Russia. Less than 10% survived. Snow shattered Napoleon's European invincibility. Paris rumours about the disaster foreshadowed his return. Napoleon abandoned the remaining troops and rode a sled back to France incognito, and quickly in December 1812. He left Marshal Ney and others to oversee the terrible retreat. Napoleon left his forces to avert a domestic coup. A general named Mallet had launched a strange coup in Paris, falsely announcing Napoleon's death, illustrating how delicate things were. Napoleon crossed blizzards day and night to Paris before the year's end. He made the country believe everything was fine, masking the devastation. Short-lived facade. After Russia won, Europe's rulers formed a coalition to destroy the weaker empire. Prussia joined Russia against France in early 1813. Austria prepared to jump. Napoleon quickly recruited youngsters and last resort reserves to replace his veterans. As before, he examined maps and made massive plans to defeat the Allies. He was still alive, but reality was looming. His marshals feared he could win an interminable war because the French were exhausted. Napoleon returned triumphantly in mid-1813. In March 1813 he beat the Russo-Prussian army at Lutzen and Bautzen with hardly trained conscripts demonstrating his operational competence. He hoped to prevent catastrophe again. Too many odds were against him. October 1813 saw the Battle of Leipzig, later renamed the Battle of Nations, in Saxony. 3 days of fierce fighting between Napoleon's marshals and guard and a combined Russian, Prussian, Austrian and Swedish army. Napoleon was outnumbered roughly 2-1. Attrition and hostile teamwork defeated him despite his expertise and bravery. A scared French officer blew up a crucial bridge too early, trapping a rearguard on the wrong side of the river to be captured. Napoleon lost the biggest battle in European history, ending French rule in Germany. Many of Napoleon's German allies defected. The Rhine Confederation fell. While retreating over the Elster River, his beloved Polish hero, Marshal Poniatowski, drowned. Napoleon retreated to France with his 70,000 defeated soldiers, resolved to fight. In early 1814, the Allies invaded France, expecting a quick march to Paris. Napoleon's little force defeated elements of the bigger Allied soldiers in the 6 Days Campaign in February 1814, one of his most successful defensive campaigns, often overlooked. His youthful mobility and skill surprised his opponents at Champaubert, Montmirail and Montereau. Seeing the Emperor sprint like a firefighter gave French peasants hope. Math told him he was too outnumbered to win. Despite his few victories, the Allies reached Paris by late March 1814. After Marshals Marmont and Mortier, left to defend Paris, concluded resistance was pointless. The coalition army took it practically in peace. After centuries without foreign rule, the victorious Tsar Alexander, King Frederick William of Prussia and other dignitaries entered Paris on March 31, 1814. Parisians flocked to the boulevards in despair or relief as Napoleon's epic adventure ended. Napoleon was outraged and unhappy in Fontainebleau following Paris's loss. He pondered marching his remaining men to seize the city. His marshals confronted him, exhausted and honest for the first time. Marshals Ney, Oudinot and Lefebvre, who had followed him across Europe, advised him to reason. They claimed France was defeated and resistance would be fatal. Napoleon was furious, accusing them of cowardice and betrayal. He faced reality alone in Fontainebleau at night. The Allies sought his unconditional surrender. Even his stepson Eugene and brother Joseph persuaded him to submit for the nation. Marshals Ney and MacDonald issued a stunning ultimatum on April 4, 1814. Philippe must abdicate before the army could march on Paris. Napoleon abdicated for his son, expecting an Allied regency. When rejected, he realised the game was over. Napoleon abdicated on April 11, 1814, relinquishing French regal rights. He received an annual stipend and a modest guard on Elba, a small Italian island, from the Allies, a beautiful prison for a fallen king. Napoleon said goodbye to his old guard in Fontainebleau's courtyard on April 20, 1814. France would remember a touching scene. Napoleon continued speaking with a steady, impassioned voice, saying to the soldiers of my old guard, I bid you farewell. You've been my constant companion on the path to honour and glory for 20 years. Do not mourn my fate. I want to document our wonderful deeds. Sweet kids, goodbye. Napoleon. Veteran grenadiers of 12 campaigns cried. The Emperor kissed the imperial eagle flag one last time and hugged General Petit, who was holding the regimental eagle. He said, Goodbye, kids, raising his hand in salutation. Napoleon, despite his best efforts, jumped into a carriage crying. That night, many jaded soldiers lay under the stars, unsure of France's or their future without l'Empereur. A veteran murmured, It's over. A wonderful person left. An imaginary kingdom held European ruler Napoleon Bonaparte captive. He arrived at Elba, 119 square miles of rugged terrain and vineyards in Tuscany, in late April 1814. He was rarely self-pitying. Keeping the title Emperor, the Allies gave him the name as a polite fiction, he established a small court in Portoferraio, Elba's main town, and reigned like France in miniature. Napoleon was restless on Elba for 9 months. He studied Lilliputian's iron mines and quarries, planned to modernise agriculture, and designed a flag, a diagonal band of white with red and bees, symbolising industriousness and potentially nodding to his imperial emblem. He formed a small navy and army with a few ships and hundreds of people, including a loyal Old Guard detachment. He rode tight routes, inspected olive orchards, and talked to port fishermen, villagers said. His micromanagement improved roads, built a small hospital, and accelerated tax collection. Elba's people were amazed and perplexed that this powerful man cared about their humble life. A friendly Elban elder joked, He thinks he's still ruling the world. Napoleon's vigour overwhelmed Elba's idyllic appearance. Connections and newspapers kept him abreast of French and European happenings. This information gnawed at him. The restored Bourbon monarch Louis XVIII was unpopular in France. The arrogant return of the old aristocracy led to the dismissal of many Napoleon-affiliated French officers and bureaucrats. Rumours of royalist revenge and economic recession circulated. Peasants feared the Bourbons would retake their gains after Napoleon's reign. During a congress of the great countries in Vienna to redraw Europe's map after Napoleon's fall, the British may send Napoleon to a remote Atlantic rock if he becomes too difficult in Elba. The island felt like a gilded prison. The Bonaparte family was infamous for their infighting, and Napoleon's mother and sister clashed often. Napoleon's busy mind was bored. He was sad looking at the sea via a telescope from Elba's cliffs in early 1815. I live like a sleeping volcano, read one letter. He could not bear the world going on without him. His insatiable ambition and fate won. In late February 1815, Napoleon returned to France to reclaim his crown after hearing the Congress of Vienna was in disorder, and France's anger with Louis XVIII was growing. It appeared impossible. An expelled emperor escorted by Allied ships trying to incite a civilian insurrection to overthrow a reconstituted monarchy. Napoleon had the ability to bring dreams to life. Napoleon fled Elba on February 26, 1815, under loose guards. He travelled to France with several hundred loyal warriors aboard the ship Inconstant and on numerous smaller vessels to evade British surveillance. He escaped capture on the voyage by chance and daring. Napoleon stared at the prow with a familiar fire as the Côte d'Azur appeared. France is ours, he informed his troops. Bonaparte believed Louis XVIII's France would fail. On March 1, 1815, the French Riviera witnessed an astonishing sight. Napoleon Bonaparte, the exiled emperor, landed near Cannes with a tiny force and unfurled his tricolour flag once more. Dressed in his trademark grey greatcoat and cocked hat, he stepped ashore and proclaimed, "I have come to save France." Thus began the episode known as the 100 Days, a final blaze of Napoleon's meteoric life. He marched northward, avoiding the royalist stronghold of Provence, choosing the Alpine route through the Dauphiné. His band was small, barely 1,000 men, but as they advanced, Napoleon's charisma and France's simmering discontent began to work miracles. At town after town, locals, especially veterans and peasants, turned out with curiosity and growing enthusiasm. To many, the news of his return felt like a long-lost family member coming home. A pivotal moment came on March 7th near the mountain town of Laffrey. Royal troops of the 5th Regiment, under orders to arrest the usurper, confronted Napoleon on the road. The two forces faced each other, nervous and silent. Napoleon, fearless, strode forward alone, flung open his coat to bare his chest, and shouted to the soldiers arrayed against him, "Soldiers, if there is one among you who wants to kill his general, his emperor, here I am." For a tense heartbeat, no one moved. Then, in an emotional rush, the royal troops erupted in cheers. "Vive l'Empereur" rang out as they threw down their white Bourbon cockades and surged toward Napoleon. The men of the 5th joined Napoleon's ranks in unison. Eyewitnesses saw veterans crying and laughing as they embraced their former leader. Word quickly spread throughout the countryside. Napoleon had returned, and the army was uniting behind him. King Louis XVIII's attempts to muster resistance faltered, as one regiment after another either went over to Bonaparte or melted away. Ney, once Napoleon's trusted bravest of the brave, had initially promised the king he would bring Napoleon back in an iron cage, but confronted with the fervour of his troops for the emperor, Ney too defected, overwhelmed by old loyalties and perhaps the irresistible tide of sentiment. By March 20th, Napoleon reached Paris. Louis XVIII had already fled into exile, supposedly leaving so hastily that he lost a shoe, thus giving a touch of farce to the Bourbon king's second departure. That night, Napoleon entered the Tuileries to the ecstatic roar of Parisians who, just weeks earlier, had been murmuring against him as the ogre. Public opinion had once again whiplashed. Remarkably, in a matter of 20 days, without a single shot fired in anger, Napoleon had regained his throne. It was one of the most dramatic political. The comebacks in history serve as a testament to his unequalled ability to inspire or intimidate, and they also reflect the French people's ambivalence about the restored monarchy. The tricolour flew once more from public buildings. In the streets people sang La Marseillaise and lit bonfires. Napoleon moved quickly to consolidate this unexpected second chance. He sent letters professing peaceful intentions and offering new alliances. He even adopted a more liberal tone, promulgating a revised constitution, the Additional Act, that granted a freer press and a constitutional monarchy-style government, an olive branch to liberals and to moderates in France who wanted reform. The emperor claimed he had learned from exile and now desired to be a benign ruler of a free people. Many were sceptical of this late-hour conversion to liberalism, but they preferred him to the Bourbons regardless. However, Napoleon's escape and restoration shook Europe. The crowned heads at the Congress of Vienna were aghast and furious. A coalition of practically every other European power, Britain, Prussia, Austria, Russia and others, immediately formed, declaring Napoleon an outlaw and enemy of world peace. "The devil has been unchained," said the Austrian Foreign Minister Metternich, encapsulating the shocked outrage of the aristocracies. The aristocracies quickly mobilised their idle armies to decisively crush Napoleon. Napoleon, aware that diplomacy was hopeless, the Allies refused anything short of his second abdication, prepared for war with a mix of urgency and confidence. He had perhaps 125,000 soldiers of the regular army immediately at hand, plus volunteers swelling the ranks daily. Both veterans and new recruits were present, many driven by a patriotic zeal to ensure that foreign monarchs would not dictate to France. He also reconstituted the formidable Imperial Guard. Still, facing him would soon be several massive Allied armies converging from all sides, potentially over 500,000 men. Napoleon's strategic instinct guided him to swiftly and forcefully attack the closest adversaries before the coalition could fully unite. He famously said to his marshals, "We must make a campaign that is prompt and energetic, as in the days of our youth." In June 1815 he marched into what is now Belgium, then part of the United Kingdom of the Netherlands, to preempt the Anglo-Dutch army under the Duke of Wellington and the Prussian army under Marshal Blücher, hoping to defeat each in turn. On June 16, 1815, Napoleon's Armée du Nord clashed with the Prussians at Ligny and the Anglo-Allied forces at Quatre Bras. Napoleon defeated Blücher at Ligny, marking it as his last victory. However, it was not a rout since Blücher's Prussians withdrew in good order, bruised but not broken. Marshal Ney's fight at Quatre Bras against Wellington's forces was inconclusive. Ney was unable to prevent Wellington from later pulling back to a defensive position near the village of Waterloo. 2 days later, on June 18, 1815, Napoleon faced Wellington's British-led Allied army on the rolling plateau of Mont Saint-Jean just south of Waterloo. The ground had been soaked by heavy rains the night before, delaying Napoleon's attack until late morning while it dried. Napoleon's fate would be decided on a field of clover and rye, 1 mile long and 3 miles wide, with Wellington's scarlet-coated infantry and Union Jack flags arrayed against the tricolour standards of France. Wellington, an experienced defensive general, had arrayed his 68,000 troops behind gentle ridges and in strong points like the farm of La Haye-Sainte, and he anxiously awaited the arrival of Blücher's Prussians to bolster him. Napoleon had around 72,000 troops, including the redoubtable Imperial Guard, but he too was looking over his shoulder for the Prussians, hoping his subordinate Marshal Grouchy would keep them at bay. The Battle of Waterloo was fierce and unrelenting, a true endgame between the era's greatest commanders. Napoleon launched a midday assault with a grand battery of artillery and a main attack against the Allied centre, while Ney led cavalry charges that thundered against Wellington's infantry squares. The British and their allies held firm on the ridge despite horrific losses. By late afternoon, Ney, misunderstanding an enemy movement, mistakenly believed the Anglo-Allied line was faltering and led one of military history's most infamous mass cavalry charges. Dozens of squadrons with glittering cuirasses and pennants thundering over the ridge without infantry or artillery support. They were met by the resolute infantry squares. Wellington soldiers, in silent rows behind bayonets, endured repeated waves of French horsemen swirling around their bristling squares, unable to break them. Ney's valour was undeniable. His horse was shot from under him 5 times that day, but the charges gained nothing but heaps of dead men and horses. Napoleon watched this spectacle, and reportedly exclaimed that Ney had gone mad. As the afternoon wore on, news reached Napoleon that Prussian forces were approaching from the east. Blücher was coming, fulfilling his promise to Wellington. "For the love of God, come as fast as you can. We'll fight to the last man." Indeed, by early evening, Prussian advance units under Bülow attacked the French right flank at the village of Plancenoit, forcing Napoleon to divert troops, including part of the Young Guard, to hold them off. The iron vice was closing. With time dwindling, Napoleon took a final risk. He committed his Imperial Guard, his most loyal and elite battalions, in a final bid to break Wellington's centre before the Prussians could fully unite with the Allies. These battle-hardened veterans, short but tall in reputation, marched up the ridge in solid columns, drums beating the pas de charge. "Vive l'Empereur!" they cried as Napoleon watched them go, these men who had never tasted defeat. The Allied line buckled under the initial impact, but Wellington had kept some units in reserve lying down behind the ridge. At his command, the British Guards and other units stood up at close range and poured volleys into the flanks of the advancing Guard columns. A brutal firefight ensued near the summit of the ridge. Under hailstorms of musket balls and grape shot, for the first time in memory, the Imperial Guard recoiled. The cry went up among the Allied troops, "La Garde recule," which means, "the Guard is falling back." Shock rippled through the French lines, disbelief turned to panic as the Guard's retreat became general. Wellington seized the moment, waving his hat and ordering a general advance all along the line. Blücher's Prussians, now arriving in force, sashed into the French right. Napoleon's army, exhausted and with its morale shattered, began to disintegrate. On a gentle slope, a square of the Old Guard formed to act as a rearguard for the fleeing army. Surrounded by Allied forces, they were given a chance to surrender. One apocryphal version tells that when called to yield, a Guard general, perhaps Cambronne, retorted, "La Garde meurt mais ne se rend pas." The Guard dies but does not surrender, followed by a defiant merde. When eventually overwhelmed, many of these steadfast grenadiers indeed died where they stood rather than capitulate. Among the chaos, Napoleon, who had remained on the field until the Guard's repulse, almost fell into enemy hands. As all seemed lost, his marshals persuaded him to depart. He fled the field in a carriage as darkness fell, racing back toward Paris, his dream of renewed glory shattered. The Battle of Waterloo was over. Napoleon's final gamble had failed. Napoleon reportedly said, "C'est fini alors," "It's finished then," as he left. Back in Paris, Napoleon attempted to rally support for continuing resistance. But the political will was gone. The legislature turned against him, and even the ever-loyal Marshal Ney now urged abdication, saying another round of civil war would ruin France. On June 22, 1815, Napoleon abdicated for the second time and in favour of his young son Napoleon II, though the Allies ignored this and restored Louis XVIII again. He then made his way to the Atlantic coast, initially hoping to escape to the United States. For weeks he lingered at Rochefort, with 2 British warships blocking any attempt to sail. Finally, realising he could not elude the global reach of British sea power, Napoleon surrendered himself to the British Captain Maitland of HMS Bellerophon on July 15, 1815. He perhaps expected he would be treated as a former head of state and allowed retirement in Britain or elsewhere. Instead, the British, driven by their government's resolve that he never trouble the world again, decided to send him to the remote South Atlantic island of St. Helena, far from any European shore. In October 1815, Napoleon arrived at this stark volcanic island, roughly 1,200 miles from the coast of Africa. Thus began his second, final exile on a speck of land that was essentially an open-air prison. He was 46 years old. The climate was damp, the terrain rugged but confined. There would be no dramatic escape or return from this place. The British governor, Sir Hudson Lowe, was dutiful and watchful, restricting Napoleon's movements to prevent any chance of rescue. Napoleon was given a residence, Longwood House, which was damp, windswept and hardly comfortable by imperial standards. He passed the next almost 6 years in a strange half-life. A small cohort of loyal followers voluntarily accompanied him, Generals Bertrand and Montholon, Count de la Cassese, and his valet Marchand among others, and they formed a tiny court in exile. Napoleon established a daily routine, dictating his memoirs and thoughts to his companions, especially Las Cases, who recorded his conversations in what would become the Memorial of St. Helena, tending a small garden, reading voraciously history and literature and the newspapers when he could get them, and taking the occasional ride or walk when his health allowed. Over time, his robust constitution began to fail. He grew stout from lack of exercise and rich food. They still dined formally each night on silver plate, maintaining pretences of an imperial household. He suffered from what appeared to be a stomach ailment, perhaps an ulcer or ultimately stomach cancer. His father had died of stomach cancer too. Some speculated he was being slowly poisoned. Indeed, arsenic was later found in hair samples, though modern historians lean towards natural illness exacerbated by the conditions and possibly the arsenic present in things like the wallpaper dye. Emotionally and intellectually, Napoleon oscillated between boredom, bitterness and reflective calm. He would spend hours mapping out alternative histories, what he should have done at Waterloo, or regretting not crushing the Prussians more decisively earlier, or lamenting the folly of the Russian campaign. At other times he would delve into philosophical discussions about fate and the future generations. He once stated, "They wanted me to be another Washington," referring to how Britain might have expected him to quietly retire and farm, but they will not find another Washington in me. As months turned to years, Napoleon became preoccupied with shaping his legacy. In dictation sessions, he portrayed himself as the champion of the people's rights against reactionary monarchs and as a soldier-philosopher who spread revolutionary ideals. He insisted that his true glory was not the 40 battles he won, for defeat at Waterloo overshadowed them, but what will live forever is my civil code, the administrative reforms, the memory of a nation I transformed. He described the Grande Armée as a band of brothers who achieved the impossible out of love for France. He even expressed some remorse, or at least sadness, over the human cost of his ambitions. At times, sitting on the porch at Longwood, gazing at the Atlantic rollers under a grey sky, one imagines Napoleon pondering the ultimate futility of worldly power. Nevertheless, he never lost a certain pride and combativeness. When Sir Hudson Lowe would visit with petty regulations or refuse him the title of Emperor in correspondence, the British addressed him as General Bonaparte, Napoleon would bristle with anger, sometimes refusing to see the governor at all, cloaking himself in dignified silence. His entourage remained fiercely loyal, sharing in these indignities. In 1818, Las Cases was deported by le Milieu for allegedly trying to smuggle letters to Europe. Napoleon was outraged, but he continued his dictations with others. Over time, reports of his declining health reached Europe and softened some hearts. Even royalists in France became less harsh, and a simmering Bonapartist sentiment emerged. In 1821, as Napoleon's condition worsened, constant abdominal pain, nausea and physical weakening, he took to bed. In April, he sensed the end was near and made a will, famously asking to be buried on the banks of the Seine, among the French people whom I have loved so much. On May the 5th, 1821, during a ferocious storm, Napoleon died. His last words, murmured in delirium, were recorded by those at his bedside as "France Gaulois, l'armée, tête d'armée, Joséphine." France, the army. Head of the army, Josephine. Even at the final moment, his mind clung to what he cherished. His country, his soldiers, his glory, and perhaps a fleeting thought of the first wife he had loved. Napoleon was buried on St. Helena in a shaded valley, in a modest grave marked only by a simple tombstone. The British, wary of any symbol, left it nameless. But death only magnified the legend. Within years, memoirs like the Memorial of St. Helena spread across Europe, painting Napoleon as a romantic hero and martyr of sorts, the great man undone by fate and the malice of lesser men. The term Napoleon complex would come to describe not psychological height issues, but the complexity of his historical image. Tyrant or enlightened ruler, military genius or reckless conqueror. In 1840, as political tides changed in France, King Louis-Philippe obtained permission to bring Napoleon's remains home. In a grand state ceremony, Napoleon's body was exhumed, found remarkably well preserved, and transported to Paris. Lined by hundreds of thousands of silent onlookers, his coffin passed under the Arc de Triomphe, that monument he commissioned at the height of his power, and he was finally laid to rest with full honours in a red porphyry sarcophagus at Les Invalides. France thus symbolically reconciled with her prodigal son. He described the Grande Armée as a band of brothers who achieved the impossible out of love for France. He even expressed some remorse, or at least sadness, over the human cost of his ambitions. At times, sitting on the porch at Longwood, gazing at the Atlantic rollers under a grey sky, one imagines Napoleon pondering the ultimate futility of worldly power. Nevertheless, he never lost a certain pride and combativeness. When Sir Hudson Lowe would visit with petty regulations or refuse him the title of Emperor in correspondence, the British addressed him as General Bonaparte, Napoleon would bristle with anger, sometimes refusing to see the governor at all, cloaking himself in dignified silence. His entourage remained fiercely loyal, sharing in these indignities. In 1818, Las Cases was deported by le milieu for allegedly trying to smuggle letters to Europe. Napoleon was outraged, but he continued his dictations with others. Over time, reports of his declining health reached Europe and softened some hearts. Even royalists in France became less harsh, and a simmering Bonapartist sentiment emerged. In 1821, as Napoleon's condition worsened, constant abdominal pain, nausea, and physical weakening, he took to bed. In April, he sensed the end was near and made a will, famously asking to be buried on the banks of the Seine, among the French people whom I have loved so much. On May the 5th, 1821, during a ferocious storm, Napoleon died. His last words, murmured in delirium, were recorded by those at his bedside as France glory, l'armée, tête d'armée, Josephine. France, the army. Head of the army, Josephine. Even at the final moment, his mind clung to what he cherished. His country, his soldiers, his glory, and perhaps a fleeting thought of the first wife he had loved. Napoleon was buried on St. Helena in a shaded valley, in a modest grave marked only by a simple tombstone. The British, wary of any symbol, left it nameless. But death only magnified the legend. Within years, memoirs like the Memorial of St. Helena spread across Europe, painting Napoleon as a romantic hero and martyr of sorts, the great man undone by fate and the malice of lesser men. The term Napoleon complex would come to describe not psychological height issues, but the complexity of his historical image. Tyrant or enlightened ruler, military genius or reckless conqueror. In 1840, as political tides changed in France, King Louis-Philippe obtained permission to bring Napoleon's remains home. In a grand state ceremony, Napoleon's body was exhumed, found remarkably well preserved, and transported to Paris. Lined by hundreds of thousands of silent onlookers, his coffin passed under the Arc de Triomphe, that monument he commissioned at the height of his power, and he was finally laid to rest with full honours in a red porphyry sarcophagus at Les Invalides. France thus symbolically reconciled with her prodigal son. Benjamin Franklin's life began not in luxury, but in the bustling precincts of colonial Boston, a port city shaped by rigorous pieties and hardy trade. He was born on January 17, 1706, the 15th child in a family that struggled with limited means. His father, Josiah, a tallow chandler, had emigrated from England, hoping to build a modest livelihood. Young Benjamin's earliest memories likely featured the pungent smell of rendered fat in candle-making vats and the tension of a crowded household. But beneath those humble beginnings stirred a restless mind that refused to be confined. In many standard biographies, Franklin pops up as an unflappable genius who soared easily from a cramped apprenticeship to transatlantic fame. Yet the real story is a tangle of near failures, calculated risk-taking, and heated disputes with family. At age 12, Benjamin began an apprenticeship under his older brother James, a printer whose temper matched his drive for high-profile pamphlets. Initially enthusiastic, Benjamin soon chafed at James's authoritarian style. Printing presses demanded skilled hands and an eye for detail, but also a willingness to handle punishing hours. Moreover, James often undercut Benjamin's ideas about editorial direction. Tension built behind shop doors until Benjamin clandestinely penned letters to the local newspaper under the pseudonym Silence Dogood. Those witty essays garnered attention, all while James remained ignorant of the true author. That escapade, half mischief and half aspiration, sparked Franklin's lifelong devotion to shaping public opinion. The columns criticised colonial authorities and championed free expression, forging a path that later would turn him into a master communicator. However, James's discovery of Benjamin's secret authorship precipitated ugly quarrels. In 1723, weary of conflicts and the constraints of apprenticeship, Benjamin fled Boston for Philadelphia. That covert departure, on a leaky sloop, signalled the first of his many reinventions. Philadelphia at the time offered a more cosmopolitan atmosphere than Boston. Quaker merchants, German artisans, and bustling wharves gave the city a distinctly commercial but tolerant flavour. Franklin trudged through its streets, jobless and nearly broke, searching for any printer who might hire him. A few local contacts pointed him to Samuel Keimer, who ran a small, disorganised print shop. Recognising Benjamin's talent, Keimer agreed to take him on. For Franklin, it was a step towards self-sufficiency. He found lodging in a humble room, subsisted on bread rolls, and saved every spare coin for books. Those books, typically borrowed or second-hand, opened vistas of scientific, philosophical and political thought. While other young men in colonial America might idle at taverns after work, Franklin pored over essays on natural philosophy. He also taught himself rudimentary French and Italian, believing that knowledge of languages could catapult him to a broader understanding of the world. Eager to refine his social skills, he adopted a system of self-improvement based on virtues he listed in a little notebook. This daily practice, strikingly systematic for the era, kept him alert to personal discipline, though not always successful in defeating temptations. Still, Franklin was an ambitious tradesman at this juncture, not the seasoned statesman or scientist we envision today, but he planted the seeds of a strong passion for reading, a fixation on bettering oneself, and a readiness to go against the grain. He joined local clubs, most notably the Junto, a forum of curious individuals who debated civic improvements and swapped knowledge. Franklin thrived in that environment, forging friendships with rising merchants, teachers and artisans. The Junto's premise that everyday citizens could shape community policies resonated deeply with him. He began drafting proposals for better street lighting, suggesting the establishment of a lending library, and even championing volunteer fire brigades. These small-scale innovations signalled the mindset that would later produce loftier feats. Thus, by his mid-20s, Franklin was already a figure to watch in Philadelphia, a young printer with an entrepreneurial streak, a pamphleteer unafraid of challenging norms, and a network skilled at binding like-minded souls together. However, financial security was still elusive. His personal life was complicated, and his religious skepticism set him apart in an era of strict orthodoxy. The next years would see him expand these early experiments, slowly weaving the persona that would one day grace the global stage. Early in the 17th century, Franklin's printing shop gained stability due to its growing reputation for punctual deliveries and sharp content. His production ranged from political leaflets to visiting cards, yet almanacs proved to be his most profitable venture. In 1732 he introduced Poor Richard's Almanac, a cheeky, insightful publication under the pseudonym of Richard Saunders. Unlike staid almanacs that listed only lunar cycles and harvest tips, Franklin's version featured witty maxims, satirical commentary, and personal jabs that made each edition an eagerly awaited staple in households across the colonies. Yet while Poor Richard minted his reputation, Franklin's day-to-day life was more complex. He navigated a personal relationship with Deborah Reed, who had once been a neighbour's daughter, their common law marriage, not formally solemnised for various reasons, gave Franklin a semblance of domestic stability, though the arrangement lacked the official aura of conventional unions. They raised children together, but the demands of his printing press and swirl of civic projects often kept him away from extended familial devotion. Franklin's thirst for civic improvement seemed boundless. In 1731, he formed the Library Company of Philadelphia, an idea born from the junto's discussions. Subscribing members pooled funds to buy books, establishing one of America's first lending libraries. This approach crystallized Franklin's method: harness collective contributions to uplift public life. Where others saw financial hurdles, Franklin leveraged group effort. The concept proved so successful that it sparked similar ventures elsewhere, bolstering literacy in an era when many colonists had limited access to texts. As a publisher, he also became a de facto influencer in shaping public sentiment. He printed currency for Pennsylvania, bolstering trust in local finances. He took up the cause of paper money, arguing that a stable local currency could invigorate commerce. Through editorials under assumed names, he debated with political rivals, championing a pragmatic outlook. If a policy boosted trade and enriched community resources, it merited consideration, irrespective of dogmatic leanings. This flexibility would later mark his diplomatic engagements, yet it sometimes riled staunch partisans. Beyond the printing realm, Franklin dabbled in volunteer projects like establishing Philadelphia's Union Fire Company in 1736. Fire disasters had plagued the city, wiping out blocks of wooden structures. Franklin's brigade, staffed by volunteers, offered a semblance of organised response where previously chaos reigned. This forward-thinking approach spread, birthing additional fire companies that cooperated instead of competing. Ever the organiser, Franklin helped shape guidelines for equipment sharing and mutual aid, forging a model admired in other colonies. Yet successes alone didn't insulate him from adversity. The colonial landscape could be unforgiving to those who ventured unpopular opinions. Franklin sometimes rankled conservative church leaders by printing texts that veered too secular or criticised certain dogmas. He also faced tension with other printers, who resented his rapid ascension and willingness to mock rivals. Still, his knack for bridging differences often prevailed. When rumours of a severe smallpox outbreak loomed, he used his press to advocate for inoculation, though he personally endured heartbreak when one of his sons died of the disease. The tragedy deepened Franklin's resolve to promote evidence-based solutions over superstition or fear. Simultaneously, Franklin's scientific curiosity blossomed. He embarked on rudimentary experiments observing local weather patterns, speculating that storms and winds might follow distinct trajectories across the colonies. At dinner gatherings, he speculated about electricity, an obscure phenomenon rarely studied in depth outside Europe's learned societies. While his main energies still lay in publishing and civic activism, that spark of interest hinted at future breakthroughs. He collected glass tubes and rods from ships arriving from England, quietly testing ways to generate static charges. It was uncharted territory in the North American context. Through these endeavours, Franklin cultivated an image as a problem solver unafraid of multiple hats: publisher, social entrepreneur, proto-scientist. His approach remained anchored in practicality. He believed knowledge mattered chiefly when applied to real-life challenges, whether refining printing techniques or organising communities to fight fires. Meanwhile, Poor Richard's Almanac soared in popularity, its aphorisms turning into everyday proverbs. Phrases like "early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise" laced casual speech, shaping the moral tenor of the day. Many readers had no idea that Franklin, behind the comedic mask of Richard Saunders, orchestrated each aphorism with a shrewd sense of what the public would embrace. By the mid-1730s, he was no longer just a scrappy printer. He was emerging as a civic figure recognised for bridging the divides of a fractious colonial society. His illusions of grandeur were subdued, though. He remained humble enough to realise that the bigger the stage, the steeper the criticisms. Nevertheless, the path ahead beckoned him to new realms, both scientific and political, that would redefine his standing in the colonies and beyond. As the 1740s unfolded, Franklin expanded his repertoire of ventures, moving beyond the realm of printing presses and local libraries. He began a foray into public office, first as clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly, then as a justice of the peace. Though these roles brought little direct power, they introduced him to the mechanics of governance and legislative procedures. Franklin quickly grasped that influence often arose not from formal titles, but from credibility and discourse. Whether drafting petitions or speaking softly behind the scenes, he proved adept at galvanizing votes around pragmatic solutions. His philanthropic instincts also guided him to found what he called an academy. Conceived in the mid-1740s, this initiative eventually evolved into the University of Pennsylvania. Dissatisfied with narrow classical curricula, Franklin yearned for an institution that melded theoretical knowledge with practical arts. He envisioned courses in modern languages, commerce, and applied sciences, strikingly progressive when many were still clung to Latin and Greek as the backbone of learning. Gathering donations from merchants and mild support from local leaders, he opened the academy in 1751. Students arrived from various colonial towns, forging a new generation steeped in the synergy of classical ideals and real-world problem-solving. Meanwhile, Franklin's fascination with electricity escalated. News reached him of European experiments generating sparks from friction machines. Intrigued, he improvised his apparatus. He discovered that after rubbing a glass tube, bits of cork or paper jumped toward it, revealing hidden charges. He took copious notes, meticulously describing how certain materials attracted or repelled. Over time, he concluded that electricity involved a single fluid that could move from one object to another, a revolutionary concept for the era. He even coined terms like battery positive and negative charges. These insights, published in pamphlets, reached the Royal Society in London, catapulting Franklin into the realm of serious science. His legendary kite experiment, while dramatised in modern retellings, indeed occurred around 1752. Concerned that Europe's official experimenters might beat him to proof that lightning was electric, Franklin prepared a kite made from silk and a conductive metal wire, planning to fly it during a thunderstorm. Observers often imagine dramatic flashes, but Franklin took precautions. He stood under shelter, holding the kite string only through a key attached near the bottom. The moment the kite soared into stormy clouds, the strands of the string grew bristly, signalling that electric charge was travelling downward. A small spark from the key to his knuckle affirmed his hypothesis. This demonstration led him to propose the lightning rod, an iron rod placed atop buildings to direct lightning's destructive force safely into the ground. His success in explaining lightning's nature elevated his reputation overseas. Soon, letters from eminent European savants poured in, praising the ingenious Mr. Franklin of Philadelphia. Yet at home, his daily responsibilities continued unabated, running a busy print shop, publishing a newspaper, and encouraging local improvements. He scarcely had time to revel in his scientific achievements. Indeed, Franklin expressed surprise that his experiments won him so much acclaim abroad, while many neighbours remained unimpressed or simply confused by his lightning games. As if science and commerce weren't enough, Franklin became increasingly involved in frontier politics. Tensions flared between Pennsylvania's Quaker-dominated assembly and the Penn-Family proprietors of the colony. Franklin believed in fair taxation, including taxes on the proprietors' vast estates, a view that had put him at odds with the privileged few. Additionally, British-French competition in North America was heating up, culminating in the French and Indian War. Franklin, convinced that defence required unity among colonies, proposed his famous Join or Die cartoon, a segmented snake representing the separate colonies. Though it spurred dialogue, intercolonial unity remained elusive. This interplay of local squabbles and looming war tested Franklin's political adaptability. Amid these swirling commitments, Franklin's personal circle changed. His partnership with Deborah Reed persisted, though they'd never married in a conventional ceremony. He fathered children, including William Franklin, who would later become a royal governor, a twist that would strain their bond as the revolution approached. Franklin, for all his rational thinking, faced heartbreak and family tensions. He also enjoyed comedic relief, hosting gatherings where brandy-laced conversation turned to improbable ideas like controlling storms or forging alliances with Iroquois confederacies. Those evenings captured the spirit of a man at once playful and profoundly serious about shaping a better society. By 1755, Franklin's name carried weight across multiple spheres: inventor, publisher, civic organizer, and budding political presence. The complexities of colonial life demanded more from him, especially as war clouds loomed on the horizon. He read these omens, suspecting that events in Europe would soon ripple through the colonies in forceful ways. His intellectual curiosity, sharpened by successes in science, prepared him to tackle these challenges, yet even Franklin couldn't foresee how drastically the next decade would alter his path. The mid-1750s ushered in the French and Indian War, pitting British colonists and their native allies against French forces for control of North American frontiers. Suddenly, Franklin's calls for coordinated defence took on new urgency. Pennsylvania, traditionally pacifist under Quaker influence, hesitated to fund a militia. Franklin intervened by rallying the public to support the fortification of the colony's western borders. He even trekked to the Lehigh Valley, supervising the construction of simple stockades and negotiating provisions with frontier settlers. This experience deepened his conviction that decentralized colonial governance invited peril in times of crisis. During this tumult, the Pennsylvania Assembly dispatched Franklin to London as a colonial agent, hoping he could lobby British officials for favourable policies. Arriving in 1757, he was struck by London's vastness, teeming commerce, ornate architecture, and a lively intellectual scene. No mere tourist, Franklin got into the city's coffeehouse culture, mingling with writers, scientists, and members of Parliament. He soon realised that British politicians often held the colonies in low regard, seeing them as sources of revenue or strategic buffers rather than partners. Nevertheless, Franklin's wit and scientific reputation eased his entry into elite circles. He garnered invitations to lecture on electricity, demonstration in hand, wowing aristocrats who marvelled at the American electrician. Some found his plain, Quaker-like dress refreshing in a world of powdered wigs and ruffled cuffs. Shrewdly, Franklin leveraged these social encounters to address colonial concerns. He lobbied for fairer trade regulations and tried to persuade the Penn family to shoulder their share of taxes in Pennsylvania. Though the mission advanced in small increments, Franklin chafed at the slow pace of British bureaucracy. Over time, he witnessed the seeds of paternalistic attitudes that would later spark full-blown colonial resentment. He wrote letters back to Philadelphia, warning that British officials seemed oblivious to colonial capacities. He also recognised that entrenched aristocrats in Parliament viewed colonial assemblies as subservient. In subtle ways, these experiences eroded Franklin's loyalty to the empire's status quo. Franklin spent 5 years in London, returning home in 1762. Reunited with Deborah and his family, he found that Philadelphia had grown in population and ambition. Despite success in resolving some Pennsylvania disputes, new controversies loomed. The British government, having incurred massive debts from the war, considered imposing taxes on the colonies to recoup costs. Franklin saw the probable friction that would result. Before he could settle in, however, the Assembly again tapped him for diplomatic tasks. Sure enough, in 1764, with the Stamp Act on the horizon, Franklin was sent back to London to represent Pennsylvania's opposition to direct taxation without colonial input. The Stamp Act crisis erupted in 1765, igniting unrest across the colonies. Critics on both sides hammered Franklin from his vantage point in Britain. Colonists suspected he'd been complacent about the Act's drafting. Londoners accused him of stirring rebellious sentiments. He testified before the House of Commons in 1766, offering a measured but firm explanation of why the colonies believed they should not be taxed by a parliament where they had no elected representatives. His argument, phrased in calm, logical terms, swayed some opinion, contributing to the Stamp Act's eventual repeal. Yet tensions didn't subside fully. The Declaratory Act followed, asserting Britain's right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Franklin lingered in Britain, dividing his time between official negotiations and private scientific pursuits. He joined the Royal Society, forging friendships with luminaries like Joseph Priestley. They debated the nature of gases, the possibility of manned flight, and new mechanical devices. Franklin's adept mind roved freely in these circles, producing incremental contributions to fields like meteorology and oceanography. He mapped the Gulf Stream after hearing whaling captains discuss warm Atlantic currents, guiding ships to exploit faster routes across the ocean. Yet personal heartbreak struck. Deborah passed away in 1774. Franklin, who'd been abroad for years, felt deep regret at not seeing her in her final days. Meanwhile, political storms at home intensified. The Boston Tea Party erupted, prompting harsh British retaliation. Franklin found himself once more the target of criticism. even singled out by the British Privy Council for public censure in 1774 over leaked letters, slandered and humiliated in a humiliating hearing. He sensed that reconciliation might be doomed. In that humiliating moment, the cracks in his hope for a peaceful resolution to the imperial crisis widened into a chasm. When he finally sailed back to America in 1775, war seemed likely. Franklin had left the colonies as a patient mediator seeking compromise. He returned an embittered observer convinced that Britain's ministry would never treat the colonies fairly. This pivot would chart the next phase of his life, transforming him from loyal colonial agent into a champion of independence, a role that, ironically, few might have predicted a decade earlier. Franklin landed in Philadelphia into May 1775, greeted by an unfolding revolution. Lexington and Concord battles had already erupted, mobilizing militias across the colonies. The Second Continental Congress convened, grappling with whether to seek reconciliation or assert independence. Franklin's arrival injected a seasoned perspective. He had been at the heart of negotiations with Britain and felt the monarchy's intransigence firsthand. He saw little choice but to prepare for armed conflict. Nonetheless, he did not rush to declare separation. Like many delegates, Franklin believed that a unified approach was imperative. The Congress formed the Continental Army, naming George Washington as Commander-in-Chief. Meanwhile, Franklin chaired committees on postal service, leading in him becoming America's first Postmaster General, and on forging alliances with native groups. His pragmatic style, listening intently, forging consensus, helped nudge the Congress forward. He also made time to communicate with friends in Britain, who supported colonial rights, regretting the delay in reaching a consensus. Crucially, Franklin joined a committee tasked with drafting a Declaration of Independence in mid-1776. That small group included Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, known for his eloquent pen, took the primary writing role. Yet Franklin's edits shaped the final text. He proposed changes to some of Jefferson's more florid passages, seeking crisp directness. When the Declaration was ratified on July 4th, 1776, Franklin's signature joined others at the bottom, marking him as one of the founding signers. He quipped afterward, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly we shall all hang separately," capturing the precarious unity of the moment. The next challenge was international support. Diplomatic ties, especially with France, were critical for the rebel cause. Having spent ample time in Europe and possessing a flair for interpersonal charm, Franklin was the natural envoy. In late 1776, he crossed the Atlantic again, braving winter seas to reach Paris. There he took up residence in Passy, near the city's outskirts, clad in a fur cap instead of a wig. Franklin cut an arresting figure at French salons. Aristocrats found him both amusing and wise, enthralled by the notion of a plain-spoken philosopher from the New World. Franklin's mission transcended mere socializing. He needed French backing, money, arms, possibly direct military intervention, yet the French court, while sympathetic to humiliating Britain, moved cautiously. Franklin leveraged his scientific renown, intellectual banter, and a subtle sense of theatre. He regaled guests with experiments on static electricity, offered witty aphorisms, and praised French art. Over dinners, he described the quest for liberty, painting it as a global struggle pitting autocracy against enlightenment. Over time, Franklin became a sensation in prison circles. Political alliances blossomed behind the scenes, culminating in the 1778 Franco-American Treaty of Alliance. This partnership, significant the triumph for the nascent United States, fundamentally altered the course of events. French naval and military support hammered British positions. Franklin continued to refine the arrangement, pressing for loans and supplies. Letters from American generals, describing dire needs, arrived weekly. Franklin juggled these pleas with the intricacies of French court politics. While some younger French officers, like Lafayette, romanticized the revolution, King Louis XVI weighed the risk of bankrupting his treasury. Franklin navigated these cross-currents with aplomb, offering gracious thanks for every concession, while quietly pressing for more. Amid these negotiations, Franklin also displayed his renowned sense of humour. One anecdote recounts a dinner at which a French noble expressed doubt that a new republic could succeed. Franklin allegedly responded with a whimsical analogy about a rising balloon that might wobble but ultimately float, leaving doubters behind. He understood that small symbolic gestures, combined with rational argument, often wielded outsized influence in diplomatic circles. The synergy of warmth, intelligence, and subtle persuasion proved invaluable. By 1781, the Franco-American alliance had turned the war's momentum. Victory at Yorktown, aided by French forces, ended major hostilities, yet formal peace took time. Franklin joined the American Peace Commission with John Adams and John Jay, forging the 1783 Treaty of Paris. The negotiations tested Franklin's patience as British officials jockeyed for favourable terms. In the end, the treaty recognised US independence and set boundaries that shaped the young nation's prospects. Franklin found satisfaction in receiving British diplomats at the same city where the monarchy had once scorned him. Yet he did not gloat. The end of war demanded reconciliation. He believed that forging stable commerce between Britain and America would benefit both. Having secured independence, Franklin lingered in France as an unofficial cultural ambassador, relishing the city's intellectual ferment. His final years in Europe were busy with banquets, scientific forums, and visits from luminaries. Yet Philadelphia beckoned. He would soon return home to a new set of challenges, shaping the Constitution and the future of a republic he had helped birth. In 1785, Franklin at last returned to the United States, docking in Philadelphia to warm receptions. Local citizens lionized him as the architect of a triumphant alliance, the wise elder statesman who'd charmed Paris into aiding the revolution. Yet Franklin, then in his late 70s, knew the war's end didn't settle how these united colonies would operate as a cohesive nation. A shaky confederation still governed, lacking the power to regulate commerce or unify states. Disputes roiled over boundaries, tariffs, and war debts. Despite his age, Franklin accepted election as president-governor of Pennsylvania, stepping into a largely ceremonial but symbolically important post. He wielded the role to champion policies for civic improvement, roads, firefighting expansions, and education. However, an even more pressing matter loomed, forging a stronger federal framework. In 1785-1787, delegates convened in Philadelphia for what became the Constitutional Convention. Franklin, physically frail, arrived each day in a sedan chair carried by prisoners from the local jail. They were assigned to him as a courtesy. Nevertheless, his presence galvanized participants. Although James Madison and others led the drafting, Franklin's influence often smoothed bitter disputes. During the sweltering debates, tempers flared. Small states feared dominance by large states, while others demanded checks on federal authority. Franklin rarely took the floor for extended speeches. His hearing was poor, and he tired easily, but when he did speak, he used wry anecdotes to diffuse tension. He urged compromise, cautioning that no perfect constitution could be formed by flawed humans. One famed instance saw him propose daily prayers, not out of strict religiosity, but to remind delegates of shared humility. His mediation, plus behind-the-scenes coaxing, helped shape the final product. A constitution granting enough central power to unify the states without trampling local prerogatives. At the convention's close, a bystander asked Franklin what form of government had emerged. He famously replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." That quip summarised his outlook. The new structure demanded vigilance, moral leadership, and an informed citizenry. A lesser-known note from that day is that Franklin also commented on an emblem carved into George Washington's chair, a sun perched on the horizon. Franklin said he had long wondered whether that sun was rising or setting. Now, he concluded it was a rising sun, a symbol of renewed hope. Once the Constitution was ratified, Franklin's health deteriorated further. Gout plagued him, confining him to bed for stretches, yet he remained cognitively sharp, continuing to correspond with scientists abroad, exploring everything from ocean currents to refrigeration theories. He also engaged in philanthropic efforts, donating funds to local charities and urging the city to create better public sanitation. Slavery weighed on his conscience. Having once owned a couple of household slaves in earlier decades, a practice he eventually came to deplore, Franklin in his final years served as president of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery. He petitioned the first Congress under the Constitution to halt the trade, a bold stance that provoked anger from Southern representatives. But Franklin was resolute, believing that moral consistency required confronting America's hypocrisy on liberty. In 1789, the Constitution took effect. Franklin witnessed the inauguration of George Washington as the first president under the new government, reaffirming that the experiment he helped launch would be led by a figure he respected. That same year, the elderly statesman penned a famous letter to a friend about life's certainties, concluding that, in this world nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes. The phrase, typically repeated in jest, captured Franklin's blend of realism and wit. By April 1790, Franklin's health had reached a terminal stage. On his deathbed, he asked visitors about the new Congress, expressed hope that reason might eventually end slavery, and, in a final flourish of humour, reportedly teased that living longer might upset immortality's grand plan. He died on April 17, 1790, at age 84. Mourners flocked to his funeral, filling Philadelphia's streets. Eulogies came from Paris, where he was still adored, and from London, acknowledging the loss of a man who, though pivotal in severing British rule, had also sought peaceable relations. His will reflected a strategic mind even in death. Besides bequests to family and charities, Franklin left money in trust for Boston and Philadelphia, to be invested over centuries. The funds supported public works, such as scholarships and building improvements. That final philanthropic gesture mirrored his life's ethos. Sow seeds that future generations might harvest. He left behind a blueprint for how curiosity, practical invention, civic collaboration, and diplomacy could fuse into a single, expansive life. Benjamin Franklin's legacy has often been condensed into tidy vignettes. The bespectacled founder with a kite in a storm, the sly diplomat at Versailles, the venerable signatory of key documents. However, these brief portrayals run the risk of reducing the complexity of a man who embodied contradiction and experimentation in every aspect of his life. In the centuries since his passing, scholars and admirers have uncovered layers of nuance, a contradictory figure balancing skepticism with moral ambition, vanity with genuine altruism, and personal failings with public triumph. In some respects, Franklin was a champion of the Enlightenment's ideals, believing that human progress hinged on reason, science, and ethical collaboration. He organised scientific societies, teased out electric laws, and improved everyday items like stoves. Yet he could also indulge in self-promotion, spinning anecdotes to burnish his folksy persona. He was cunning in political manoeuvring, employing pseudonyms to nudge public debates. Critics sometimes paint him as a manipulator who rarely disclosed raw emotions. Despite that detachment, he rallied communities toward philanthropic causes, advanced civic infrastructure, and invented practical solutions that eased daily toil. The synergy of personal drive and social vision remains a hallmark of his story. Educational institutions across the United States and beyond lionize Franklin as a Renaissance figure, an inspiration for self-starters. The Franklin myth, however, glosses over the hardships he faced, familial estrangements, heartbreak at losing children, the compromise-laden reality of forging alliances. He also wrestled with ethical dilemmas, notably regarding slavery. Early in life, he accepted terms did it. Only in later years did he vocally oppose the institution. That evolution typifies Franklin's journey. He rarely arrived at moral stances instantly, but advanced through observation, dialogue, and reflection. Moreover, Franklin's personal brand of diplomacy, a blend of charm, data-driven argument, and comedic flair, laid down a blueprint for modern foreign relations. In France, he recognised that wooing allies transcended formal treaties. It demanded cultural rapport. He cultivated that rapport through witty conversation, heartfelt flattery, and honest respect for French intellect. Diplomatic historians often cite him as a pioneer who recognised that forging friendships in salons could be as potent as drafting paragraphs in official documents. The result was a transformative alliance that arguably secured American independence. Another rarely highlighted facet is Franklin's continuing influence on philanthropic models, his approach forming subscription libraries, volunteer fire brigades, and improvement societies prefigured modern non-profits. By tapping small, regular contributions from many participants, Franklin mobilized resources far beyond what a lone benefactor could supply. He wrote extensively on how club structures could unify communities around shared needs. These principles echo in contemporary crowdfunding and civic volunteer programs. In science, Franklin's practice of thorough note-taking, peer correspondence, and willingness to correct earlier assumptions exemplify the iterative nature of research. He championed open sharing of findings, rather than hoarding them for profit. His letters bristle with calls for transatlantic knowledge exchange. Indeed, his postmaster appointment advanced the speed of mail, facilitating scientific networks. In that sense, Franklin's acted as a conduit for bridging Old World academies and New World experimenters, accelerating the Enlightenment's global momentum. Today's visitors to Philadelphia can trace Franklin's footprints at sites like Independence Hall, the Franklin Court Museum, or the Christ Church Burial Ground. They might see intangible marks, too. The ethos of civic collaboration and entrepreneurial zeal remains strong in the city's culture. Historians debate whether Franklin's legacy looms too large, overshadowing lesser-known but equally vital contributors to early American life. Yet few deny that his capacity to pivot from printing to invention, from local activism to grand diplomacy, stands as an extraordinary demonstration of adaptive genius. Franklin's example resonates with the possibility of reinvention at any stage. He pivoted careers, championed social improvements, and tackled new frontiers of science well into his senior years. His failures, like the fiasco at the British Privy Council or personal regrets about absent fatherhood, did not halt his momentum. Instead, they spurred reflection and course correction. That dynamic interplay of aspiration and humility undergirds his adult life, providing a refreshing contrast to rigid or dogmatic leadership styles. In summary, it is difficult to neatly categorize Benjamin Franklin's story. He was a printer who saw words as the foundation of public life, a scientist who harnessed the power of lightning, a statesman whose wit won the favour of a monarchy, and a moral innovator who, in his later years, struggled to balance the ideals of the new republic with its realities. His life in Carbureau encourages us to keep exploring, keep experimenting, and keep forging alliances. By harnessing curiosity and civic-mindedness, Franklin believed society could inch closer to enlightenment. That belief still pulses in the tale of a pragmatic dreamer whose footprints crossed oceans, courtyards, and the imagination of generations to come. Eleanor Roosevelt's name evokes images of a dignified First Lady, championing human rights and redefining the role of women in politics. Yet her story begins in an era marked by hushed assumptions about what women could and should do, and her journey from shy orphan to global influencer was no predictable progression. Born Anna Eleanor Roosevelt on October 11th, 1884, she entered a family steeped in prestige, but also riddled with private heartbreak. Her mother, Anna Hall Roosevelt, was renowned for beauty and social graces, while her father, Elliot Roosevelt, was the charismatic but troubled younger brother of future President Theodore Roosevelt. Some narratives cast her parents in stark contrasts: her mother's aloof manner, her father's erratic behaviour. Yet Eleanor recalled them both with a child's longing, craving acceptance. Her mother's criticisms of her looks haunted her, and her father's struggles with alcohol often overshadowed his tender devotion. These paradoxes shaped Eleanor's earliest perceptions of self-worth. By age 10, she had lost both parents. Her mother died of diphtheria, and her father, long embroiled in personal turmoil, passed away 2 years later. Left without their protective presence, Eleanor moved in with relatives who maintained the typical decorum of New York high society. She was a timid child, overshadowed by cousins who found her seriousness perplexing. She found some solace in reading, stories of daring heroines and moral dilemmas. Her maternal grandmother, Mary Ludlow Hall, insisted on conventional decorum, with the hope that Eleanor would bloom into a proper debutante. Instead, the girl quietly internalized a sense of duty and self-consciousness. She learned how to host teas and navigate social niceties, but she also developed an inner resolve. The gulf between the confident girls around her and her insecurities never fully disappeared, but she forged a methodical approach to self-improvement. At age 15, she was shipped to Allenswood Academy, a boarding school outside London. There, under the guidance of Marie Souvestre, an educator known for fostering independent thought, Eleanor found a nurturing environment for the first time since her parents' deaths. Souvestre saw potential in her seriousness and urged her to speak her mind. Gone were the constraints of superficial society gatherings. Instead, classes focused on world affairs, literature, and critical thinking. Eleanor travelled across Europe, absorbing cultural differences, forging friendships, and learning to question assumptions. The timid girl from New York high society was awakening to the world's complexity. Returning to the United States at age 18, she struggled to reacclimate to the rigid expectations of debutante life. Gowns, balls, and polite suitors filled her schedule, yet she yearned for deeper substance. Family members urged her to embrace tradition, marry well, produce heirs, and carry on the Roosevelt name with appropriate decorum. Internally, she felt her convictions hardening. There was a broader realm where she might be of use. She began volunteering in settlement houses, encountering immigrants grappling with poverty and discrimination. It was her first intimate brush with social injustice. Around this time, she reconnected with her distant cousin Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a dashing young man set on a political career. Their shared family name and ties to Theodore Roosevelt added a certain inevitability to their courtship. Yet their bond was more complex than a convenient match. Franklin admired her seriousness and warmth. She found in him a lively optimism that promised adventure. Despite concerns from his domineering mother, Sarah Delano Roosevelt, they married in 1905. Theodore Roosevelt, then president, gave away the bride, an event that overshadowed the couple's day with national headlines. Early married life plunged Eleanor into the complexities of the extended Roosevelt clan, dominated by Sarah's strict ideas about household and social status. As she bore children, eventually 6, one dying in infancy, Eleanor struggled to maintain her identity. She discovered that her new role often felt like a performance, the shy orphan recast as the society hostess and dutiful political wife. Yet beneath the formalities, she was observing, learning, and quietly resolving to find her voice. Her childhood taught her to survive loss and isolation. Marriage would teach her to navigate duty and compromise. By her mid-20s, Eleanor Roosevelt stood at a crossroads, respectable wife in a prominent family, yet privately aware of how little she truly belonged to herself. She'd endured tragedy and internalized criticism, and now balanced motherhood with a sense that she was meant for more. As her husband's political ambitions gathered momentum, she would face new tests of resilience and discover just how profound her influence could become. In her first years of married life, Eleanor Roosevelt found her space and autonomy overshadowed by the imposing figure of her mother-in-law, Sarah Delano Roosevelt. Sarah managed the household finances and even designed adjoining living quarters so she could oversee Eleanor's management of the children. This arrangement stifled Eleanor's independence, leaving her feeling perpetually monitored. Franklin seemed comfortable with his mother's involvement, and this tacit acceptance further isolated Eleanor. Nevertheless, she made the best of her circumstances. She immersed herself in child-rearing, determined that her children would experience a warmth she had too often lacked. Simultaneously, she sought outlets for her curiosity about social issues, volunteering for the Junior League. She assisted in settlement work on Manhattan's Lower East Side, coming face to face with poverty and labour injustices. Observing the hardships of immigrant families, Eleanor recognised the stark gap between her privileged circle and those struggling at America's margins. Around 1910, Franklin's political career began. Elected to the New York State Senate, he moved the family to Albany. Though still reluctant to step into the public spotlight, Eleanor gleaned insights into legislative processes and networking. She watched as lawmakers engaged in negotiations, formed alliances, and faced seemingly insurmountable challenges. At social gatherings, she was the dutiful wife, exchanging pleasantries while quietly absorbing the undercurrents of power. Her vantage point revealed a system in dire need of empathetic leadership. Tragedy soon intervened. In 1912, Eleanor's world was rocked when her eldest daughter, Anna, nearly died of illness. Shortly thereafter, she endured her health scares and a complicated birth. The precariousness of life, combined with the relentless swirl of political obligations, frayed her nerves. Sarah's hovering presence exacerbated tensions, yet adversity stirred in Eleanor a growing resolve. She ventured beyond polite tea-room talk, forging links with progressive women seeking to address glaring social inequities. She admired activists who battled for child labour laws and workplace safety reforms. By 1913, Franklin was appointed Assistant Secretary of the Navy by President Woodrow Wilson, prompting a move to Washington, D.C. The capital's elite social scene revolved around formal receptions and ranking protocols, neither of which thrilled Eleanor. Still, she recognized the city as a crucible of national decision-making. She developed friendships with progressive-minded officials and activists, exchanging ideas about wages, education, and women's suffrage. World War I broke out in 1914, drawing America in by 1917. Washington became a hive of wartime mobilization. Hospitals overflowed, and soldiers returned with devastating injuries. Eleanor volunteered at the Red Cross canteens and naval hospitals, an experience that brought her face-to-face with war's human toll. She found it impossible to return to trivial chatter at lavish parties after seeing wounded veterans struggle to rebuild their lives. Even as she navigated demands for appearances by Franklin's side, she yearned to channel her growing empathy into concrete action. Meanwhile, her personal life took a shocking turn. In 1918, she discovered Franklin's romantic letters to Lucy Mercer, her social secretary. A betrayal rocked Eleanor's foundations. She confronted her husband, and while divorce was considered, Sarah Roosevelt threatened to cut off financial support. The scandal never fully reached the public ear, but it jolted Eleanor into rethinking her marriage. Although she remained married, the emotional bond between them changed. She began cultivating her identity separate from him, forging alliances and friendships that didn't revolve solely around Franklin's ambitions. As the war ended, Washington shifted back to peacetime routines. The Roosevelts returned to New York, where Franklin resumed his political climb. However, Eleanor's worldview had expanded. No longer content to linger in the background, she immersed herself in political clubs, particularly the League of Women Voters and the new Women's Trade Union League. She devoured reports on social conditions, labour rights, and civil liberties. She overcame her shyness when speaking in public, fueled by the conviction that she had something to contribute. This evolution coincided with the ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920, granting women the right to vote. Energised by this milestone, Eleanor campaigned for Franklin when he ran as the Democratic vice presidential candidate that same year. Though they lost, the experience broadened her political network. She saw how campaigns were orchestrated, how messages were spun, and most importantly, how public opinion could be swayed toward progressive ideals if approached with authenticity. By the early 1920s, Eleanor Roosevelt had traversed heartbreak, war volunteerism, and political initiation. She had begun forging her path, shaped by the direct encounters with suffering and by her growing circle of reform-minded peers. Her marriage, once the axis of her existence, now became just one facet of a broader calling. As she discovered, adversity often planted the seeds of purpose. The once quiet, shy girl, now determined to stand on her own terms, guided by a conscience that refused to stay silent, was emerging. The 1920s brought both hardship and opportunity to Eleanor Roosevelt. Franklin's political career stalled when he lost the vice presidential race in 1920, but his future seemed boundless until polio struck him in 1921. That summer, during a vacation in Campobello, he suddenly found himself paralysed from the waist down. Doctors offered little hope for complete recovery. The family rallied, yet the crisis triggered another shift in Eleanor's life. Overnight, she transformed into Franklin's indispensable ally, juggling therapy regimens, household logistics, and public relations. Many within the Roosevelt clan believed Franklin's political days were over. Sarah Delano Roosevelt pressed him to retire quietly, but Eleanor discerned that relinquishing his ambitions would crush his spirit. She supported his determination to regain mobility, helping him navigate new routines. She also shouldered tasks Franklin previously handled, from correspondence to scheduling. Suddenly, she was more than a supportive spouse. She was a gatekeeper, an intermediary, and an architect of her husband's comeback. Her own organisational skills flourished. She managed Franklin's affairs and dedicated time to committees that advanced her interests. She joined the Women's Division of the New York State Democratic Committee, recruiting women voters and championing issues that aligned with social reforms. This dual role, family caretaker and political operator, displayed an emerging confidence. She shed the last vestiges of social timidity, speaking at rallies and forging alliances with party leaders. While some ridiculed her for lacking classic oratory flair, others appreciated her sincerity. In 1924, Franklin ventured back into politics by supporting Al Smith for the position of governor of New York. Behind the scenes, Eleanor arranged events, wrote letters, and networked on his behalf. She began to see how her initiatives merged with broader political machinery. The Women's City Club and the League of Women Voters offered her platforms to discuss labour issues and child welfare. Her voice carried an authenticity rooted in hands-on experience, and she found an audience eager for that perspective. Yet her personal journey wasn't all smooth. Living under the same roof as Sarah, she faced constant friction about how to manage Franklin's care. Moreover, echoes of the Lucy Mercer affair lingered, complicating the emotional bond with her husband. Their marriage, though stable in outward appearance, evolved into more of a partnership than a traditional romance. Trusted friends, such as journalist Lorena Hickok, entered her life, providing emotional support. Speculation about the nature of these friendships arose later, but at the time they served as lifelines, anchoring Eleanor's sense of self-worth. As Franklin's mobility improved incrementally, supported by crutches, braces, and daily exercises, his political aspirations reignited. He ran for governor of New York in 1928 and won. Suddenly, Eleanor had to navigate her new role as the governor's wife. She disliked the ceremonials of the executive mansion in Albany, but she saw an avenue to shape policy from within. She was no longer content with simply greeting dignitaries at receptions. Instead, she turned the governor's residence into a meeting point for activists and policymakers. Under her watch, progressive agendas on labour laws and social welfare found an informal forum. Meanwhile, she continued building her own reputation. She wrote articles for women's magazines, pushing readers to engage in civic matters. In one piece, she insisted that the success of democracy depended on informed citizens, especially newly enfranchised women. Her writing style was direct and personal, resonating with readers tired of lofty rhetoric. Critically, she believed that compassion and practical solutions, not empty slogans, made politics meaningful. By the close of the 1920s, the Roosevelts had become a formidable team. Franklin's charismatic optimism drew public admiration, while Eleanor's growing expertise on social issues injected substance into his political image. The 1929 stock market crash sent the nation reeling, intensifying scrutiny of leaders' efforts to alleviate economic despair. As governor, Franklin grappled with relief measures for the unemployed. Eleanor, for her part, travelled the state, visiting factories, tenements, and rural communities to assess problems firsthand. Her dispatches back to Albany shaped policy debates, ensuring that the voices of ordinary citizens didn't get lost in the shuffle of bureaucracy. It was during this period that Eleanor solidified her belief in the potential of government to uplift the vulnerable. While critics accused her of meddling in affairs beyond a spouse's domain, she brushed off the barbs. If democracy was to thrive, she reasoned, it needed more than figureheads. It needed informed advocates willing to engage directly with citizens' struggles. As the 1932 presidential election approached, Franklin emerged as the Democratic frontrunner. With the Great Depression tightening its grip, Americans craved leadership that promised hope and decisive action. Eleanor steeled herself for the next stage. Little did she know, the White House would offer an even broader platform, yet also test her capacity to balance public influence with private conviction. When Franklin D. Roosevelt won the 1932 presidential election, America was in the throes of the Great Depression. Lines for bread and soup stretched across city blocks, farms were foreclosed, and unemployment soared. Millions looked to the incoming president for salvation. Amid the frenzied national attention, Eleanor Roosevelt stepped into the role of First Lady with an approach that defied convention. Rather than focusing on high society receptions, she resolved to become the eyes and ears of the administration, travelling extensively to gauge people's realities. From the onset, she carved out an unprecedented public profile. She held weekly press conferences for female reporters, ensuring that women in journalism retained access to the political heart of the nation. This move sparked controversy. No First Lady had ever done something so openly proactive. Critics labelled her a meddler, but Eleanor persisted, explaining that women's voices deserved inclusion in national discourse. She believed that an administration ignoring half the population's perspective was doomed to fail. She also launched a syndicated newspaper column, My Day. In it, she chronicled her observations on policy, social conditions, and even personal reflections. While some columns offered daily glimpses into her travels or family life, others pushed readers to consider labour issues, civil rights, and youth programmes. The column garnered a massive following. Americans, especially women, found an advocate in the White House who spoke plainly about societal injustices. Detractors howled about an overstepping spouse. but she refused to cede the platform. Her pen became a conduit for the unheard. Meanwhile, the Roosevelt administration rolled out the New Deal, an array of programs aimed at relief, recovery, and reform. While Franklin handled the sweeping political maneuvers, Eleanor visited factories, slums, and rural backwaters, reporting her findings back to him and other officials. Her input influenced initiatives like the National Youth Administration, which provided jobs and education for young people. Eleanor believed that social welfare wasn't about handouts, but about giving people the tools to regain dignity. She pressed agencies to ensure these programs reached women, minorities, and rural families often sidelined in bureaucratic distribution. Her activism caught attention outside Washington. Labour leaders praised her empathy, while some conservatives accused her of championing socialism. Unions, especially the newly formed Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, saw her as an ally willing to bring workers' grievances to her husband's ear. Civil rights groups, led by African-American leaders like Mary McLeod Bethune, found in Eleanor a rare White House ally who would openly address racial injustice. She famously defied segregation norms in 1938 by sitting in the middle aisle between black and white delegates at a Southern conference. Critics deemed it a publicity stunt, but for many African Americans, it was a symbolic stand by someone in power. In private, though, she battled frustration and loneliness. Franklin's polio limited his mobility, and the relentless demands of the presidency deepened the emotional gulf between them. The White House brimmed with staff and visitors, leaving little time for introspection. She relied on friendships with women like Lorena Hickok, who provided an emotional outlet she rarely found in her marriage. Historians later scrutinized these relationships, but at the time they served as islands of understanding and affection in a sea of political chaos. Despite the strain, Eleanor recognized her unique influence. She championed the arts through projects under the Works Progress Administration. Believing creativity spurred hope. She publicly supported progressive women in office, including Secretary of Labour Frances Perkins, the first woman to hold a US cabinet position. In doing so, she advanced the notion that women could excel in governance. Skeptics sneered at the idea of female leadership, but Eleanor's calm assurance, backed by real accomplishments, countered their doubts. She also found herself entangled in controversies around housing reforms, rural electrification, and migrant labour camps. In each case, her approach was consistent: travel to the sites, talk to affected families, and push her husband's advisors to craft solutions. If she couldn't persuade through formal channels, she sometimes appealed directly to the public through her column or radio addresses. She skillfully balanced between being a supportive First Lady and being an independent political actor. By the late 1930s, the Roosevelt administration confronted new challenges: fascism rising in Europe and a still wobbly economy at home. Through it all, Eleanor's schedule remained relentless. She believed in direct engagement, convinced that a leader unaware of suffering had no moral right to shape policy. Though she never held official office, her council influenced decisions that altered millions of lives. With war clouds gathering overseas, she would soon discover that her role required not just empathy, but a steely resolve to face a global crisis poised to test America's ideals. As the 1930s ended and World War II loomed, Eleanor Roosevelt sensed a shifting global landscape. She saw fascism trampling human rights in Europe and Asia, while America debated isolation versus intervention. Though Franklin initially focused on domestic recovery by 1940, it was clear the nation couldn't ignore international turmoil. Eleanor, never shy about voicing her stance, argued that America's moral responsibility extended beyond its borders. She wrote passionately in My Day, warning readers that democratic values needed defending, lest they perish in the onslaught of tyranny. When Franklin won an unprecedented third term in 1940, the Roosevelts steeled themselves for a tumultuous period. Eleanor accelerated her advocacy for civil rights and women's involvement in war preparedness. With men joining the military, she championed female workers to fill industrial roles. Touring factories, she highlighted the contributions of Rosie the Riveter types, urging Americans to shed old prejudices about a woman's place. Her stance was pragmatic. The nation required every capable hand to beat looming threats. Yet Pearl Harbor's bombing in December 1941 brought war to US soil, igniting frantic mobilization. Eleanor plunged into morale-building efforts, visiting troops, meeting with families of servicemen, and pushing for improved conditions in military camps. Eleanor believed that even small actions, like providing decent food, medical care, and pay could demonstrate the country's commitment to those who served. Despite the War Department having its structures, her personal visits frequently revealed areas of concern, such as segregated facilities, limited mental health services, or insufficient resources in remote training sites. She penned frank memos to generals and even her husband, demanding improvements. On the home front, war fever sometimes fueled racism. Japanese Americans were forced into internment camps, a policy Eleanor struggled to reconcile with her belief in democratic principles. She quietly lobbied behind the scenes, but her opposition to the policy never gained enough traction to reverse it. Critics later labelled her sentence on internment as one of her greatest moral failures. Still, she strove to mitigate conditions by visiting camps and advocating for educational programs inside them, mindful that these efforts fell short of outright justice. Meanwhile, civil rights leaders urged the administration to address discrimination in defense industries. Eleanor became their conduit in the White House. Franklin issued Executive Order 8802, banning racial discrimination in defense contracts, partly due to her persistent urging. Though enforcement was patchy, it set a precedent. She continued her bold stands, like publicly supporting the Tuskegee Airmen and ensuring African American nurses were integrated into the Army Nurse Corps. Each symbolic action fanned controversy among segregationists, but to her, equality was non-negotiable, especially in a war purportedly fought for freedom. Abroad, Eleanor's reach extended through her goodwill tours. She travelled to Britain and the South Pacific, meeting soldiers and Allied leaders. Her presence was more than ceremonial. She asked probing questions about troop morale, supply lines and local tensions. Often, she cabled back suggestions for improvements. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill praised her empathy, even if some in his entourage found her activism unorthodox for a First Lady. She reassured war-weary civilians that American aid wasn't just strategic, it was driven by a genuine commitment to liberty. At home, she confronted a personal heartbreak. Her brother, Hall Roosevelt, struggled with alcoholism, echoing the family's tragic legacy. She tried to arrange support and discreet care, balancing private loyalties with public responsibilities. Her circle of intimate friends provided emotional ballast. Lorena Hickok remained a confidant, though war logistics limited their time together. Through letters, Eleanor confided her exhaustion, admitting that the public's expectations often felt insurmountable. As the conflict raged on, Franklin's health waned. His blood pressure rose and stress weighed heavily. Eleanor stepped in more assertively, bridging gaps in his schedule. She delivered radio addresses championing war bonds, visited hospitals treating wounded veterans, and comforted grieving families. Some cynics dismissed her as Madame Do-Good, but many others found solace in a leader unafraid to see suffering firsthand. By 1944, the Allied forces were making significant progress, yet victory seemed a complicated prospect. The war's devastation would require not just triumph over Axis powers, but a blueprint for peace. Eleanor's mind buzzed with questions about refugees, post-war reconstruction, and a reimagined global framework that might prevent future catastrophes. She saw glimpses of a potential role for the United States as a moral leader, though she worried domestic politics might hamper that vision. In the final year of the war, she began hinting that the world needed a robust international body to maintain peace, foreshadowing her eventual pivotal role in the United Nations. Franklin D. Roosevelt died in April 1945, mere weeks before Germany's surrender. The nation mourned a four-term president whose New Deal and wartime leadership had reshaped America. For Eleanor Roosevelt, the loss was both intimate and public. While she and Franklin had forged a practical partnership over the years, she grieved the passing of a companion who, despite all their marital complexities, had walked beside her through monumental transformations. When Harry Truman succeeded to the presidency, he recognized Eleanor's unique standing. At first, many assumed she would retreat from public life. Instead, she showed no sign of disappearing into widowhood. She considered her husband's death a passing of the baton, a moment demanding continued engagement. The war with Japan still raged, and global politics were in flux. She quietly rebuffed suggestions to retire, stating famously, "The story is over, but not the journey." In May 1945, V-Day, victory in Europe, arrived, overshadowed by the looming final battles against Japan. Eleanor immersed herself in relief efforts, focusing on wounded veterans returning from both theatres. She visited hospitals, consoled families, and championed bills aimed at their rehabilitation. While Truman's administration tackled the complexities of forming a post-war order, she used her platform to advocate for a strong, cooperative international community. One of Truman's defining acts was to appoint Eleanor to the first American delegation to the United Nations in 1945. Many in Washington questioned the choice. Could a former First Lady, albeit well-travelled, effectively navigate high-stakes diplomacy? Truman saw something others overlooked, her blend of empathy and pragmatism. The appointment signalled a fresh chapter for both the UN and Eleanor. She approached the role with disciplined study, brushing up on parliamentary rules, international law, and economic recovery proposals, attending the UN's early sessions in London and then at Lake Success, New York. She immersed herself in the complexities of post-war negotiations. Nations wrestled with forming stable governments in war-ravaged regions, setting up structures to prevent future conflicts. While seasoned diplomats haggled over boundaries and reparations, Eleanor centred her efforts on human rights. She found common cause with delegates from smaller nations, forging alliances that transcended Cold War lines just beginning to emerge. In 1946, she chaired the newly formed UN Commission on Human Rights. Initially, some delegates saw her as an American figurehead, polite but lacking intellectual heft. They swiftly learned otherwise. She steered discussions with firmness, ensuring smaller nations had their say. She insisted the Commission draft not just broad statements, but actionable principles. This laborious process required reconciling different cultural values, economic realities, and political ideologies. Hours of debate tested her resolve. She found an ally in French philosopher René Cassin, among others, who appreciated her unwavering focus on practical outcomes. The Commission's most famous product, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, emerged as a collaborative masterpiece, though it bore Eleanor's imprint. She reminded delegates that lofty words meant little unless everyday people could understand them. She pushed for language that was clear, universal, and free from legalistic clutter. Late-night sessions often ended with her scribbling revisions by lamplight, fueled by an unshakable belief that each article mattered to someone's dignity. Her experience among the poor and marginalised during the Depression shaped her commitment to ensuring each clause addressed fundamental human needs. Throughout these intense negotiations, she maintained a public speaking schedule, travelling to universities and women's clubs to explain the UN's mission. Detractors at home accused her of naivete, suggesting the Soviet Union's looming power rendered human rights talk meaningless. She countered that precisely because of geopolitical tensions, a moral framework was indispensable. She refused to let cynicism overshadow the potential of collective action. By 1948, the Commission finalised the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The UN General Assembly's adoption of it marked a significant milestone. Though not legally binding, it set a moral standard. Eleanor delivered speeches describing it as a Magna Carta for all mankind, ensuring the public understood it as a tool to uplift the disenfranchised. International media credited her leadership, albeit sometimes grudgingly, as she had shattered prior assumptions about a First Lady's capabilities. In the aftermath, she found little time for rest. The world was shifting into the Cold War era. Economic reconstruction, decolonisation, and ideological battles now defined global relations. Even as she stepped away from the Commission, she continued to serve as a roving ambassador of sorts, championing human rights across continents. Eleanor saw her late husband's passing as an opportunity to forge her own unique legacy, rooted not in being a president's wife, but in shaping international norms at a pivotal moment in history. In the final decade of her life, Eleanor Roosevelt continued as an indefatigable voice for social justice, human rights, and democratic ideals. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in 1948, remained her crowning achievement. However, she refused to rest on her past achievements. With the onset of the Cold War, critics claimed the UN's ideals would crumble under superpower rivalry. Eleanor believed otherwise, maintaining that shared principles could mitigate conflict, even if progress unfolded slowly. She returned to private citizenship in 1953, but stayed active in public discourse. Writing, lecturing, and advocating, she championed civil rights at home. When African American students integrated previously all-white schools under court orders, she lent moral support, reminding Americans that equality was part of their national fabric. Her columns remained unflinching, calling out racism, poverty, and the complacency of those who benefited from the status quo. Some saw her as anachronistic, others discovered in her words a beacon for an America struggling to reconcile its ideals with its realities. Her personal network still included political heavyweights, enabling her to press for reforms behind the scenes. She served under President John F. Kennedy as chair of the Presidential Commission on the Status of Women, established in 1961. At an age when many retire, Eleanor dissected legal codes, employment practices, and educational barriers hindering women. She demanded data, case studies, and policy recommendations, aiming to transform rhetoric into tangible steps. That the Commission's final report spurred legislative changes underscored her ability to channel moral vision into legal frameworks. Throughout the 1950s and early 1960s, she travelled the globe. Invitations poured in from countries wanting to meet the woman behind the Declaration of Human Rights. In India, she walked through villages discussing rural development. In Israel, she marvelled at kibbutz communities. In Africa, she observed newly independent nations grappling with post-colonial reconstruction. Where American ambassadors might exude formality, Eleanor embraced dialogues with everyday people. She returned from each journey energized, writing extensive notes for policymakers, cautioning against condescending attitudes toward emerging nations. Her willingness to learn from other cultures became a hallmark of her diplomacy. Time and again, she confronted critics who branded her a busybody. She was neither a scholar nor a government official. Why should she meddle in foreign or domestic affairs? She answered that democracy was every citizen's business, and moral responsibility didn't vanish with the end of official appointments. Observers noted that her brand of activism hinged on practical empathy, nurtured from her earliest volunteer days. Whether lecturing at a university or chatting with a rural cooperative, she asked questions and listened. Her convictions were firm, yet she respected the complexity of local struggles. She also mentored rising figures, both men and women, urging them to wield compassion as a strength, not a weakness. From civil rights activists in the American South to young diplomats in the UN, she encouraged them to merge policy with humanity. People she mentored often recalled her direct manner, no idle flattery, just pointed questions that forced them to clarify their own beliefs. Rarely did she scold in public, but in private, she offered candid criticisms designed to sharpen strategies. As her health began to decline in the early 1960s, she scaled back her demanding itinerary, though not her convictions. President Kennedy valued her counsel on international relations and domestic policy. She remained a fixture in press interviews, her voice steady even if her physical stamina waned. She firmly believed in transferring the responsibility to the next generation. In one of her final interviews, she expressed hope that the seeds planted by the Universal Declaration would bear fruit, even if it took centuries for humanity to fully embrace the ideals of justice, liberty, and equality. Eleanor Roosevelt died on November 7th, 1962. Tributes poured in from heads of state and ordinary citizens alike. Many lauded her as the First Lady of the World, a title first coined in recognition of her global humanitarian work. Over the coming years, her legacy would be revisited by historians, feminists, diplomats, and human rights advocates. Unlike fleeting political personalities, she left a lasting moral imprint that transcended partisanship and geography. Today, her words still resonate. Where, after all, do universal human rights begin? In small places, close to home. Her famous advocacy statement encapsulates the essence of her life. She believed real change took root in neighbourhoods, schools, and local governments, only then scaling up to national and international levels. Born into privilege, she grew into a figure who championed the powerless. Overcoming shyness and heartbreak, she constructed a role for herself that few imagined possible. And in that process, she altered the global dialogue on rights, dignity, and what it means to serve humanity. The morning mist hung thick and cool, cloaking the sacred grove in ethereal silence as the villagers gathered quietly beneath the towering oak. Its ancient branches stretched wide, leaves whispering softly in the gentle breeze. At the centre of this gathering stood the Druid, his white robes glowing softly against the muted tones of the forest. Beside him, young Ayed waited nervously, his heart pounding in anticipation of the ceremony that would shape the rest of his life. Ayed had grown up hearing stories of Druids, keepers of knowledge, guides of kings, interpreters of omens. From the moment he was chosen as an apprentice, his life had revolved around careful training, memorizing countless oral traditions, learning the subtle language of nature, and understanding the interconnectedness of all things. Yet today was different. Today marked his formal initiation, the beginning of his true path as a druid. His teacher, Bran, stepped forward slowly, his aged face serene but deeply lined from years of wisdom and care. Bran raised a staff carved from yew, symbolizing strength and rebirth. He struck it gently upon the earth 3 times, each resonant thud breaking the silence and calling attention to the sacred rite. "Today," Bran began, his voice calm yet powerful, "we gather beneath the oak, the heart of our people, the symbol of our enduring strength. Aed stands before us, ready to begin his journey as keeper of our knowledge and guardian of our traditions." All eyes turned to Aed, who felt the weight of their gazes as both responsibility and honour. Bran continued, his voice carrying easily through the hushed clearing. "The oak teaches us resilience, its roots deep within the earth, branches ever reaching toward the sky. So must Aed plant himself firmly in our traditions and stretch toward wisdom yet unknown." Bran handed Aed a small pouch containing seeds of sacred herbs, mistletoe, yarrow, and meadowsweet, symbols of healing, divination, and purification. "Plant these carefully," Bran instructed softly. "Let them remind you always of your duty to heal, foresee, and cleanse." Aed accepted the pouch reverently, bowing his head slightly in acknowledgement. Bran then led him toward the massive oak, where the ground beneath was rich and dark, warmed by sunlight filtering through the branches. Kneeling, Aed gently placed each seed into the earth, covering them carefully, whispering quiet blessings. As Aed completed this task, Bran laid his hands gently on the young man's shoulders, his voice now softer, more intimate. "From this moment, you are bound not only to the oak, but to every life it shelters, every creature that finds refuge in its shadow. Walk this path with humility, strength, and compassion." Rising to his feet, Aed felt a surge of pride mixed with profound humility. Around him, villagers nodded approvingly, their faces warm with trust. This was more than mere tradition. It was a promise he had made to himself, to Bran, and to the people who depended on the Druid's wisdom and guidance. Following the ceremony, the villagers gathered in celebration, offering simple but meaningful gifts, woven wreaths, carved stones, and handmade amulets. Aed received each graciously, feeling deeply connected to the community that had nurtured him from childhood. As evening descended, Aed and Bran walked slowly back toward the village, their path illuminated by soft moonlight. Bran spoke quietly, his voice reflective. "Remember, Aed, a druid's strength lies not in his power to command, but in his ability to listen, understand, and guide." Aed nodded, absorbing the wisdom of his mentor. "I will remember, Bran," he promised earnestly. "I will honour this responsibility with every breath." Bran smiled gently, laying a comforting hand on Aed's shoulder. "Then your journey has truly begun." Returning to his modest dwelling, Aed sat quietly beneath the stars, contemplating the day's events. The weight of his new role settled comfortably upon his shoulders, bolstered by the trust and teachings of those around him. He knew challenges lay ahead, yet he felt prepared, rooted in ancient wisdom and ready to guide his people forward. As sleep claimed him, the image of the grey oak lingered vividly in his mind, strong, enduring, and full of life. It was a symbol, yes, but also a promise, a constant reminder of who he was and who he was meant to become. The forest was silent and still, blanketed in a hushed anticipation that hung heavily among the gathered villagers. It was the eve of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, a time when the veil between worlds grew thin and the powers of nature pulsed with quiet intensity. The villagers formed a respectful circle around the sacred oak, their breath visible in the cold air, eyes fixed intently on Bran and Aed, who stood beneath the tree's immense branches. Bran stepped forward, his robes luminous in the moonlight, eyes reflecting profound wisdom earned through years of devotion and study. He held a golden sickle, its curved blade glinting gently, capturing the sparse moonlight that filtered through the oak's leaves. Beside him stood Aed, a year older since his initiation, more confident yet humbled by the gravity of the ceremony he was about to undertake. Aed raised his gaze to the oak's lofty branches, where clusters of mistletoe grew, pale berries glowing softly in the dimness. The mistletoe was sacred, revered by the Druids for its rarity, growing suspended between heaven and earth, untouched by the ground. It was a symbol of renewal, healing and peace, its presence marking the oak as especially blessed. "Tonight," Bran spoke clearly, his voice resonating through the attentive silence, "we honour the sacred mistletoe, the plant of healing and peace. It reminds us that even in the harshest winter, life and hope endure." Turning to Aed, Bran continued gently. "Aed, you have proven yourself dedicated to our ways. Tonight, you take another step deeper into your path. You shall cut the mistletoe, safeguarding its power and sharing its blessings with our people." With deep respect, Aed took the golden sickle from Bran, his heart beating steadily, mindful of his mentor's watchful eyes and the villagers' collective breath. Carefully, he ascended the sturdy ladder leaning against the oak, its rough bark reassuring beneath his hands. Reaching the mistletoe, he paused, offering a silent prayer of gratitude to the tree and to nature's generous spirit. Holding the sickle reverently, Aed spoke softly, words known only to Druids, invoking the spirits of earth, sky and the plant itself. With a deliberate, respectful motion, he severed the mistletoe from its host, allowing it to fall gently into the linen cloth Bran held below. The sacred plant could not come into contact with the earth, as it would lose its potency. Descending carefully, Ed joined Bran, who gently wrapped the mistletoe, nodding approvingly. Bran raised it high, turning slowly so all might see the sacred harvest. "This gift from nature is now ours to protect and cherish," he proclaimed. "It will be prepared into remedies, wards, and blessings to sustain us through the coming seasons." The villagers murmured reverently, their faces lit with quiet awe and gratitude. The ritual's solemnity shifted gradually into quiet celebration, a communal acknowledgement of the year's turning, a life's persistence in darkness, and of hope's quiet strength. As the villagers began their subdued festivities, Bran guided Aed away from the gathering to a quieter spot at the grove's edge. "You have done well," Bran spoke gently, his voice filled with pride. "Remember, Aed, our strength lies not in power over nature, but in partnership with it." Aed nodded solemnly, reflecting deeply on the evening's significance. "I feel this partnership deeply tonight," he admitted softly, looking up at the branches above them, silhouetted against the stars. "Good," Bran replied warmly. "Carry this lesson with you always. In moments of darkness, when doubt may cloud your path, recall the mistletoe's silent message, that light and life persist even unseen." They stood quietly together, absorbing the calm energy surrounding them, drawing strength from each other's presence and the eternal rhythms of nature. Eventually, Bran placed a reassuring hand on Aed's shoulder. "Come," he said gently. "Let us join the others and share in the joy of this sacred night." Returning to the gathering, Aed felt deeply connected to his mentor, his community, and the ancient traditions guiding them all. The night was filled with quiet laughter, stories, and shared hopes, a testament to their unity and strength. As the fires dimmed and villagers dispersed, Aed carried the memory of this night firmly within his heart, understanding more profoundly the responsibility he now bore. He had taken another important step on his druidic journey, strengthened by tradition, guided by wisdom, and inspired by the enduring power of nature's gifts. The village was isolated by dense thickets of hawthorn and elder. When Aed arrived, the air had a scent of wet earth and wood smoke. He moved quietly through narrow paths past low stone cottages where people paused their work to watch him pass, their expressions a mix of respect and cautious hope. His journey had taken 3 days on foot, guided only by the whispered directions given by a passing traveller. The message had been urgent. A young woman, Ethna, daughter of the village smith, lay gravely ill following childbirth. No healer within the village could help her, and so Aed had come swiftly, driven by a sense of duty deeper than his fatigue. Ethna's home was at the village's edge, near a stream that murmured quietly beneath twisted alders. Inside, the dim cottage was crowded with concerned relatives and neighbours who stepped aside silently as Aed entered. He felt their eyes upon him, their quiet desperation tangible. He approached the low bed where Ethna lay, her pale face glistening with sweat, breaths shallow and laboured. Beside her, The newborn slept peacefully, unaware of the quiet fear around him. Aed knelt and touched Ethna's forehead, feeling the fever's heat against his palm. She stirred slightly, murmuring incoherently. "Bring water from the stream," Aed instructed gently, addressing the nearest woman, "and fresh linen." As they hurried to obey, Aed opened his satchel, carefully laying out bundles of herbs, roots, and small vials filled with meticulously prepared tinctures. The villagers watched, their curiosity mixed with awe, as he crushed dried leaves of willow and meadowsweet into a bronze bowl, adding hot water to make a bitter, aromatic infusion. He lifted Ethna's head gently, coaxing her to drink slowly. She winced but managed a few sips. Then he bathed her forehead and wrists with cool cloths soaked in the fresh stream water, murmuring ancient healing chants softly under his breath. Each word resonated with intention, invoking the spirits of water and earth to restore balance to the woman's weakened body. As night deepened, Aed remained by Ethna's side, tirelessly applying poultices of crushed herbs and moss. He taught the village midwife how to mix remedies of chamomile and mint for calming sleep, instructing her carefully so the healing wisdom could stay long after he'd gone. The villagers moved quietly around him, offering food he gently declined, his focus entirely on his patient. By dawn, Ethna's breathing had steadied, her skin less feverish to the touch. She opened her eyes slowly, looking at Aed with a mixture of confusion and gratitude. "Rest," he whispered softly. "The danger has passed, but your body is still weak." Relief washed visibly through the cottage, quiet smiles and whispered prayers of thanks spreading among the gathered family and neighbours. Aed stepped outside into the cool morning air, inhaling deeply as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees. He felt drained but satisfied, knowing he had done what he could. Later that day he sat beside the stream, teaching a group of children who gathered around him, eager and curious. He showed them plants that grew wild nearby, how nettles could soothe inflammation, how elderberries could fortify the body against illness, and how careful observation was the healer's greatest tool. As evening approached, Aed prepared to depart. Ethna's father approached him, pressing a small carved token into his hand, an intricate pattern symbolizing gratitude and protection. "Your kindness will never be forgotten," the smith said solemnly. Aed bowed his head respectfully, knowing this token was not just gratitude, but a reminder of the sacred bond between healer and community. He tucked the carving into his satchel, feeling its warmth against his palm. Walking away, Aed sensed the profound interconnectedness of all the things, the delicate balance of life, the quiet dignity of suffering, and the resilience inherent in every living being. His footsteps were quiet, carrying him toward the next place that might need him, aware that healing was not just the mending of bodies, but the weaving together of our lives, stories, and futures. The great hall at Dumnonia was alive with the firelight flickering over carved wooden beams, the air thick with tension. Warriors and clansmen lined the walls, their arms folded tightly, their expressions a blend of pride and wary anticipation. Two noble families stood apart at opposite ends of the room, each led by their respective chieftains, their eyes locked in mutual suspicion. Between them stood Aed, his white robes glowing softly in the dim light. He had been summoned urgently. A feud that had simmered for generations now threatened open conflict, spilling into violence and bloodshed. He arrived quietly, travelling alone with no entourage or guards. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him, yet he stood calm, a silent pillar amid the stormy emotions. "Speak," Ed began quietly, his voice steady yet resonant. The hall fell into immediate silence. "Let your grievances be heard clearly." The first chieftain, a large, formidable man named Connell, stepped forward, his voice trembling with barely suppressed anger. He recounted a tale of stolen livestock, violated boundaries, and broken promises dating back to his father's time. His words painted the rival families as aggressors, greedy, and untrustworthy. Next spoke Finton, slender but fierce, eyes blazing with pride. His story was just as impassioned, weaving a narrative of betrayal, unjust accusation, and stolen honour. Each side presented their case passionately, drawing murmurs and nods of agreement from their supporters. Throughout, Aed listened without interruption, his face betraying neither judgment nor favouritism. He allowed the torrent of anger and accusation to flow freely, knowing that only by emptying their bitterness fully could peace begin to grow. When both sides had finished, Silence once again settled over the room, heavy and expectant. Aed stepped forward, his eyes meeting those of each chieftain in turn, holding their gazes firmly yet gently. "You speak of stolen cattle, broken oaths and injured pride," he began softly, "but at the heart of your words lies pain and misunderstanding. Land is shared, not owned. You can return cattle, but you must rebuild trust once you've broken it." He spoke slowly, carefully, invoking stories and parables from ancient wisdom, tales familiar yet poignant. He spoke of legendary heroes who overcame pride and revenge, and of wise ancestors who understood the power of forgiveness and reconciliation. As his words filled the hall, Aed moved among the assembled warriors, touching shoulders, looking into eyes, and bridging the physical distance between the divided clans. He reminded them that unity and peace were not signs of weakness, but the highest form of strength. Finally, he returned to the centre of the hall, addressing both chieftains directly. "Let there be no talk of blame or vengeance," he said. "Instead, let each family give a gift. One cow from each herd exchanged in friendship. Let your sons and daughters meet openly at the next festival, not as rivals, but as kin bound by renewed peace." Connell and Finton exchanged long, uncertain glances. Slowly the tension began to ebb. Connell stepped forward first, extending his hand solemnly toward his rival. "May peace restore what anger took," he said gruffly. Finton hesitated, then clasped the offered hand. "May our children walk together where we once stood apart," he responded firmly. Cheers erupted, hesitant at first, then louder and more confident. The warriors relaxed, their postures easing, smiles and laughter breaking through the previously tense atmosphere. Aed stepped back quietly, content that his council had steered the clans away from violence. Later that evening, as the clans celebrated their newfound accord, Aed sat quietly beside the hearth, sipping warm mead and reflecting on the evening's events. He knew that true peace required vigilance and continued guidance. Yet for now, the cycle of anger and retaliation had been broken, replaced by tentative friendship and renewed hope. The chieftains approached him again, offering gratitude. Aed smiled warmly, reminding them gently, "Peace is not achieved in a single evening. Nurture this agreement, water it with trust and patience, and it will bear fruit for generations." Under the glow of the firelight, his words resonated deeply, reinforcing the bonds freshly made. As he left the hall, walking into the moonlit night, Aed felt the quiet satisfaction of a purpose fulfilled. He knew his role was far from over, yet tonight his voice of counsel had brought harmony to discord, turning bitter enemies into cautious friends. The sacred oak stood majestically, its gnarled branches spreading wide, casting dappled shadows upon the moss-covered clearing. This oak was not just ancient, it was revered, a living testament to generations of druidic wisdom. Aed stood beneath its massive limbs, his white robe illuminated by shafts of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Gathered around him were villagers and warriors, each face etched with anxiety and curiosity. Today the oak grove served as a court where justice would be decided not by sword or might, but by careful consideration and wisdom. Aed had been summoned to judge a matter of grave importance. A young warrior, Cathal, was accused of stealing cattle, a crime severe enough to ignite clan warfare. Cathal stood defiantly at the grove's edge, arms crossed, his expression stubborn yet tinged with fear. Opposite him stood Fergus, an older warrior renowned for bravery and honour, whose cattle had been taken. Fergus's eyes were dark with anger, his fists clenched at his sides. Aed raised his hand, signalling silence. He began with a clear, steady voice. "Speak plainly, that truth might emerge from the shadow of accusation." Fergus stepped forward, recounting the theft with passionate conviction, describing the prized cattle and the devastating loss to his family. His words resonated deeply among the crowd, drawing murmurs of sympathy. Cathal, however, maintained his innocence fiercely, insisting he was wrongly accused, his voice shaking with frustration. His friend stood behind him, murmuring support, eyes darting nervously between him and Aed. Listening carefully, Aed detected discrepancies, not deliberate falsehoods, but misunderstandings born of anger and haste. He called forth witnesses from both sides, questioning them patiently, coaxing forth details with gentle but firm probing. He watched their faces, noting subtle shifts in posture, tone and expression. Finally, Aed stepped toward the oak, laying his hand upon its rough bark. Truth, he declared quietly, is not a sword to cut through lies, but a root that grows slowly, hidden from sight until it reveals itself. He turned to Cathal, asking softly, "Have you ever seen these cattle?" Cathal hesitated, then shook his head earnestly. "No, I swear upon my ancestors." Aed turned back to Fergus. "Could another perhaps seek to benefit from your loss? Is there someone whose absence you overlooked while feeling angry?" Fergus paused, uncertainty flickering across his stern face. He looked back at his men, doubt beginning to creep into his expression. "Perhaps," he admitted reluctantly. Aed nodded. "Search your own house first," he advised calmly. "The truth often lies closest to where trust is strongest." Reluctantly, Fergus agreed, ordering his warriors to search carefully and fairly. Hours passed as tension lingered, villagers whispering anxiously while waiting beneath the oak's watchful presence. Finally, a group returned, bringing with them a youth named Ronan, Fergus's own cousin, guilt and shame etched deeply into his face. Ronan confessed, explaining his actions were born of envy and foolish pride. Fergus stared in shock and sorrow, his anger melting into disappointment. The crowd murmured softly, eyes moving between the cousin and Aed awaiting judgment. Aed approached Ronan, his gaze firm but compassionate. Restitution must be made, but forgiveness can heal wounds deeper than punishment. He turned toward Fergus. "Accept a fair penance, then let anger rest beneath this oak, replaced by wisdom and mercy." Fergus nodded, his shoulders relaxing. He embraced Ronan, acknowledging family bonds stronger than pride. Cathal, exonerated, sighed deeply, gratitude filling his eyes as he bowed to Aed. As villagers dispersed peacefully, justice had been served not through vengeance, but through understanding and restoration. Aed remained briefly beneath the oak, its silent strength reinforcing his resolve. Justice, he knew, was more than judgment. It was balance, patience, and mercy woven tightly together beneath the shade of wisdom's ancient branches. Aed stood at the top of a solitary hill beneath the vast expanse of night, where the heavens stretched endlessly above. It was a sacred place, marked by a circle of ancient stones whose purpose only the Druids remembered. He wrapped his cloak tighter against the biting wind, eyes lifted toward the constellations. Each star, each subtle shift in the heavens, whispered secrets known only to those who watched with patience and reverence. Tonight was the winter solstice, the longest night when darkness held sway, and the boundary between worlds grew thin. The stars gleamed brightly, clear and sharp in the frigid air. Around him, villagers gathered quietly, their breath visible in the cold, awaiting guidance for the year ahead. Aed raised his staff, carved with symbols representing the cycles of the moon and the sun, and began to speak softly. His voice carried through the silence, gentle yet filled with quiet authority. Tonight, darkness is strongest, but even now the wheel turns, the sun returns. Rebirth follows darkness as spring follows winter. Watch closely, and you will see your lives mirrored in the stars above. The villagers watched him intently, their eyes filled with wonder and trust. They depended on his insights for planting, harvesting, travel, and celebrations. He was not merely a sage, but a vital guide for their daily lives. Pointing skyward, Aed traced the outline of familiar patterns: the plough, the hunter, and the serpent. He spoke of how the hunter's path foretold the coming cold, and how the plough's position indicated the right time for planting. He explained patiently how the movement of the planets, subtle but unerring, guided decisions on marriages, battles, and journeys. As he spoke, Aed's words wove images in the minds of listeners, linking their earthly lives to the vast cosmic order. He gently reminded them that they were bound to the earth, but also children of the stars, each life reflecting the broader rhythm of existence. He then turned to the younger villagers, explaining patiently, "Each of you has a star that watches your path, guiding you toward your destiny. Learn to find your star, to read its subtle language." A young girl raised her hand timidly, her eyes wide with curiosity. "How do we find our star, Druid?" Aed smiled warmly. "Your star finds you first. In moments of quiet, under clear skies, you will feel its gaze. Listen closely, and it will whisper your purpose." Throughout the night, He taught them patiently, describing how to read omens from the flights of birds, the patterns of clouds, and the positions of the stars. His voice remained calm and reassuring, weaving understanding among the gathered villagers. As dawn began to pale the eastern horizon, Aed lowered his staff, concluding the night's teachings. The villagers dispersed quietly, hearts uplifted, their spirits buoyed by newfound clarity. Aed remained behind, gazing thoughtfully upward as the stars began to fade. He felt the quiet satisfaction of a task fulfilled, of knowledge shared. In this sacred space between earth and sky, Aed reaffirmed his role not only as a watcher of celestial movements, but as a keeper of balance, ensuring that his people lived harmoniously with the rhythms of the natural world. As the first light touched the ancient stones, he felt a deep connection, knowing that in guiding others to watch the skies, he helped them navigate the complexities of their lives below. The sky was heavy with fog, and the scent of burning wood filled the air as Aed stood atop the hill overlooking his village as usual. The Romans had come, their legions marching inexorably through lands that had remained untouched for generations. As villages succumbed to conquest, fires dotted the horizon, signalling devastation, and flames consumed forests and sacred groves. Aed, now older with silver threads in his hair, watched quietly, a deep sorrow etched into his features. His life's work had been dedicated to nurturing balance, to preserving the sacred knowledge passed down through countless generations. Now, that legacy seemed threatened by the relentless advance of Roman power. He gathered the remaining villagers who had fled to the hill for refuge. Fear filled their eyes, despair evident in their tense postures. Aed's presence, however, remained steady and reassuring, providing a beacon of calm amid chaos. "Gather around," he spoke, his voice firm but gentle, cutting through their anxiety. "We can't control the fires around us, but we can protect the flame within, our knowledge, traditions, and spirit." He knelt, scooping earth into his hands, feeling its familiar warmth and resilience. The villagers watched him, their breathing slowing, their panic easing under his calm authority. "This land has seen countless seasons," Aed continued softly. "It has survived wars, weathered storms, and will endure even this. Our true strength lies not in walls or weapons, but in memory and tradition. We carry the sacred flame within us, passed down through generations. No enemy can extinguish it." He stood facing each villager in turn, his eyes filled with quiet determination. "Our task now is to protect this flame and ensure it continues to burn brightly within our children and their children after them." As he spoke, Aed directed the villagers to begin preparations, organising them into groups to gather what provisions remained, tend to the wounded, and find safe passage toward hidden glens deeper within the forests. Amid these urgent preparations, he moved quietly, providing guidance and support, ensuring morale remained steady. As night fell, Aed lit a single fire atop the hill, its flames casting flickering shadows. He invited the villagers to sit around it, sharing stories of bravery, resilience, and wisdom passed down through generations. Each story carried a lesson, a subtle reinforcement of the strength inherent within their traditions. In the quiet that followed, Aed addressed the group again. "Tomorrow we must move deeper into the forest, to places hidden from Roman eyes. There we will preserve what matters most, not our homes, but our heritage. Remember that even in darkness flames endure, within our hearts, our memories, and our stories." The villagers nodded solemnly, strengthened by his words, their despair replaced by determination. Aed remained awake long after they had settled, staring into the fire, reflecting on the cycles of time. Despite the rise and fall of empires and the arrival and departure of conquerors, the spirit of his people remained unwavering. At dawn, they moved quietly into the deeper woods, leaving behind only the smouldering remnants of their former lives. Aed walked at the head, guiding them confidently towards safety, knowing that his true purpose remained clear. It was not to resist violently, but to safeguard the soul of his people. Days turned to weeks, and slowly the immediate threat faded, as they established a hidden settlement deep within the forest. Aed continued teaching, guiding the younger villagers in Druidic lore, rituals, and knowledge of the natural world. Each evening around the fire he shared stories, ensuring that the flame of their heritage continued to burn brightly. Years later, as he lay on his deathbed, Aed felt peace. Surrounded by villagers whose lives he had touched profoundly, he whispered one final message. "Remember, the flames we guard are eternal, carried forward through memory and love." His spirit passed gently, leaving behind a legacy that no conqueror could extinguish. The villagers honoured him beneath the stars, sharing stories, repeating lessons learned, and vowing to carry forward his teachings. And in their hearts the flame Aed had protected continued to burn brightly, unyielding, guiding them through darkness toward an enduring light.